Hello, 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 my lovely imps. How are you all doing today? Are you doing well? I hope you're ready for a fucking fun-ass stream. Smile at the camera, Nuts, Kaizen, Kamikaze, Danny Fallen, Ziltoid, Soul Beans, Jorg the Grek, Cheeto, Hallowed Or, Purple Ebichan, Catherine, Kartatsinger, Curie, Devious Chilster, Elak Kaval, Lilibror, and FartGirl42. Interesting name there. Interesting name. Also, from the YouTube chat, we have Autumn Leaves, A Normal Chris, The Black Sid, Violet Licorice, Normal Chris, I Am High, Holic Master, Max Sips, Bazooka Llama Productions, and Coco. Oh, and looks like Raslin, 2K, and Tyler Hansen as well. Hello, my lovely, lovely imps. We have a totally poggers 80 viewers, but we only have 20 likes. So if you all wouldn't mind just smacking that motherfucking like button, and if you haven't subscribed, oh my God, I choked on my own words. If you haven't subscribed, please consider doing so, because how the hell else are you going to find out if I'm going live or not? Hey, Argot, good to see, Argo, sorry. Good to see you. Yeah, send the fucking likes my way, okay? So, we got to talk about a whole bunch of stuff today. Today's going to be a pretty spicy stream, all things considered. First off, we are going to be talking about the Democrats. Again, I know, the Democrats, again, we're going to talk about Democrats. How boring. Well, guess what? The Democrats are screwing you over, and all of their voters, in fact. And we gotta call them out on it. We gotta point out that this is the fact. Because if people don't pay attention to this shit, then we're doomed to repeat it. And yes, fuck Kirsten Sinema. However, we will get there. After that, after our fun segment here, we are going to have a intense talk. Hi. Oh, thank you so much, VHS Signal Dead. Really appreciate that. Oh, is Vosh playing Bloodborne? Oh, that's cool. Well, hopefully you will find something that suits your level of entertainment. Whether you want to see people argue about the meaning of gender or watch somebody play Bloodborne, regardless, it is your choice. I will be streaming no matter what, obviously. Oh yeah, I'll be playing that on stream. Don't you worry, Gayfesh. We're going to be talking about that in depth. Also, so yeah, we're going to be having Ask Yourself and Avi on to talk about the meaning of gender and the potentials for a infinite regress. As some of you may recall, it is a conversation that started last month and has nonetheless been raging. But we're going to hopefully have a useful conversation today because I've done a lot of research on this. I am no philosopher, as you know. I'm a lay philosopher, if anything, not lay like Reddit, although that might be accurate too. I don't really like it. I agree that the idea that an infinite regress does not work in the context of gender. However, we need to talk about how and why. And I'm totally willing to engage in a good faith conversation about that, which is what I'll be doing today. So if you wanted to learn more about gender and whether or not there's an infinite regress, we will be having that conversation shortly in about 2 hours. Then, after that, I will be doing the conservative react catch-up that we intended to do on Monday. It's not a panel. It is just me. No panels today. But then afterwards, we were going to do our conservative cringe catch-up, which we intended to do on Monday, but we will have to do today instead. An infinite regress is the idea that, how do I explain this? An infinite regress is best described by the equation x equals parentheses x plus y parentheses. And what this means is that if you try to mathematically substitute that equation, if you try to make that make sense, it will infinitely, it will basically explode. It is a potential logical fallacy that comes from making an invalid definition. And so as a result, it can prove problematic. Now, this was what I was accused of committing in my definition of gender. I do not believe that's accurate. However, we will sort that out today, and we will hopefully grow, because the real secret here, that formula is a recursion in comp sci. Yes. Yeah, it's a fancy. You're still not convinced that a woman who is a person who identifies as a woman is the same as X. It isn't. I do not believe that it is. However, remember, no matter what anybody tells you, there are no clean answers in this. There is none. And so we will be talking about this, and we will try to come to some level of enlightenment and truth, which is the real purpose of philosophy. The real purpose of philosophy is not to give you simple, easy-to-check answers about life, but rather to help you seek the truth in a more useful manner. Thank you, Callous Typhon. I appreciate that. And thank you, VHS Signal, for the tier 1 sub. I don't know why the alerts aren't working on audio again today. It is very strange to me. So we've been having some serious issues with Streamlabs, and I don't understand it. I don't understand it. To be completely honest, I'm very confused as to why we're having these issues. But I don't know what to do about it. So, wah, wah. Wah, wah. ContraPoints has the exact same take as Demon Mama. I know. And I didn't know that until recently, but I share the position. And the reason, there's a number of reasons that I will go into this. Do you think that accepting premises like an infinite regression is necessary for discourse, even though you may not disagree with them? No, I don't. Yeah. No, I don't think it's necessary to accept that. But it's certainly, you could certainly consider it, right? We can consider it even if we disagree with it, and we can be open to being wrong. And I am open to being incorrect, and always have been, despite reports to the opposite. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting conversation. And of course, as I said, afterwards, excuse me, Autumn leaves. PSA for chat. Google mods are auto-deleting posts with certain words in them. You may see your post randomly disappear. Yes, that can happen. We don't have full control over that. Blame Google. That is not our fault. We do our best to make that not happen. Infinite regression with the axioms of ordinary arithmetic is inconsistent, so though you can't really consider it. I don't know about that. We will see. We will find out about that. Self-ID trumps the public perception of the gender, full stop. I agree. Do I want to talk about Alabama? No, because that would make me feel depressed. They are indeed super cringe. I will talk about that at some point, but I don't think it's going to be today. Maybe we will at some point. It's pretty sad, honestly. It's pretty sad. For those who don't know yet, Alabama is essentially aiming to make it impossible for anyone under the age of 18 to pursue gender transition of any form, and in fact will make it illegal for doctors to give out that medical assistance, that needed medical assistance. They are functionally making it illegal to be trans unless you are 18. And as we know, that's not so great. Am I feeling a little sick today? No. I just my voice is probably a little sore. I've been screaming a lot on stream lately. So I thought an infinite regress is part of identifying the universe's nature as static and always existing. That I don't know. That's probably beyond me. Self-ID is ideal in my opinion, regardless of like philosophical conclusions on the nature of identity. Self-ID, in my opinion, is the valid approach, both politically, functionally, and in my opinion, philosophically as well. But there seems to be some disagreement on whether it's actually a philosophical correct take. And if that's the case, I'm more than open to being corrected on that. But we'll see. Yep. Yep. Okay. So. What was I going to say? Oh, well, hopefully we'll see you later, Ziggy. Yeah, fuck Alabama, but not really. I mean, fuck the government of Alabama, but there's a lot of good people in Alabama, you know? There's a lot of good people everywhere. Try not to hate people in a region, if you can. It leads to some cringe-ass shit, might I say. So, I have been, just so you all know, before we get into the heat of everything, you know, I always like to do a little, you know, a little update, tell you what I've been up to. I've been watching a fuckload of FMAB, and guess what? My guitar is going to be here on Monday. I think. Monday or Tuesday. Now I can't remember. Either Monday or Tuesday, which means you will get to see me. I will play on stream. Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, I want to play it on stream. So I guess I could do an unboxing, but tuning it is going to be hard to do on stream. Maybe we'll just do a guitar segment, okay? Maybe we'll do a guitar section. That might be, like, really, really fun. Also, one quick announcement. Do I already play guitar? Yes, but I haven't played forever. Like, a long time. It's been years since I've had access to a guitar. So, yeah. So, I am very rusty, and you will probably only see me be able to remember a few chords because it's been so long. It is an acoustic electric. It is an Ibanez 12-string acoustic electric. So, it is a acoustic guitar with a built-in pickup. No, the strings are steel strings, I believe. Here, let me show you. I'll show you it. There, look, I'll show you it. I'll show you it. Here. Wait, I had it. Here. This is it. This is it right here. Let me show you my guitar. I could actually show you literal pictures of it, but this will do for now because it's more of a, it's troublesome. Look, this is the guitar right here. This is it. Boom. That's the one. Yeah, it's fucking cool, isn't it? This is, the strings are, let me tell you here. Where are the strings? Here we go. Strings. These are the strings right here. What? Why did it do that? I didn't mean to do that. I meant to put it in on the website. It's these. Phosphor bronze 12-string acoustic guitar strings. What is the difference? Let me show you. Actually, this is a great way to start stream. Let me show you the difference between a 6-string and a 12-string. Okay? Everyone knows what a 6-string guitar sounds like, okay? But let me show you what a 12-string guitar sounds like. Ready? Here we go. Let me get you something. Here we go. I'm gonna play us a song by a regular who I play on here. Let's see. Let me get the piece. Hold on. Here we go. Ooh. This is a good one. Let's listen to this. This is good shit. Ready? Here you go. Hear that sound? Hear how rich it is? As you can see, there is, with each strum, you're able to get 2 tones. Hi, Vermin. How you doing? string. How does the plucking differ? It's not that much unless you're getting really complicated. However, you can if you want to. You can get pretty fucking complicated if you want to. There is a little bit more nuance to plucking if you do special certain tunings, but I'm not there yet. Oh, I love Deer Hunter, by the way. Deer Hunter is good. See, this sounds great, doesn't it? Yeah, it's pretty great, huh? Yes, ya boy Topoy, I'm very happy you're here because I think you'll be able to give me some insight that is very helpful. By the way, just so you know, now you guys have gotten the picture. We don't need to play too much more. I know this is really good. It is very percussive. Yes, it's great. The sound is fantastic. Ya boy Topoy, natural languages such as English are different from formal languages. Since predicate logic is formulated in a first-order formal language and the concept of gender is something that has arisen in a natural language, there is no reason to think that you can just map the definition onto formal language and treat words in a natural language as variables in a formal language. Yes. Yes. Now, see, you have given words, you have given proper words to something that I've been trying to make clear, that I do not believe that it is easy on, especially with certain concepts, to just flatly drop a political conversation about gender onto formal logic, which is used to determine everything from mathematics to formalized definitions for programming, all kinds of things. By the way, ya boy Topoy, thank you very much for all of the resources that you sent me. I have done my best to review them to the best of my ability. Admittedly, I am still a dum-dum, so there is only so much that I can know, and there's only so much that I can do, and I am humble in my dum-dummedness. Okay? Well, because, Vermin, honestly, I don't know much about Ask Yourself, so I'm interested to hear how it goes. Maybe it will become bloody. If it becomes bloody, we'll see. But they were very kind to me, and approached me for a conversation alongside Avi Bitterman. I might be saying their name wrong. I'm very sorry. I might even be misremembering it. Oh, it might be. It might be, Vermin, but it also might be fun. We'll find out, right? We'll find out. And you know I tend to inject a lot of fun into conversations, right? You know? Right, Vermin? If anybody could make a conversation about irritating pedantry fun, it would probably be me. Right? Maybe not. Maybe I'm bad and it will be horribly boring and I'll bomb this stream, but there's always the possibility I don't. Oh, really? Okay, I don't even remember. I heard, now, I do vaguely remember Vosh talking to Ask Yourself, but I do not remember the conversation. Wait, Vermin, was that the conversation where is that the infamous conversation that led to a cancellation? Or was that with Vegan Gains? Vegan Gains, listen, I wanted to talk to Vegan Gains at some point too, but I think Vegan Gains is like way too high in the sky, like beyond me. I mean, I have made philosophical pedantry fun in the past. I can't remember. Now, Ask Yourself was the one who got into the disabled people planet thing with Xanderhall, right? Oh. Hey, thank you, 85D2D Derek, and congratulations, ya boy Topoy. Oh, I would love to talk. Oh, I'm sure maybe we'll end up talking about vegan stuff. That would be very interesting. Oh, he did the moon colony thing? Oh, the moon colony thing is an interesting thing, and I don't fear that example at all. Yeah. Ooh. Well, all right. We'll see how it goes. I have, thankfully, reinforced myself. I have evolved from my last conversation. I have learned how to not only press the hang up button when it's time, but also I have backup. So if I am incapable of pressing the button that needed to be pressed, if I fail and derelict my duty as a broadcaster, I have set up backup, what's the term? The word just left my brain. In which, yeah, kill switch, backup protocols. There's the word. Backup protocols. Yeah, I have reinforcements. Much like Colonel Roy Mustang in in the famous anime Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, I have a loyal team of people who will shoot me in the back of the head if I derelict my duty. Roy Mustard? Colonel Mustard? Nah. Oh, I'll carve runes into my hands? What do you think I am, Kimberly? No. Oh, thank you, Argo. Just, actually, Argo would, yeah, if you DM them to me, I'll download them all. Yeah, his first name's Roy Mustang. And guess what? Okay, listen. Can I just rant about this? Are we doing good of you? Am I alienating people right now? No, I'm not. There's 140 people watching. Actually, awesome. I'm going to keep talking about this. Fuck you all. I'm going to talk about anime. Fuck you. Anime time. Greed. Mwah! I love Greed. Now, oh, look, there's so many characters I like in the show. Now, if you want to know my two favorite characters, like, okay, my two favorite main characters are Roy Mustang and Hohenheim. And then, if we want to include, side characters, Envy's hot as fuck, by the way. Envy is icon. An idiot. Envy is an absolute idiot. But an icon. An NB icon. Oh, I love the little one. Yeah, for me, it's Roy and Hohenheim. No, Hohenheim. Not father. Hohenheim. And Hohenheim, I got a hot take with Hohenheim. Ready? You ready? And I will explain this when I finish the series, which will be in a couple of days. Hohenheim is an egg. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That's right. Hohenheim is a trans allegory. And I can back that up. I will fight you on this. You watch. I will prove it to you. It's great. Listen, you all think. This is from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I'll teach you. I will teach you soon. Soon I will teach you. I'll reveal my knowledge to you. I can explain that, Vermin Hands. I will 100% explain that to you. But yeah, Hohenheim is my one of my favorite characters. And then also, I'm sure it will. I know this show has given me a lot of feelings. The other thing, if we're going to expand into side characters, the side character I really appreciate is the Butcher, Izumi's husband. I don't actually remember his name because they barely ever say it in the show. That man is an icon of positive masculinity. I will always bring him up now as an example of that. Is this my first watch through? Yes. Yeah, he's beautiful. He's beautiful. He's kind. He's loving. And yet he is also strong. He is sort of traditionally masculine as we would understand it. And yet nonetheless capable of being sensitive. Yeah, I can't wait to watch through and catch everything again. There are so many, but the thing is, there's so many characters to like. There's just so many fucking Sig. That's right, Sig. That's right. Thank you. I thought it was something, I thought it was like Sao or something like that, but it's Sig. You're right. Yeah, it is. God, that show, I have so many thoughts. I will be watching the original FMA. I would like to watch FMA. But yeah. Yeah. Olivier Armstrong. I love Olivier Armstrong, but I'm not gonna lie. General Armstrong is a unironically terrifying person, and I think that, like, she's good in the context, but I think it would be very easy for her to not be a good character. This one, I have watched the dub. I would like to next time watch the sub. I've watched the dub this time because of convenience, basically. I've been working on stuff and watching with one of our very own regulars, Silent. Homunculus takes. Father equals best character. Greed equals most bro tier. Envy equals hottest. Envy is the hottest, yes. Look, Vermin, usually I can't stomach dubs, but I'm actually pretty impressed with the FMAB dub. I'm actually quite impressed with it. Oh, I fucking love Lieutenant Armstrong. Yeah, I think that Envy's hair could have been done way better, personally, but that's okay. Yeah, it is quite good. No, fuck King Bradley. What the fuck? King Bradley is like, okay, King Bradley is like one of two what I would consider like irredeemable characters. Pride is, oh yeah, there's like three basically irredeemable characters. Bradley, Pride, and Kimberly. Those three characters are like really damn close to being irredeemable. Maybe not completely irredeemable, but they're very, very close. It is extremely hard to, okay, Kimberly, I cannot imagine a circumstance in which, Sheska? Wait, which one's Sheska? I remember that name, but I'm trying to remember the character. Oh yeah, Sheska's great, but that's because they did her dirty. That's because they did her dirty. Shao Tucker. Oh yeah, Shao Tucker is like pretty bad. Shao Tucker's a fucked up person. Oh, I love Winry. The thing is though, okay, listen. I don't know how, like, Winry is amazing as a character, but I feel like she doesn't get enough screen time in FMAB. Unfortunately, I really do. I really do feel like that. Like Winry, like, I don't know. Yeah. Well, she got a lot. No, I disagree that she didn't get any character development. She definitely got character development. It's just a matter of screen time. She literally didn't get enough screen time. In my opinion. Like, she had plenty of development, but just not enough screen time. Because, they could have given her more. They could have made her really, like, major. Sloth is, yeah, Sloth is kind of a, well, okay, there's basically, like, 4 lesser sins. Oh, I like, okay, Barry the Chopper is funny, but come on, like, Barry the Chopper is, like, literally, he's a mass murderer. He's literally the what's his name? He's the dude from the London, what's the London killer? I can't remember his name now. The London murderer guy. Jack the Ripper. He's Jack the Ripper. He's literally Jack the Ripper. Yeah. There's so many good characters in the show though. Like, well, Pride, because Pride is like the strongest of the homunculi. Kimberly, but Kimberly doesn't really do that. Can we watch the OP? I wish, but I can't play it because it'll get me hit. It'll get me hit. I can, however, what I can do, I can do one for you. We can listen to one. Ready? You ready? I can play you one. I can't play the original, but I can play a different one. Are you ready? Here you go. I have this one saved because it's real good. So we'll listen to this one. Give me a second here. Gluttony could be redeemed, in my opinion. Gluttony is just very stupid and very hungry. Here we go. Let's listen to this while we talk about it. This is a good cover, actually. Like, it's amateur, but it's good. I want to watch all of Kill la Kill. I've only seen part of Kill la Kill.
夢の続き追いかけていたはずなのに曲がりくねった細い道人につまずくあの頃みたいにで戻りたいわけじゃないのなくしてきた空を探してる分かってくれますように犠牲になったような悲しい顔はやめてよ最後は涙じゃないよずっと苦しく背負ってくんだ決めない感情メロディ誰を待ってるの白いノートに綴ったようにもっと素直に吐き出したいよから逃れたいんだ現実ってやつがなるために生きてるんだって忘れちゃいそうな夜の真ん中不難になんてやってられないから
I like Attack on Titan. I know, hot take. I know it's a problematic show, but I still like it. And I can explain why. And also, it's not done yet, so we don't know where the story's gonna go.
謝らなくちゃいけないよねあごめんねうまく言えなくて心配かけたままだったねあの日抱えた全部明日抱える全部
Oh yeah, the manga is finished, that's right.
しないから分
Yeah,
かってくれ
I'm
ますよ
vibing
うに
here.
そっと目を閉じて
I'm charging my energy for the later conversations.
見えんだもん知らない噂にちょっと初めて聞く発言とち何かやったら友達だって嘘はや
I'll explain in a second.
高いハートが苛立つように体の中燃えていたんだ本当は期待してんの現実ってやつがなるために生きてるんだ
Of course it is, of course, but I'll explain. Let's finish this song though. There won't be any spoilers. I'll avoid spoilers. Shu tweeted again is causing a stir. Shu always causes a stir. Every tweet. Always. It's what happens when you have a giant account. That voice. That's some pipes right there. Yes, I watch Philosophy too. I love Philosophy too. True, Dangle Bangle. New Yorkers have some serious fucking impulsive energy. That's a real thing. I love New York personally. Listen, I've spent a lot of time in New York. I love that place. But it's also a horrible mess. That's everything. This song is good too. This song is good, but I don't want to listen to it because it'll make me really sad. This is the next song on my music playlist. This is a good ass song. An old man talking about. It's actually very hopeful. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna listen to it. No, it's too long. We'll listen to it later. We'll listen to it later, maybe. All right. Listen. So, let me explain Attack on Titan, okay? Attack on Titan is a bit of a problematic show in a couple of ways. And the reason why people call it problematic, and the reason why I agree that it is problematic, is because the creator, on numerous occasions, has seemed to, if nothing else, at least have some sympathy for war criminals, and that's pretty fucking weird. In fact, one of the more sympathetically portrayed characters in the show is literally based on a general who mass slaughtered Koreans. The character General Pixis, who is in the show like a gay fish. Yeah, you definitely didn't. You definitely didn't listen long enough on that one. Just gonna say, you definitely didn't listen on that one. Yeah, he has some sympathies. Oh, I said literally based. Oops, I did that. Oh, now I'm gonna be clipped. Yeah, he's based off of a war criminal. That ain't good. And AOT feels very anti-fascist. Okay, here's a hot take. Here's a hot take. Let me look it up. It's the hold on, I can find this. This is it's a character. Here, I'll show you. This is the guy. This is the character. This is the real world person. He was a general in the Imperial Japanese Army, and carried out like pretty fucking terrible actions against Korean people. He's based off of Akiyama Yoshifuru. But yeah, so just a little bit. And again, Pixis is Pixis is complicated. Here's the thing. I don't think that like it's a cancelable, like I don't think you should cancel the show. Like, remember, this is not about like I will quote the queen of the SJWs. It is important to be able to both enjoy and critique problematic media. Okay? It's okay. It's okay to like problematic media, and it's also important to be able to recognize the problematic elements. I do believe that there is enough evidence to say that the creator of AOT has some very questionable inspirations. And I think, and this is my genuine critique of AOT in general, is that I think AOT is not amazingly clear. It is not amazingly clear in what it is saying a lot of the times. I don't think that's because the creators are fascists. I just think that it's not the deepest show, okay? Let's just put it that way. It is not it's a little bit deeper than Dragon Ball Z, but not that much at the end of the day. Now FMAB is like hella that FMAB is like, it's a shonen, obviously. There's a lot of like I will burn you now. You know, there's a lot of that in FMAB, but it's still actually dealing with a lot of deep concepts and has a lot of things. It's commentating on a lot of deeper issues. That is not really the case in AOT. AOT doesn't really have like super coherent like societal critiques. Mostly it's just cool military guys killing giants, and military sometimes do bad things, but maybe that's necessary. And because of that, I think it is, it is vulnerable to a blurring of messaging. And it especially becomes confusing. I have read the entire manga until like, geez, I don't even remember. I am in the Marley arc. I got to like the like midpoint of the Marley arc right before the sledgehammer people got involved. That was where I last stopped because I had caught up and then I got yeah, the thing is, again, I do think it has good storytelling. It's just when I talk about depth, I mean, is this show encouraging you to think about deeper things? The Marley arc is really unclear, and it has some really fucking weird implications if you think about it too much. Like, really, really weird implications. Like, really, really fucking weird implications. Well, I mean, maybe more recently they've tried to move away from that. It's certainly possible. I would like to read the entire series. But and I don't know, maybe they're going to do some differences in the show, but I can understand. All I'm saying is that, look, I like AOT. I really like AOT. Like, I really enjoyed the show. I just think that it has some problems, okay? Well, for sure. I mean, there is a huge glorification of the military, and there is definitely like some like propaganda basically going on, but like whatever the propaganda equivalent is for the military, because absolutely there is like this whole thing of like, oh, like the corrupt and lazy. Well, I mean, you can hard disagree all you want. There is elements in the show that's like, oh, it's the corrupt and lazy military that's bad. It's not really the structure of the military. What do you want to do? Come on and debate me about it, I'm Sleeps? You're telling me you disagree with my take with nothing else, okay? Well, everyone's going to go monkey mode because, hot take, people can't handle anybody saying anything bad about the things that they like. Get over it. I'm sorry. Like, what do you want? Like, you want me to just to say, like, what do you want me to do? Like, no. I was saying, I wasn't referring to you, I'm Sleeps. I was talking about somebody else who said that they were going to go monkey mode. Look, there's a lot of emotional stuff in that. I mean, for me, it was incredibly poignant. There's a scene that I've shown on stream before. Oh, hell yeah, Devious. Yeah, I mean, wait a minute. We're having unity now. Hell yeah, but much unity to the lizard folks. What I was going to say is that, like, I've literally shown a scene from AOT on stream because it was very poignant to me. It was very impactful. I think it is a very emotionally impactful show, but I just think it kind of fails on some of the topics that it tried to handle. Like, here's the thing. Dragon Ball Z is, I wouldn't really categorize Dragon Ball Z as a problematic show. Like, there's probably some problematic assumptions in the show, but in general, like, Dragon Ball Z doesn't really try to say anything about society. It's like, like Dragon Ball Z is a show about strong guys being friends and beating the shit out of bad guys. Okay, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. It doesn't take itself too seriously. AOT does try to handle some societal issues. Oh, sick. That's great, Dangle Bangle. But are you canceled for liking AOC or not? I'm not canceled. No one's canceling anybody. I like AOC. Some people say it's problematic, but it's, you know. Yeah, Goku is like a totally dumb, like he's a complete dumb shit, terrible parent, but it never tries to tackle those things. You know what I mean? Like, it just kind of ignores the fact that, like, it ignores the fact that Goku is like a miserable father and a miserable husband. Like, it doesn't ever try to like tackle that as like a subject. It never tries to tackle fatherhood, because if it did, it would be really clumsy and it would probably say some stupid shit. But AOT does try to tackle some like societal issues, and it just does so clumsily. That's all I'm saying. And I believe that that's a worthy grounds to criticize something, even something you really like. Yeah, it is. It kind of is. Yeah. And that's okay. Well, One Piece is also a 900 episode series. Well, we'll see. I mean, that's my take so far. Of course, it's a work in progress, so it might change some things, and we'll see. But like, if I was to compare like shows handling societal issues, well, I don't know about that, Dango Bangle. Yeah, of course I do, ya boy Shamoy. Well, I think DBZ is a masterpiece in its own right. It's just a masterpiece of a very specific type. Okay, maybe it's not a masterpiece. Well, look, it's a classic. Let's put it that way. I don't know if it's right to call it a masterpiece, but DBZ is great. I love DBZ. Okay, it's just, it's not perfect. It does what it does very well. It does what it does very well, in my opinion. Yeah. But AOT is AOT. If you try to compare like AOT's handling of societal commentary versus like how FMAB handles them, or even another show like Psychopaths, which Psychopaths is basically just a show that, I mean, the main thing of Psychopaths is to talk about the societal issues. There's a very broad, you know, I haven't watched Naruto. I could never get into Naruto. Psychopaths is fantastic. I haven't watched Mob Psycho 100 yet. That's on my list. I can only, you know, I honestly, I do try to, that's what I gotta actually, I'm making a new master list. I'm condensing all my lists, and now I'm gonna get into it. Oh, it absolutely is. Psychopaths is not just of Japanese society, but also of American society as well. But Mob Psycho, is one of the next ones on my list. I really, really, really want to watch that. Like really bad. I haven't watched Hunter x Hunter. Hunter x Hunter is on my list as well. Hunter x Hunter is on my list. Demon Slayer is on my list. I haven't put the anime on the new master list, but I do have a list of ones. Another show that I would put in like a similar, I've seen some of Gundam 0078. I liked what I saw. I think it's the one I'm thinking of. Tokyo Ghoul. I love Tokyo Ghoul's music, but I haven't watched all of Tokyo Ghoul. Zombieland Saga does? Oh, okay. Okay. All right, Vermin. All right, look, I'll put that. I'm gonna try and keep up with it. Hunter x Hunter. Is that how it's said? I don't know if it's actually said that way. I've heard Jujutsu Kaisen is really good. I also want to watch MHA at some point. I've seen some of Sentai, Kamen Rider, and Ultraman, but not like exhaustive. Don't finish Tokyo Ghoul. Listen, I don't know how I feel about Tokyo Ghoul. Oh, there's a character in Tokyo Ghoul who's hot as fuck, though. Hold on, I want to show you this character. Where's the character? There's like a really fucking hella hot as fuck character in this show. It's this one. It's this character. Hold on. This is the character. This character, hot as fuck. Holy shit. I actually don't even know anything about this character, but oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. Yeah. Damn. Damn! I haven't read Ultimo. On the Lola... Oh, I don't care about that. I don't fucking care about Space Jam. Sorry. I really like that character. JoJo's is another one I need to watch at some point. I know like a fuckload about JoJo's because my partner really likes JoJo's, but I haven't watched it myself. I sometimes like goths. I do like tattoos and piercings a lot. We've ended up talking about anime for like quite a while, but hey, whatever. This is fun. So, Whoa, from what show is that? Fall Gaia? Which show? Anime Hot Take Friday. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Oh, that's unfortunate. I've heard Cowboy Bebop is really fucking good. I want to watch that at some point. Oh, that was at the Tokyo Ghoul. Okay, yeah, I've heard some problems with Tokyo Ghoul. Look, the story of Tokyo Ghoul never like grasped onto me. And yeah, it just never did. It just never really did. I've also watched most of Parasite the Maxim. But Parasite the Maxim kind of got boring for me. It felt very shallow, was my complaint about Parasite the Maxim. It felt like, it really felt a bit like I am 15 and I am very smart. But it was fun. It was a fun show. It just felt like kind of like a... Yeah, that's the problem. It got really boring. Like, there was like multiple episodes where it's just like the character like hanging out on a train thinking about how he's not like, am I human or not? And I'm like, okay, I get it. I've watched the Ghost in the Shell stuff. And Ghost in the Shell, I like Ghost in the Shell. I've seen of course Akira, which is amazing. I've seen the anime, like my first anime that I loved was of course Evangelion. Like, you can't Evangelion is just like can't beat that one. Classic. I love it. I've seen Evangelion through like 3 times. You're wrong, good faith actor. Golden Kamui, that's another one I have on the list. No, Evangelion is not bad. I'm sorry, you're incorrect about that. Kill la Kill's on my list to watch the whole thing. Evangelion's incredible. If you don't think, I'm sorry, listen, I recognize that like some people don't like Evangelion, but if you can't acknowledge that Evangelion is incredible and a masterpiece, I feel like you're just like being biased. Maybe. The remake movies are good. Okay, so this is interesting. I'll get in the fucking robot. I always get in the fucking robot. I am not like... Okay, Evangelion is a weird show. Well, that feel when your dad is mean to you. Well, that was my life. So, but I was a very different person than Shinji. Oh, the Angels are fantastic. Here's the thing. So the show and the movies, now some people are like fucking I hate the movies, and some people are like I hate the show. Most people are like I hate the movies. Oh, I've seen Madoka Magica. I really liked Madoka Magica. The Eva movies are good. They're just different. They're just very different. In fact, one thing I appreciate about the movies is that they touch on queerness, which is not as much in the original series, if at all in the original series. And that is a major critique of the original series. It was very, and it's probably a product of its time. But the movies do. And yeah, I think it's an elite show. I think people honestly, listen, I don't want to sound like some sort of elitist, but I feel like if you can't acknowledge not just that, like the influence of Evangelion, but also the pure passion and love and master of craft that went into Evangelion, even if you don't love the show thematically or whatever, it is a genuine, incredible work of art. And again, I've watched it a million times in a million different times in my life. I've watched it like through 3 times at least in my life, maybe more, and it's really good in my opinion. Yeah. Code Geass. I gotta put that one on the list too. I've heard so much about that. I also need to watch Fooly Cooly, and I also need to watch what's the other one? Fuck. I can't remember the name of the other one. Fooly Cooly, and there's another show too that I needed to watch that I can't remember. The fuck was it called? Hold on, I'll figure it out. Gurren Lagann. Gurren Lagann. Gurren Lagann. Oh, and Dodo Hetero. That's another one. I gotta put these all on here. Gurren. And Doro Hedoro. Yeah. I haven't seen Lane. I haven't seen Monster. I've seen Psycho-Pass 1 and 2, both of which are fantastic. I've seen Black Butler, which I like. Black Butler is not, oh, fuck Bleach. I hate Bleach. Bleach is one of the shows that, like, made me hate anime for a while. Like, I got into, like, now, look, I loved anime, and then I had a period where I fucking hated anime, and then I came back to loving anime again, and it was Bleach was one of the shows that made me start hating anime for a while. Because, oh, Death Note's fucking fantastic. Death Note's amazing. I love Death Note. I fucking hate Bleach. Pop Team Epic? Nope. Bankai? Don't know what that is. Uh-oh. I haven't seen another. Hold on. Let's unmute. There we go. Yeah. Fuck Bleach. Bleach. Okay. You want to tell me why I hate Bleach? Okay. You want me to tell you why I hate Bleach? Okay. First of all, Bleach is like so full of filler. It's outrageous. It's ridiculous. Like, there is so much filler in Bleach, I can't even believe it. I don't even know if there's anything but filler in that show. Then, the other thing is it is one of the most one of the laziest animated shows I've ever fucking seen in my entire life. Every single character in Bleach has a mask so that they don't have a face that moves, and they have this ghostly echoing voice that echoes from like all sides. There's no audio balancing, so it just sounds like every voice is just in your head. It's just like, I will destroy you. And there's no facial expressions. There's nothing. It will just be a shot of a person with no face talking into your ears, and then a reverse shot of somebody with no face talking in your ears. Neither of them have facial expressions. It's just static images. You might as well be watching a slideshow. Please say it louder. I will. I'll say it as loud as I fucking want. You motherfuckers. You can turn down the volume. Look, let me show you. See this keyboard? On the corner of your keyboard, there will be a little thing that lets you roll down the audio. You can roll it down. If you don't like how loud it is, you can roll it down. Motherfuckers. Testing my patience today. Somebody told me I was being too loud. I have a shitty ass, like 5-year-old Logitech keyboard. It's like 5 years old. Wait, no, I'm pretty sure that most keyboards now have either a roll or a button for volume. I like literally budget keyboards that you buy at Walmart will have volume buttons. It is a normal thing for keyboards to have. Sorry, you're not getting out of this one with some sort of like classism. Dude, have you seen my fucking place? Do you fucking... I've talked about the holes in the ceiling. What the fuck you mean a bougie-ass keyboard? Fuckers. The only bougie-ass thing I have is this camera and this microphone, and that's because I invested in it for the show. Anyway. It's okay. Oh, they were agreeing with me? Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'll take a look at this after, because I don't want to get hit for anything on stream, unfortunately. Sorry, I'm just playing around, everyone. I'm not actually angry at anyone, okay? Please, please, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I know, I hate YouTube too. I'm not actually angry. I'm just playing. Listen, I do want to get a nice keyboard someday, but not right now. Someday. I will be doing more anime reviews in the future. I really like that. I've really gotten back into anime, which makes me feel very happy. And I want to do more media stuff in the future. I really like reviewing it and talking about it and getting into the stuff. Oh shit, Vermin, that's awesome. What model is it? Do you mind sharing the model? You don't have to tell in public if you don't want to share that kind of stuff, but if you would let me know, I'd love to know what type of keyboard you're getting. So I will definitely do that. But oh, you know what? Since we're in the Angie chapter of the stream, fuck Ruby. Fuck that show. That show makes me want to rip my head off. It's so bad. It's so stupid. And I had people try to get me to watch Ruby so many times, and I swear to God, it's like somebody is offering me torture. Like, imagine if you went over to a friend's house and they were like, hey, you gotta watch this really awesome anime. And you're like, dude, I fucking hate that shit. I didn't like it last time. And they're like, get in the Iron Maiden. Get in the Iron Maiden. Just, it's awesome. I'm telling you, get in there. And I'm like, no. And they're like, I will push you in there. If you don't get in there, I will push you in. And I'm just like, okay. You know what's another anime that I liked? Why Do I Hate Ruby? Why Do I Hate Ruby? The animation is lazy as fuck. The character design is lazy as fuck. The story is completely nonsensical. The audio balancing is dumb. And the concept is dumb. There you go. And basically everything about Ruby I hate. Sorry. It's not a small studio. It's made by fucking Rooster Teeth. They're not a small studio anymore. It started being made by a small studio, and then Rooster Teeth exploded into one of the biggest corporations, like, on YouTube. But, yeah. And the original artist just, like... anyway. I don't know anything about Homestuck. Believe it or not, I'm not a stucker. I didn't get stuck at home. Rooster Teeth has some cool things. They're not, like, all bad. Just like anything. Escaflowne is... I don't know anything about it, but, I don't know Darling in the Franxx. I don't know that one. I haven't seen Beastars yet, but that's one that I want to watch. I really want to watch Beastars. I gotta put that on the list as well. Yeah, Beastars, I've heard, is really fucking good. Let me think. I played the Escaflowne game, or a game, I think. Ooh, rough, Vermin. Oof. Berserk is one I haven't gotten into. Oh, wait, are you saying, when you say Uzumaki, are you talking about Junji Ito? Junji Ito is amazing. I fucking love. I've read almost every Junji Ito comic except for Tomy. I haven't read Tomy because it's like such an undertaking. Oh, true, Dango Bangle. Huh, interesting. That's super interesting. Let's see. Manga that I've read Skip Beat. I read almost all of Skip Beat. I had fun with that, though it's definitely, there's a lot of fluff in Skip Beat, but it's enjoyable fluff. I've read Attack on Titan. I've read... Oh, shit. I can't even remember. I haven't watched Cowboy Bebop yet. It's on my list. I've read all of the Junji Ito stuff. I don't know if I have. Oh yeah, Berserk is fucked. But yeah. Oh shit, I didn't even know about that. Dango Bango. I didn't know about that one. Gundam, I like some of Gundam, but I've never been able to get into all of Gundam. Do I prefer reading manga over watching anime or vice versa? No, it depends on the show. I loved the Attack on Titan manga more than the show, but I like the show still quite a lot. So it really depends on the one. The one thing that is nice, the one thing I like about shows is I could put it on one screen and I could play a game on the other, which is really good for my fucking ADHD. True. She Who Knows No Name. Ruby-inspired audio rant. Audio balancing is an accessibility issue, and if that is off, I cannot understand what's going on. It goes from inaudible to pain in the worst cases. And sometimes with bad audio balancing, I literally can't watch things or I have to watch it on mute and rely on subtitles, which isn't always that bad. True. I really want to, that is one thing, again, you know this because I've talked to you about it, but I want to do better about that in the long run. I know I joke about shouting and screaming and whatever, but I do actually want to do better about that. I have watched our Ouran Host Club. I didn't finish it, but it was pretty good. Oh yeah, B Gotta HK. I liked B Gotta HK. B Gotta HK is like painfully heterosexual, but it's also good. It's also good. B Gotta HK is good. It is painfully het, but it's good. Toriko? No, I haven't. Interesting. Don't watch Goosh. Goosh? I don't even know what that is. The Ask Yourself conversation will be happening in about 1 hour. So, yeah. Excellent, excellent, excellent. What else? Let's see. ID Invaded. Oh, interesting. Black Lagoon, I haven't. They'll be fine, Demon Lord Zadoki. They'll be fine. Have I watched Corpse Party? No. Oh, I love Haikyuu. I love Haikyuu. I don't generally like sports anime, but Haikyuu is so good. Haikyuu is so good. It's such a feel-good show. Yeah, I don't generally love like sports anime, but I fucking love Haikyuu. Haikyuu is so good. Ram Ranch? No, I haven't. I don't know what Ram Ranch is. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Dangle Bangle, that's weird. No, that makes a lot of sense, She Who Knows No Name. Grave of the Fireflies is really good. I really like Grave of the Fireflies. Grave of the Fireflies is, like, amazing. There's a good example of a problematic anime that is still very good to enjoy. I think that Studio Ghibli stuff, stuff is, like, is fucking fantastic. And made by a fucking piece of shit. There you go. It's very sad, yes. Of course, it is the quintessential sad anime movie. The song? I can't remember. Yeah, he's like a giant asshole. So Hayao Miyazaki is like a giant prick. Who's like super, he's just like super elitist about art and has just like very conservative opinions about things, and like is a like giant asshole to his artists. And yeah, he like basically lives his life in this weird, like, he basically makes his studio and the people he works with live this like life of supreme repression in order to produce art. I think it's shit. He's also mean to his son. Yeah, he is mean to his son. Oh, of course it does. Yeah. It's a very Disney. He's got very Disney energy. Assembly line whimsy. His films are very good though. Ghibli films are incredible. Spirited Away is fucking incredible. I gotta take a look at this, Posadas John. I think I might have. Let me add this to the list of things I gotta look at. It's hard for me to catch all of them. Dr. Stone? No, but I've heard good things about it. I've heard good things about Dr. Stone. What's poppin', chat? Lots. It's poppin' in here today. It's been a busy day. We've been talking about anime and shit, and we're about to do some fucking politics. About to do some motherfucking politics, which should be great. I've heard good things about Dr. Stone, but I don't know. Maybe it's not so good. What's the other one? There's another one people have been talking about. Oh, because it's fun. I think it's probably because it's fun for her. Demon Lord Zadoki. I don't really get it, but that's her thing. I bet not all of your favorite movies are made by shitty people. Politics is going to be about gender and philosophy. What's the other one? What's it called? Chainsaw Man or something? What is that? I don't know. I've heard about it, but is it good? Is it bad? What's it all about? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it good? Is it bad? Good? Good? Shaman King? I don't know if I would like Shaman King. I don't think I want to watch Ram Ranch. I think I've heard of this actually. Well, okay. So I could put that on the consideration list. Oh, Avatar is amazing. Avatar The Last Airbender is fucking incredible. That's one that I've watched. But, I mean... Thoughts on Danganronpa? I've not seen Danganronpa. Shaman King's getting a reboot? Interesting. I hate isekais. I can't do the isekai things. Devilman Crybaby. Ugh. All right, listen. Okay. People got really mad at me about Devilman. I did not love Devilman, believe it or not. But I have mixed feelings. Yeah. That would be how I describe it. I have mixed feelings about Devilman Crybaby. Yeah. I have mixed feelings about Devilman Crybaby. And maybe I'm just wrong. I don't know. I'm open to being wrong on it, but I have to think about it. Wait, was it Crybaby that we watched? Wait, Fawn, which was the one we watched? Did we watch the original one? Wait, which was the one that we watched? Oh, I watched Crybaby. Okay. Maybe I should watch the original one. I do like a lot of the demons in that show. What do I not like about Crybaby? Okay, so Crybaby to me felt like it missed the mark with its message at the end. There was like this attempt at sort of reclaiming degeneracy and reclaiming being evil, you know? And this attempt at saying like, you know, who cares? Like these concepts are ridiculous, but at the same time, it also felt like it really reinforced those things. And to me, I was just like, it didn't quite mesh. Maybe I'm missing something, but in my watch through of it, I was just kind of like, this feels kind of like I can't tell exactly what they're trying to get at, and they're trying to say one thing, but yeah. Peyton, my recommendations, if you want to get into anime, I would recommend as a first start, watch Death Note. Death Note is a classic that's very easily accessible and incredibly fun. Then, if you really like Death Note, okay, you've watched Death Note. Have you seen Eva? Peyton, have you seen Eva yet? No, watch Eva. Eva is good. It's really good. Also, I highly recommend FMAB, of course. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Fucking good call. Definitely watch FMAB. I can wholeheartedly, full-throatedly recommend that. I highly think if you want something that's small and very intense and will make you think a lot, watch Psycho Pass 1 and 2. Psycho Pass and Psycho Pass Season 2, both fucking fantastic, and they're shorter series, so you can watch them in a couple of days. And they will make you think a lot. They're really good. They're very political. Let's see. If you want something fun, like, yeah, Psycho Pass 1 and 2 is good. I always recommend, if you want something that's dark, but not necessarily super political, Black Butler. It's also gay as fuck. Like, Black Butler is fucking gay as shit. And that's really good. It's really fun. It's also just, like, I would not say it's, like, a very deep show, but it does have some character exploration that I really like. Yeah. I haven't seen all of Berserk, but I know a lot about it. And then, those would probably be my primary recommendations off the go. Those would be my primary recommendations. That'll give you a lot to watch. FMAB is really long, but you will be on the edge of your seat the entire series. FMAB is so fucking good. And then, Eva takes a while, but it's really fucking good, and it's a classic, and you will think about it for the rest of your life, probably. And Psycho Pass is short and easy to digest. Well, okay, it's short, but very intense, and will make you think about a lot of politics. So there's some good, that's a good variety. Yeah. Oh, Psycho Pass is also beautifully animated. Yeah, it's a beautiful show. Yeah. Yeah. Psycho Pass is a very political show. Yeah. Madoka Magica is also, Psycho Pass 2 is really good too. It's just different than the first one. It handles different issues. No, Season 2 is good. Season 2 is good. I think Season 2 is good, personally. It's just different. And some people don't like it that it's different, but it is. And I think it's still good. Madoka Magica is really good. Madoka is heavy. Very heavy. So just be ready for that. I haven't seen Psycho Pass 3, actually. I totally forgot that Psycho Pass 3 is around. All right, everybody. We've talked about anime for like an hour and fucking 15 minutes, or an hour and 25 minutes now. You all led me on a totally unplanned anime section, and that was really fun, and I appreciate that. I really, really do. However, if we're completely honest here, we really need to talk about some other things, okay? We need to talk about some other things, okay? Yeah, you didn't... I caught you in time to still assign the homework. Hey, Urist, good to see you. Thanks for coming by. I should watch Psycho Pass 3. All right, so we got to talk about something real quick before we get into the conversation with Ask Yourself and Avi, okay? And that is the Democrats, okay? Let's get our brains out of the weeb space. Let's get our brains, let's pull them down from the clouds of anime, and let's talk about the Democrats, okay? Oh, true, Elakval. Play Pathologic 2. Fucking crazy good game. Crazy good game. I gotta show you all something that you no doubt have already seen. but we're going to talk about it because it needs to be talked about, okay? It really, really fucking needs to be talked about. So let me just show you this real quick, okay? I'm going to show you a video. Ready? Here we go. This is Democratic conservative. Hey, thank you, Jade Monkey, for the 2 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. Kirsten Cinema. I want to show you. Just watch this real quick, okay? Just watch it, all right? Just watch it a couple times. Burr. Kirsten Cinema is a conservative Democrat who tends to vote much more in line with the Republicans. Kirsten Cinema walked up to the vote today on whether they will include a $15 minimum wage in the coronavirus package, which would have functionally guaranteed a $15 minimum wage. And, wait, did it? I don't think it's supposed to do that. I don't think it can do that. Oh, Vermin. Oh, that's cool. Vermin got a cool one. Wait, a purple name is just somebody that we know. Anyway, Kirsten Cinema voted down. She was one of a handful of senators who voted down the inclusion of the $15 minimum wage. No, purple name is a mod, actually. Admins are red. There is only one. Me. I'm the only admin. There's only one admin. Myself. And White Nervosa. But yeah. So Kirsten Cinema, my brain is like fried, as you can tell. God damn it. Oh, that purple. No. Dark purple is a tier 4. Dark purple is a tier 4. I thought you were talking about the like light purple magenta color. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. All right, can we focus? Can we focus now? Can we motherfucking focus? Can we fucking focus? For God's sake, my brain is like, pfft, and I can't keep on the thing. I gotta yell about the thing. I gotta yell about the thing. ADHD hours. Cinema. Kirsten Cinema walks up and votes down the $15 minimum wage with a cutesy little thumb down. Now, as it turns out, another little piece of information has been discovered, which is that the bag that she is currently wearing is a $150 LuLaRoe purse. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with what LuLaRoe is, but LuLaRoe is a MLM. Hey, thank you, Schadenfreda Kahlo. Appreciate that a lot. It is a multi-level marketing bullshit thing. Thank you, Dizzy Eyes. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, well, see, usually people who are into that are usually people who have the LuLaRoe stuff are themselves involved in recruiting other people to these things. So that's pretty fucked. But that's, let's be real. That is a little bit of a shallow critique, but it's funny nonetheless. And I just want to point out that, the Democrats are so fucking bad at politics. It's actually unbelievable. It is actually unbelievable how bad the Democrats are at politics. Only a Democrat would ever be seen voting down the current, flagship goal. Whoa, Cyanogic. Holy shit. Whoa, thank you so much, Cyanogic. Well, thank you. I can't even believe that. Thank you so very much. Holy shit. 20 tier 1 gifted subs. I cannot tell you enough how much I appreciate that. Thank you. The white names have been functionally eliminated from chat. It's actually wild. I don't even know if there's a single white name left in chat now. Thank you. Okay, there's a few. There's a few. There's a handful. There's a handful. Thank you so much. But Kirsten Cinema, or sorry, only Democrats would have the gall to go up and, well, wait a second, good faith actor. I'll go in on that. Well, you might not have had a choice, Schadenfreude. That's how it goes, right? That's how this goes. But imagine walking up with your LuLaRoe $150 bag, a well-known, expensive bag of a brand that is known for being an MLM, and then going down with the $15 minimum wage. Nope. When you have control of the Senate. And if you and the other conservative Dems had just voted with the other Dems, we would now have a federal $15 minimum wage. The Democrats do not know how to wield power. It is a very let them eat cake vibe. Yes, it is. It is a very let them eat cake vibe. Yes, it is. And this is this type of shit that the Democrats have been engaging in for a while. Because they did it with the checks. Remember when they ran the entirety of the Georgia campaign, a campaign that damn near everyone was highly invested in because it could flip the Senate? And they were like, we're going to get you $2,000 checks, 2,000 checks, 2,000 checks, 2,000 checks, blasting 2,000 checks into your ears from every single angle, only to then get into the office, have the power to give you $2,000 checks, and then go, well, we're going to give you $1,400 checks plus Trump's $600, and it's going to take 3 months for us to actually get you those checks, even though we said we will get you immediate $2,000 checks. They said when we control the Senate, we will get $2,000 checks out the door. They didn't. Not only did they not get them out the door, they didn't even give you $2,000 checks. Meanwhile, by the way, in Canada, they have a functional UBI. Meanwhile, in most countries, they have a functional UBI. We don't even get one check every 3 months. And that's because of the Democrats. That's because the Democrats do not represent you. They do not represent their voters. I think that that is a very easy thing to understand. The Dems, and to their credit, good faith actor brought up a very good point, which is that the Dems are good at politics. They just don't care about you. And that is true. When I say the Dems are bad at politics, I mean they're bad at what they say they're supposed to be doing, which is being an opposition party to the literal fascist GOP and representing the working people of America, the everyday person. They're terrible at that. Now, they are good at politics. If you define politics as getting personal power, pleasing the interests of a handful of corporations, and maintaining relevance as a party. And that is what they do. That is what they do very, very well. When it comes to milquetoast reforms that functionally do nothing, the Dems do that. The Dems are so good at that. And this might just be the iconic image of just that. And just so you know, I wanted to show you something else, by the way. Let me show you another example of this. Here's a couple of little, like, interesting little bits here and there. Where did it go here? Oh, I had it here. Oh, fuck. Where did it go? We had it here. Here we go. take a look at this. Kirsten Sinema in March 11th of 2014. A full-time minimum wage earner makes less than $16K a year. This one's a no-brainer. Tell Congress to raise the wage. In the 7 years since you tweeted this, the minimum wage has lost 11% of its value. Why did you vote against raising the minimum wage today? No fucking answer. No fucking answer. This person launched themselves forward advocating for raising the minimum wage and then had the opportunity to ensure that the minimum wage would indeed raise and didn't take it. In fact, she gleefully... And here's another little bit. The 7 Democrats so far who have voted no on the $15 minimum wage have a combined net worth of over $40 million. Hassan votes no. We're up to $43.9 million of Dem net worth not voting against a $15 minimum wage. Manchin, $7.6 million net worth. Tester, $3.6 million net worth. Shaheen, $3.8 million net worth. King, $9.4 million net worth. Cinema, negative 32.5. Ah, that's because of the LuLaRoe. Ah, fuck you. $5.7 million value on Carper. Coons, 10.1 $10.1 million. Hassan, $3.47 million net value. It's pretty bad. Yeah, having politicians in debt is bad, but it's probably not like net worth calculations are really loose. So don't take it as like the final say. The Democrats are basically setting themselves up to completely lose in 2022. Right after all of the work that everybody put in advocating for fucking, please, we gotta fucking beat the Dems. We gotta beat the Dems. I mean, we gotta beat the Repubs. We gotta beat the Repubs. We gotta beat the Repubs. And they are fucking you in the face. And it's very sad because on one hand, there is there is a part of everybody that says, fuck the Dems. We should never do anything for them again. And don't you understand now? Do you not? And this is all I'm saying, okay? Do you not understand why people get so mad about electoral politics? Do you not understand why there is a strong urge among many people to reject the Democratic Party outright? And it's very unfortunate because it makes everyone's job a lot harder. The Dems failed to get a $15 minimum wage through the Senate because the conservative Dems broke ranks, as they always do, and they are ensuring that Americans continue in poverty. I don't think that people can fully understand the degree to which material conditions have declined in America so rapidly. Like, I really, and I want to spend more time paying attention to this in the coming year as the news cycle perhaps slows a little bit. We're going to look at some of the changes our society has gone through, because I think our society is totally different than it was 2 years ago, even 10 years ago for sure. Almost 600,000 almost 600,000 Americans have died. That's a lot of dead people, and we don't even know what they did. Were they working? Were they owning businesses? Were they investing? Where all that shit's gone. And then we have there have been entire industries destroyed by COVID that haven't even been fully reported on yet. More and more people are having to stack up gig jobs in order to even scrape by a living. We are in some spooky times right now. And the fact that a $15 minimum wage and no aid checks can be passed means that is getting worse by the day. I don't think that our Senate actually understands what happens when people don't have homes anymore. What happens when people don't have food anymore? What happens when people literally can't pay their basic bills? People who previously were able to. People who previously, maybe they weren't the most happiest person, but they had a home. They had a place that they could stay with their family, and they could take refuge in food and the comforts of their loving family. That is disappearing for a lot of people in America right now. And it is changing the society that we live in a very hard to understand way. Summer this year is going to be a very strange time. Do you remember what happened last summer? Do we remember what happened last summer? I hope everybody does. The historical protests all across the country, the uprising all across the country. Imagine, and keep in mind that none of those problems have been solved, not meaningfully. Those things are still boiling. Those things are still boiling. And we're getting real fucking close to summer. And now you have all of that, hundreds of thousands of more humans, family members, dead. And we now have a crushing economic decline. And people have been have been trapped in COVID confinement for what? A year? When the weather starts to get warm, I have a prediction. Now, you all might know, I very rarely make predictions, but when I do, I tend to be rather spot on, don't I? Don't I, chat? Those of you who've watched me for a long time know that I don't frequently make predictions because I think that's most of the time it's very stupid. But I would be shocked if this summer we don't see an incredible amount of protest and uprisings. Now, will it be more than last year? I don't know, but I think there's good evidence to say that is the case. That it will be more intense than last year because there is even more people in poverty. There are people, well, was Tim Pool right? Well, Tim Pool made this happen. People like Tim Pool and Rush Limbaugh, who have been advocating for a civil war, are the ones who've made this happen. Their ideology is the one who have been pushing for this to happen. Trump stoked those fires. So, were they right in the sense that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy? Yes. They told their followers to make it happen, and they did. Remember, Vosh's argument for Biden and the Dems was always to show liberals that the Democrats are always going to fail them and push them farther to the left. Of course, I agree. But we are living in that process right now, Gayfesh. I don't disagree with you. I agree. I don't think the answer was to not vote for Biden, obviously. But I think it is important that as we are in this process, as this is beginning to happen, we have to point it out. We have to point out the fact that the Democrats are, again, as I said, and as I will say again in the future, They will not come to help you. The Democrats are not going to help you. That aid is not coming. They have sold you the idea that it will in order to get your support, in order to get power for themselves. And to be fair, we all had to vote for Biden because we needed Trump to get out of power. But we have a very short period of time before the Republicans will have an opportunity to get actual institutional power again. So we need to be very, very prepared, okay? And when I say prepared, I mean that we got to be taking care of ourselves. We got to start taking action to ensure that our lives are in the best condition that they can be. We need to start taking care of those people that we care about. We need to start thinking about politics harder and figuring out what we want to aim for, because the pressures are about to go. The pressures have already been rising, but the second that cold weather disappears and everybody starts getting stir crazy, just like they did last summer, you know how Twitter feels like it's gone wild? You know how it feels like everybody's going hog wild and yelling at each other and fighting with each other? Do you think that's going to stay inside once the weather gets warm? It's not. I'm telling you, it's not. It's not going to happen. That would be unrealistic. And it is going, and part of the reason that things are getting bad in this way is because of people like Kristen Sinema, because of people like Joe Manchin, these hyper-conservative Dems who vote along. They literally regularly betray their own party and their own voters. Chris Coons. And of course the conservatives. And Angus King. I'm very disappointed in Angus King because I've spoken kindly about Angus King on a couple of issues. I think Angus King has done good things with regard to the internet, but that was an embarrassing show from Angus King. To be fair, he's not a Democrat. He's an independent. He's one of the only independent senators. So I can't really yell at the Democrats when I'm talking about Angus King. Tester, Carper. Yep. Shaheen. And it's unfortunate. Oh my God. Hey, look at this. Take a look at this. Voting was delayed again over changes to unemployment insurance. Oh yeah, that's another thing they did. By the way, did you know that they made the COVID checks harder to get for most people, not for most people, but for a lot of people, and they lowered unemployment? Even though I do this all the time. Here we go. Let's take a look. Here's us right here. And look, you might be going, oh, but things are going down. Well, take a look at what happened in the past. And we still are not actually addressing the problem. Interesting, huh? Little wild, huh? And we are still getting 56,000 cases a day. 56,000 Americans every day are getting sick. 525,000 fatal cases of COVID in the United States. And then what you get is a little flip of that LuLaRoe bag and a down vote. And that is going to be used by every Republican in the country to convince people how shitty the coastal elite Democrats are. You realize that, right? that the most powerful news organizations in the world, the people with serious reach, now, I'm sitting here with a platform. I have what? How many people do I got here? We got 200, approximately 200 people watching. That's pog as fuck. Please make sure you've liked the video, and if you haven't liked it, and if you haven't subscribed, please hit subscribe and the bell. I would love to grow my channel, and I would love to have you as a part of my channel. Please do that. But we have 200 people here. Do you want to know how many fucking people watched Rush Limbaugh? Do you want to know how many fucking people watch Fox News every day? Millions. Millions. Fucking millions. And this video is going to be used to show them that the Democrats are exactly what they said they were. Coastal elites who don't give a flying fuck about anybody but themselves. And unfortunately, it's going to work. So we have to push pretty hard right now. And we have a very small window of opportunity to pull off some pretty big moves, or else this country is going to take a hard swing to the right. I don't get cucked. Panic Stasis, I don't get cucked. I just hope you know that. I don't get stream cucked. Oh, wait, you're saying I'm cucking him? No. I thought you were talking about me, but that's because I'm... Oh, nah, Zan will be fine. Zan will be fine. Zan has tons of viewers. Zan will be fine. There's plenty of viewers to go around. There's tons of viewers, and more will come. More will come because the left is on the rise. And as long as people like me keep fucking, or are still able to keep clocking in and talking to people like you and beyond, and anybody else that you spread the show to, or the other people who are like me that you spread their show to, that's how we grow the left. And obviously, openly, obviously I want my show to succeed, but I also want left-leaning shows to succeed, other left-leaning shows to succeed, because right now, Rush Limbaugh is fucking dead. That's a huge opening. Now, I right now am not in a position where I can explode my business into a radio empire, but there might be a leftist out there who could, or some of us might be able to band together and make it happen someday. But we need every fucking person that we can. I agree, Sam Cedar could perhaps do that, but Sam Cedar's got a lot on his plate. No single person is going to be able to do this. And also, remember, we're still going against the entrenched conservative interests of the radio industry. We have an incredible amount of talent. We know an incredible amount of talent. We do, but we just don't have the money to make it happen yet. Yet. I agree. Nibiru. I think that Chapo, listen, I have my problems with Chapo, but Chapo is fine, okay? I have my critiques of Chapo, but if you like Chapo and Chapo does some okay things, I don't fucking hate these guys, okay? I do worry a little bit about some of their messaging, but I'm not worried about that right now. Right now, I am most interested in building. I am most interested in getting people interested, even just slightly interested, in an alternative, in a left alternative to the Dems. Because if we don't find a left alternative to the Dems, or even a progressive alternative to the Dems, but that won't be enough, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. We're going to be in a lot of trouble. But I think we can do it. I do. And I mean that 100%, by the way. Yeah, it scares the shit out of me. But I believe we can do it. I actually do. Humans have done way harder things in the past. Now, it is very easy to get caught up in the moment and it is very easy to be caught up in the moment and to think that this is the worst point in history ever or whatever. But it's not. This is not the worst point in history. Do you know how long the Black Plague lasted? Let's find out, actually. I can't even remember the exact number of years. How long was the Black Plague? Let's take a look. The Black Plague, the Black Death, which hit Europe in 1347, claimed 200 million lives over 4 years. And it was around for, it looks like just about a decade for the proper Black Death plague. 10 years. Over 4 years killed 200 million people. And yet, many people survived. Many, many people went onwards. Now, many people did not, but many people also did. Society marched forwards, and in some places, progress was made. Hopefully, that should serve not as a discouragement, but rather an encouragement. That you should recognize that through action, through useful, meaningful, socially minded action, we actually do have a shot. In fact, we have a way better shot than we would have if it was the Black Death. Be thankful. We should be a little thankful. And I'm not saying like bootstrap and nothing you're doing is bad, but just let's be thankful that we're not dealing with the Black Death, right? That could be pretty fucking horrible. We don't have the Black Death. We do have COVID, but we don't have the Black Death. And that is a little bit encouraging. And the reason why I say this is because when we deal with a lot of heavy issues, it can become easy to lose yourself in it. And it can become, it can make you start to doom spiral. I know this firsthand. But there's no room for that right now. I'm sorry. You can be sad. You can talk about the things that you're dealing with. You can confide in your friends. But there's no room to doom spiral. There's no room to give up. There isn't. We need everybody, okay? We really fucking need everybody. So that's why I always talk about this at the end of these segments. Because we really do. We fucking need everybody. Okay? That's all I got to say on this. And it does unfortunately mean we're going to be taking on both the Democrats and the Republicans. But that's just the reality of life right now. Both Republicans and Democrats are united in making it impossible for Americans to keep surviving right now. Yep. They are united in fucking the average person. Yep. Yeah, fuck Liberty Hangout. They're stupid. Stupid idiots. All right, and it is time. We have talked about it. It is time for us to organize the talk. Let's make this happen. All right. Let me just check and see if they're ready. This will be very interesting. Okay. Let's see. Let's see how this works out. Thank you. We'll see how it goes. And we'll talk. We have lots of stuff to talk about afterwards, so don't worry. We're going to have this conversation, and then we have some conservative cringe to make fun of. Should be pretty great. All right. We're going to get everybody in here, and we're going to get it all set up. Hello.
Yo.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, good. I don't know, were you two wanting to do video, or were you just wanting to be on audio? I'm okay with either.
Well, I'm on Linux right now. I don't have my camera even working here,
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm gonna opt for audio.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Let me just boost your audio just a tiny bit. And...
Oh, sure. Sorry, I also kicked back in my chair there. I might be louder
okay.
if I'm
Okay.
closer to my mic.
Yeah, that's much better. So
Yeah,
now
I'll
it should
try
be
to
a little
stay close.
sick. Okay, let me just adjust these audio levels real quick. I just want to make sure that it's good. Can you both
Yeah, no
give me like a
worries.
test?
Yeah.
First, you
Yep.
ask yourself.
Yeah, A, B, C,
Perfect.
D,
Perfect.
E. Okay.
And Avi?
Hey, how you doing?
I think I
Coming
said your
through
name
loud.
right? Avi?
Avi.
Avi. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, no,
Kind of like obvi, like obviously. Obvi.
Excellent. All right, so let's get these names up here. So we got Ask Yourself. Pronouns?
he,
he.
him. Sorry, he, him. Yeah.
Avi?
He, him.
Okay. Alrighty. So let's get this up on the screen so that everybody can see it.
Cool.
Excellent. All right. So if you two would like to introduce yourselves to my stream, some of my stream I believe is familiar with you. Some of them are not. But if you would both just sort of take turns, ask yourself, I guess, go first because I have you on the name list first, and then Avi afterwards if you want to introduce yourself and whatever to the stream. That'd be great.
Sure. Yeah, my name's Isaac. I mean, you can call me by my actual name or by Ask Yourself. I have a YouTube channel, talk about philosophy mostly, lots of stuff around like animal ethics, but sometimes I touch on topics like the trans topic. I don't know if there's much else to say. What about you, Avi?
Hey, I'm Avi. I'm a medical doctor, currently working in New York, and I work in various clinical trials, both investigator-initiated and sponsor-initiated. I have a YouTube channel as well. I debate various topics, also related to animal ethics, but more broadly, medical topics, nutrition-related topics, and philosophical topics as well.
Sick. And I don't know, are either of you streaming? I don't know if you are streaming right now, but if you are, I can introduce myself to your audiences. I don't know if either of you are streaming.
I'm recording, so I think it would
okay.
be good.
Sick. Yeah. My name is Demon Mama. I stream on YouTube. I am a political edutainer, and I talk about a wide variety of topics. I am a non-binary trans woman, so I talk about trans stuff quite frequently, but I also talk about quite a lot of other things. Yeah, so come check out my stuff. I'm sure you'll find it very, very interesting. Yeah, so that's me. Excellent. So today we have gathered here to discuss discuss gender identity and the philosophy, the underlying philosophy of it, and also the potential issue of a infinite regress, which was something that came up in a now infamous discussion, off-the-cuff discussion that I had a couple weeks ago. And since then, I've thought on it a lot, reviewed on it a lot, and I'm very interested to have this conversation with both of you, because I'm, of course, interested in understanding opinions that are different than mine and discovering, where we stand on things. Does that sound agreeable?
Well, of course it sounds agreeable. Yeah, we really appreciate your time, actually. It's good to be able to kind of clear up some stuff on this topic. And, it's worth saying a lot of people just refuse to engage with anyone who's got kind of criticism of their view. So, although the bar should not be set like that, we still appreciate anyone who clears it by, having the kind of what I take to be sort of basic decency to want to talk about their views. But yeah, we really, we appreciate that. And, if it's okay with you, we also just want to kind of clear the air for maybe just a minute here before we get into the actual substance.
Sure.
That's okay?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so just a few things. So right off the bat, because this all arose from that conversation with Riley, just full cards on the table, we should probably disclose our, relationship with Riley. So in Avi's case, he's a friend of hers. Not close friend, really. I don't know. They've known each other for a few months, and it's largely in the context of him helping her. Their friendship is in the context largely of him helping her with certain like empirical topics and phil topics. And I've only talked to her for about 2 minutes, at which point I was muted by her and then left. So that's our.
I did see that.
Yeah. So that's just to. So then, kind of two other things we want to say. So we also just want to clear up our intentions here, and in fact, maybe I'll just let Avi speak to that.
Okay.
Yeah. So a couple of things. My main two main intentions that I have. So to hopefully get to a conclusion about this topic, regardless of whatever that may be, my goal is to seek the truth. And if there is something true and something that I think is worthy of pursuing, to get others to pursue it. But also if there is something that could potentially strengthen the trans community, I want that to be available as well. And that includes things such as defenses, particularly if there are any chinks in the armor. And this topic is a topic that I sort of see as a chink in the armor, and I want to not have that chink exposed to those who would like to attack trans people. And that is something I have seen. And so my intention here is those are my two intentions in coming here.
Yeah, and I would. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just asking you about your intentions, Isaac.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say effectively the same thing. I mean, it's hard to account for intentions. We know that from psychology, but I'd say the same kind of thing. Like, I just like to go after the truth. And in this case, I think there's also an interest of like, we're both very much like pro-trans, and not in the way where, we say that, then 10 minutes into the conversation, you discover we hold like insane political prescriptions. But like, I think you're going to probably find if we do talk about, our politics around the topics at all, which I hope we don't have to, because it's kind of off topic, but I think you would find if we had that conversation that we don't have politics that are like, at all like out there or crazy about trans stuff. So yeah. And then the final thing we wanted to clear up before getting into this is just kind of where we're at with that whole debate. Because I don't like the thought of this conversation we're about to have now being like kind of continuation of that, or having that kind of like hanging in the air. So yeah, well, okay, yeah. Obviously, I hope it doesn't turn into us, screaming at each other. But
yeah, I should hope not. Yes.
Yeah. So I guess what we want to say is like, I don't think either of us have even really taken the time to think through much of that. We have zero interest in the drama. We don't even have interest actually in a lot of the topics that were covered there. It's just there's this one particular issue that we're interested in.
Wait, you mean you didn't care about Godzilla versus King Kong?
Can't say I did. So sorry. I hope that's not offensive.
Now some people in my audience might take offense to that, but not me.
Well,
sure.
we've lost a few of them, but okay. So I guess I just wanted to say that. So it is the case that we agree with what Riley was saying, right? Like this view came actually from Avi. It was Avi who made Riley aware of it. So we agree with what she's saying, but we also want to say one or two things here, right? So the first is that we don't think that Riley did a great job of articulating the view. So I think it's completely understandable that like a smart person with their head on straight could have that conversation with her and not come out convinced of the position. So
well,
that's one
I'm
thing
glad
to say,
that you agree with that, or that you disagree with her conclusion on that part, because that was not the takeaway. But yes, I'm glad to hear that we can at least come to a fair approach, a good faith approach to this conversation. Because I just want to make sure we're saying the same thing with the conclusion. We agree with her conclusion on the topic, but if you mean her conclusion that she communicated it in a way that's perfectly intelligible to anyone with a brain, reasonable person could disagree.
I think if the case is made clearly, I think that's probably true, but I don't think Riley made it that clear. I also do want to say though, so that's kind of, that's sort of us saying we're understanding of your perspective, right? We get why you would come out of there not persuaded, right? She didn't do the best job explaining it. Sure. But I also want to be fair to Riley and say it's a complicated thing, and it's easy to understand something well enough in your head that you're convinced of it, and then when you go to talk about it, realize, okay, this is actually pretty complicated to talk about. So I'm not really like holding her at fault for not communicating it perfectly. But okay, so we don't want to spend any more time talking about people here, but we just wanted to kind of clear the air around all that before getting into the topic.
Okay. Yeah. So there seems to be, in the following weeks, there's been like obviously a lot of talk about this. There seems to be a lot of differing opinions. I guess the best way to begin this is to sort of state what I believe and why I believe it. And for the record, I am not like a credentialed philosopher or anything like that, though I've done my fair share of reading in time, and I like to believe that I have a reasonably good, or at least a reasonable amount grasp on most of these topics. My belief is I do not agree with the assertion that the idea that a woman is someone who identifies as a woman is a infinite regress. I don't think that is an accurate portrayal, and there's a number of reasons for that. But I also believe that even if it were some sort of mathematical infinite regress, that it would not affect the politics of that statement nearly at all. And the reason for that is that, gender and identity in and of themselves are two of the most complex and ephemeral topics that a human can undertake at all. There is no consensus in almost any way, except for various observations about like the phenomena. For example, we acknowledge there is a consensus in the acknowledgement that gender is non-binary because we have evidence of that existing. But as far as what gender is, distilling that down to a specific definition has proven very difficult. And it doesn't seem to be any specific consensus on that. So as a result, I believe that on a functional level, but also I believe that it will also hold up in a philosophical level, that we can, for all intents and purposes, assume that in most, if not all cases, someone is who they say that they are when it comes to identifying traits. Now, some people would equate this and have equated this to saying that someone can claim to be an object or something like that. I don't believe that's the case. I believe that's because we treat identifiers like matters or perhaps my language is off here a little bit, but subjects of personal identity very, very differently than we do a definable object like a can of soda or something along those lines. And because of that, we have ways in which we can reasonably and ethically say that someone is not the president of the United States or is not an attack helicopter, as the meme goes. But it is much harder for us to say that someone is not the gender that they claim they are. And as a result of that, we should in general, or as a rule, take people at good faith and accept the gender that they claim to be, because gender is, for all intents and purposes, something that you can claim. So that's my general position, and we can go and clarify that further and inquire on it and cross-examine and whatever you'd like. Yeah,
well, okay. Avi, do you want to sort of start off, or do you want me to?
Yeah, I'll start off at the second point, because I think this is really important that it's made. So the point of taking people at who they say that they are, completely agreed. And nothing about this conversation, Demon Mama, is going to hinge on that. Although I may have a different view of gender than you.
Oof.
Sorry, my dogs are just barking. Sorry.
Holy shit. Scared the shit out of me.
Sorry, that happens. You know what, Isaac may. Okay. All right. Okay. So all right. So just to finish that point, although I may have a different view of gender than you do, the way I view gender also has a lot to do with internal characteristics such as mental traits, and those are only things that can be, although not all mental traits are exhausted by identity. There are other traits that I have in mind when I talk of gender that are mental. And because of that, the best person who has access to those traits are individuals who are saying that they are who they are, and not an individual who does not have access to their mind.
Of course.
And so, yeah. And so whether or not gender is all about, whether gender is self-identification or not, it doesn't hinge on whether we would say someone is who they say they are or not. Like, regardless of what view we take there, it's not going to hinge, and nothing will turn on us saying things like, oh, well, now you're not who you say you are, because it's not all about self-ID. Like, that's completely not the view either of us would take.
Okay. Yeah, right. Yeah. We both think self-ID is an important, aspect of gender. And additionally, the kind of critique you're mentioning, I think I've heard Rem and Destiny kind of talk about that. And I do think that kind of critique will work under certain circumstances, but that's different than the kind of thing we're talking about. So as we don't need to go way into what that critique is, but just to make it clear, it's a bit different. I think that critique is supposed to go something like, if a term is defined in terms of other things, right? So you have like president is like defined in terms of like, like being the person who runs the country and all this, right?
Well, we have like a massive document of things that qualify someone to be the president, but yes.
Right. I was just like giving a very extremely loose idea, right? That's rock is like that kind of hard thing. There's more to it than that. There's like the molecular structure or whatever. But the point is, if you have something that's defined in terms of other things, then it looks funny to say that if someone just claims to identify as that thing, then they are that thing, right? But that's a completely different kind of critique. And that's actually, I don't even think there's an overlap in the situations where that and our critique will work, because we're talking about instances where gender isn't defined in terms of other things. We're talking about where you get kind of a recursive definition. But okay, let's not overcomplicate things. Let's just get right into the kind of the like substance of this. So this is the issue, okay? If the idea is that if ascertaining the meaning of a term requires completing a non-completing process, right? Then that term doesn't have meaning. And if woman is defined as one who identifies as woman, ascertaining the meaning of the term will require completing non-completing process. So then we just kind of like first order modus ponens our way to the answer, that therefore woman defined as such is meaningless.
I'm not sure that's true, though. Is it not true that and forgive me again, this is not my area of expertise, but in preparation for this I've done some thinking and also some research. Is it not true that that hold on a second, let me actually wrote this down because I wanted to be able to acknowledge this and see how we can tackle this. So if we have the definition set as more formally, a person X is a woman if and only if X identifies as a woman. In like modern predicate logic, this would be translated at the term that I have here written down. And again, this is not like my original research. I'm not a philosopher, but this was where I was operating off of, and you can tell me what you think about this. But woman would be translated as the predicate is a woman. And as we can see, this is not the same as identifies as a woman. So it's not a direct substitution. We have, it's not a loop that is directly subbing this. It is pointing out that that we allow, like, woman is a thing you can identify as, and a woman as the topic that we're talking about is someone who chooses that identity. Is that not accurate?
Well, it seems to me like this is the problem. If you say a woman is someone who identifies as a woman, then when you ask about the definiens, right? When you have a definition, you have a definiendum, which is the term to be defined, and you have the definiens, which is where you provide the meaning of the term. The definiens contains the definiendum, right? So we're left saying someone who identifies as a, and then there's the very term that we're trying to define. And that's where the regression begins, right? Well, we're going to get someone who identifies as someone who identifies as someone who identifies, and it'll just continue like that.
I mean, but that isn't necessarily true, right? Because English is being a natural language and not a formal language. You can't like map that directly. Like the idea of identifying as a woman, just because the word is contained in there in this particular definition, doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to like infinitely recurse. Because if like here, let me read you this for something that I typed up, and you can tell me what you think about this. This was my sort of lay off the cuff, before any research, and then sort of updated as I've done more research, definition of how I envision gender as a concept, and how I think we should have gender as a concept, which is that gender in and of itself is a factor of identity. Identity is how we obviously distinguish ourselves from others and the world. Identity is heavily reliant on context and history. It's not simply physical factors, though physical factors can obviously sometimes become a part of identity.
Can I cut you off, Demon Mama?
Yeah, absolutely.
The second you go down that road, you're going to get in territory that we're fine with. We're talking about a definition that is simply a woman is one who identifies as a woman. The second you start saying that there are other factors that we can incorporate in the definition, we're going to start getting out of that kind of territory. Once you start saying, well, it's about having these kind of mental states or these kind of physical characteristics, anything like that, then we're not, then we're defining it in terms of something else, not defining it in terms of itself.
Right. But if woman is an identifier, and we can obviously agree that people can use identifiers, then a woman being someone who declares they are a woman would be the same thing as saying John is a person who says they are John, right?
When we say that a woman is someone who, well, I don't think so. I think that's because John has, we could define John in terms of other things. It's not, you're not just defining the term in.
How do you define a name?
Well, I think you'd be like, John is like this physical body. He's composed of these molecules. He exists in Alabama, right? There'd be like other other properties.
No, I don't think so.
But
like John is a name, an identifier that is taken by a person who may have those physical traits. But John, there are many people named John. And right? So John is a name that can be taken by essentially anybody. And much like other identifiers, there are all kinds of identifiers that can be claimed by people. And some of these, again, like president, we have mutually agreed upon qualifiers, like you need to go through the electoral process, blah, 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 which also, without getting into politics, we know that breaks down sometimes too. However, with identifiers, you can't really challenge somebody on whether their name is John or not, because being like, having the name John is defined as somebody who has the name John. And we use that definition all the time because John in and of itself is an identifier. And so in defining that identifier, we can say, well, anybody can be John. It's a name that anybody can take because it is an identifier. So anybody who takes the name John can be John. And that isn't an infinite regress. It is simply I guess you could say it's like self-referential, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is interminable.
Well, the difference is, there's just a slight equivocation between the two senses of John, right?
Right, exactly.
The labeling,
It's the use mentioned. This is use mentioned distinction.
But there's a few bad actors who are pushing this point also. So I'm wondering, I don't think you're a bad actor, but I'm wondering if they've like tried to, well, no, I have no reason to think that. I wonder if they have dug their roots in. But that answer, that's actually an equivocation between two different senses of John, right? The one is just a label. The other is this term defined in a particular way. So we're not using the word in the same way in both instances.
Well, but isn't that a normal thing that we do in like constantly in language?
But that's why that's not problematic, right? But if you don't equivocate, right? If you don't use the same word, but in two different senses, then you'll get the regression problem. If you say John is one who identifies as John, and the second use of the term John there isn't simply referring to a label, right? It's referring to the term that we're defining in the first place. You'll get the regress.
So the name John is like a name.
There's also
It's an identifier. And then
if you want to push back on that, you can, but there's also an easier way to take you to like seeing the kind of like what we're getting at here.
Okay, sure.
Like if I ask you to define woman,
Mm-hmm.
what would presumably you'd say one who identifies as woman, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's perhaps better ways to word it. Like I would say like a woman is a gender is like a word that represents a gender identity. A gender identity is a part of the sort of thing that I rattled off before, but I don't think
but Demon, we're adding different layers. Our critique specifically is of the definition of woman that is one who identifies as woman, where there's no equivocation on what's meant by woman.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that be contextual then? Like, wouldn't that like
it
seems like what you're trying to define as a single like use purpose of this sentence, when in reality this sentence exists in context, right?
If you're using the words,
misunderstanding what you're saying?
Well, I'm not sure, but I can clarify what it is I'm saying.
Sure.
If I ask you what you mean by woman, and you say one who identifies as woman, right?
Yes.
Then you've defined the term in terms of the very word I don't understand the meaning of. So if I say, what does it mean for one to identify as a woman? I don't know what woman means there. You say,
what does it mean?
Well, woman is one who identifies
as a woman.
Well, what
the same thing as it does for someone to identify as John.
Wait, no, I'm saying when you define woman as one who identifies as a woman,
right?
If the person you're speaking to is trying to understand the meaning of woman, but when you describe the meaning of woman, the very term they don't understand the definition of shows up in the definition.
Right, but contextually they understand what that is. Because if you say anybody, if you are in the conversation, anybody can identify as a woman, which is what is actually being said by that statement, then people will go, anybody who identifies as a woman is a woman. Okay, I recognize what this is. Somebody who says I'm a woman or believes they're a woman, you could change the wording around a little bit. Obviously, when I say, I don't literally mean like you have to go and stand on a street corner and declare that. But anybody who claims to be a woman is a woman. There you have it. That's all the meaning that I believe that there is in woman. I don't really think there's much more to most of the terms for gender that we use. I don't believe that.
Well, here, let's try this dialectic then, because I can't understand what's meant. So if I say, what's the definition of woman? What's it mean to be a woman? Presumably, maybe we can skip a stage. The first step is you say it's one who identifies as a woman, right? Okay, so then if I respond by saying the very term that I don't understand the meaning of just showed up in the definition, so I'm still not understanding what it means to be a woman, right? What's the response to that?
Well, I'm sorry. I guess I'm struggling to understand like what's the issue. To be a woman is to take upon yourself the identifier of woman. That's all that it means. And yes, I will agree that like the term woman is a not very helpful term, but that's part of the problem, right? That's part of the greater discussion on gender.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Can I ask you a question? When you say to be a woman, it's to take upon the identifier as a woman.
Yeah.
In the first instance of woman, are you referring to that instance of woman as an identifier, or are you referring to that instance of woman as something other than an identifier?
And the latter be the definition, and then the definition is defined by the identifier?
Well, I'm just asking if because
this is an imperfection of language in general, right? Because like and maybe I'm wrong here, and maybe you can tell me why I'm wrong here, but like a color is a thing that's rather hard to define, and colloquially, something that is red is something that we identify as red, and now that is an external one that you can check with other things, but it is a similar term, whereas one that it is a concept that can only exist contextually.
So
the assumption is that somebody would understand how language works. Obviously, in order to be able to speak, we have to understand language.
Sure. So what I'm getting at in language is something known as the use-mention distinction.
Okay.
So, for example, we can use the John example. So when in language, there's something known as the use-mention distinction. So the use of the word John would refer to this person, John, or the people that are John. The mention aspect of the word John would be something like this. John has 4 letters, John.
Right.
There's a the use of the word John and the mention of the word John mean 2 different things. If anyone wants to look up the use mention distinction, they could look into that.
Well,
but the
isn't
point
that like inherent to any definition though?
No. Well, I mean, it's inherent to word. It's inherent to word. Wait, hold on. Let me just.
Sure.
So the use mention distinction can happen to just about every word, but the point that we're trying to make is that the reason this is coming up is because when we say there is a regress when you use the same word when the same word is showing up in the definitions as the definiendum. The response to that you seem to be bringing is saying, okay, well, we use these things all the time. With John is anyone who identifies as a John, like a Packers fan is anyone who identifies as a Packers fan.
Right.
So the issue with that is that in John, if the word John in the first sense that it's coming up in is meaning anything different than the second sense it's coming up in, then we're not actually then we're equivocating. We're not actually talking about the type of definition that we're talking about anymore. So if you have label defined in terms of a label, or if you have person defined in terms of a person, so if use defined in terms of a use, or mention defined in terms of a mention, then that's an infinite regress. If you have use defined in terms of a mention, that's not an infinite regress, because although it is an equivocation, but it wouldn't be an infinite regress because the definitions doesn't contain the definiendum. Does that make sense?
I also think that like we can go down roads like this, but I feel like we don't need to hit that level of complexity. I think that Demon Mama might see the problem if we just do the don't you think it would be smart here to just try to make us understand what it means while defining it regressively, right? Like if I say what is meant by woman, what does that mean? You say one who identifies as woman, and then I respond by saying, well, the very term I don't understand the meaning of showed up in the definitions there.
Yeah,
so
but it did but as you have highlighted, it did as necessitates by a definition. It does in a different context, right? Because any word, like if you were to say what is woman, well, it's a 5-letter word, is one way of defining woman, as you've pointed out, if we're trying to talk about the literal word woman. But if we're talking about the concept of woman, well, the concept of woman is defined by anybody who identifies as a woman. So the act, woman is being defined by the act of someone taking on that label, much like any other label. Well, not necessarily every label, but like many labels. So I don't agree with the idea that this is like that like because the same word is in there. I mean, I feel like this is sort of a limitation of language in general, but a definition of this level where all that you're talking about and what I believe to be true and I believe to be both functional, I think we agree on the like functional outcome of all of this. Yeah.
Okay. So do
you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I think so. If you're just so to be completely clear, if you say a woman is anyone who identifies as a woman, and if in the first instance of woman, that first time you mention woman, you mean the use. So you mean the people who are women, and the second time you refer to the word woman in the definiendum definiens pair, woman is anyone who identifies as woman. That second time you use that word, you are referring to the mention, which is anyone who takes up the label, or the label of the word woman. That wouldn't lead to an infinite regress. That's not regressive, but it's also not. I mean, there are other. Don't get me wrong. There are
useful in my opinion, but yeah.
Well, I mean, there are other. I mean, in my view, there would be other issues and problems with that type of definition. But what we want to, but before we get into that, what I want to clarify is the only reason that doesn't lead to an infinite regress is because we're equivocating on what on the two words. The two words are being used in different senses.
Right. Can I ask something here?
Well, right.
Demon Mama,
That's the only way. Go ahead.
I was going to ask you one. You understand that were there not an equivocation, we would have an infinite regress, or do you dispute that also?
Well, I think, I mean, I'm not entirely clear on how that would function, because I don't, like, to me, like, I guess this is a very complicated topic, and so I'm trying to make sure that I'm like understanding exactly what's said. But to me, like, the idea of an infinite, like, is there another example that you could give that's like a parallel to show how, to illustrate how this would be like a problematic like infinite regress? Because that's not what I've understood. Like I get in mathematics where if you say x equals x plus y, that you can have it, you know, then you plug in x plus y for x, and then you have to plug in x plus y for x plus y. I understand that, but we're not talking about mathematics. We're talking about language.
That actually was a bad example.
We actually think that the math example was actually something that we think Riley made an error on.
Oh, okay. I mean, then I'm trying to understand like where the regress occurs.
Well, there's one thing we need to clear up, because there's two different notions of this definition floating around here. Okay. So there's one that's not regressive, which is where there's an equivocation on woman, where it's used in a different sense in the definiendum and in the definiens.
Well,
so we're not
now maybe I'm wrong here. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here. Isn't that like always the case with almost every definition? Because
no, if you most words, if you look them up, the definiendum doesn't even show up in the definiens.
Well, in fact, that's intentional in lexicographic definitions. They try their best. Dictionaries try their best to not have the definiendum show up in the.
It is so intrinsic and I don't even know if I want to say intrinsic. It is so personal and unique to human consciousness that it doesn't really. It's very difficult to come up with a meaningful definition that doesn't essentially say, well, woman is, at the end of the day, a label.
Okay.
Yeah, we can give examples of identifiers. Sure.
Whoa. We really disagree with that also. We think there's very clear way to define, well,
okay.
I mean,
maybe that would be a good idea to start with, is like give your definition, and we can sort of compare and contrast and see if I can figure out the differences as to why you believe that definition to be better, etc.
Okay, well, we're happy to go there, but I feel like I want to disambiguate something first. So there's like two senses of this definition that we're kind of talking about here, and I just want it to be clear where our critique applies. Okay. So in the case, and just to be clear, my last response was just to when you asked if all definitions work like that, where they, you know, the definiendum shows up in the definiens, and I don't think most do, and I don't think that'll be the case with things you can identify.
Even in identifiers,
yeah, like if you look up,
like if you look up race, like the definition of like race, you won't, even in just about every dictionary you'll look at, the race won't, if the definiendum is race, the definiens almost always will not have the word race in it.
Well, but also race is a very, very different topic, and also has a very different historical context and linguistic history.
We can go to other
identifiers. But I mean, look, wait. But that was a further point. All we were responding to was first the point that all definitions are like this, and then second the case that all definitions of identifiers, or most even, I don't think either of those are true. But I just wanted to disambiguate these.
Okay, I mean, I just don't know if that's necessarily true. I don't know if that would hold up for something like names, which I do think is something that's like you know, or a fan, or the fan example. I don't think that those would be able, but would be those are like contextually relevant terms. These are terms that are inherently contextual, because it is very hard to describe someone as like a fan of something without either becoming exclusionary or acknowledging that there is a linguistic limitation where we have to come up with something like an identifier, which could be you know, in and of itself very hollow if it was taken in a vacuum, but because of contextual clues and historical clues becomes relevant again. Does that make sense?
So Well, what I'm getting a bit stuck on is, so we have like a kind of an argument with like premises and a conclusion. And I think that right now I want to disambiguate these two senses of the definition that are going around, because our critique is actually not about one of them. So I think there might be a misunderstanding here.
Sure.
Our fault or yours, who knows?
Or
about
no one's.
this. I guess that's possible. Sure. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. About the scope of our criticism. So if we take these two kinds of definitions, right? If there's one where there's an equivocation on the sense, so they both have the same form, right? Woman is someone who identifies as woman. In the case that there's equivocation on the meaning of woman in the definiens and the definiendum, our critique is not about that. We're not talking about that. We're only talking about the instance where there's not equivocation.
Okay.
And then to kind of press the point, like, again, the structure of the argument is just going to be roughly, the first premise would be something like, if ascertaining the meaning of a term requires completing a non-completing process, then that term has no meaning. Woman defined as one who identifies as woman, in brackets here, without equivocation, close bracket. To ascertain the meaning of that definition of woman requires completing a non-completing process. And then the conclusion, which we get to basically in like first order logic via like a modus ponens kind of inference, is just going to be that definition of woman has no meaning. So I just want to be clear. We're not talking about the instance where there's equivocation. And in the instance where there isn't, I'm hoping that you can appreciate what the problem is, right? Like, say that someone, when they use the word woman in the definiens, right? The definiendum is the term to be, this is just helpful language for this discussion. The definiendum is the term that we're defining. The definiens is the part that appears after, like, sometimes we'll just call the definiendum the definition, but yeah. So in the case where there's not equivocation, woman means the same thing.
The definiendum is the term that we're seeking to define, right? That's right. What you said? I may have just misheard. Definiendum is the term we're seeking to define. Definiens.
No, yeah, you're right. The definiendum is right. And then the definiens is how we're defining.
Yeah.
Right. Did I say that backwards?
I maybe have misheard. But
I may have spoken, or it might be no one's fault.
It might be no one's fault. Yeah. Okay. Then anyway, definiendum is the term, and then that's what's before the colon
definition sign. Yeah.
Yeah, that's before the definition sign, and then after the definition sign is the definiens. That's what gives meaning to the word.
Right. So in this case where we're talking about the same definition as given, but when woman shows up in the definiens, it does have the same meaning as it had in the definiendum. Do you agree that under those conditions it creates a regress, or do you find that still unclear?
I think I understand what you're trying to claim, but I don't know. Like, this is one where I don't actually know, and I don't know if I know enough about linguistics to be sure of that claim, because as far as I understand it, right, in languages like English, syntax and word order and these sort of things are really fucking important, right? So like someone who identifies as a woman is a different grammatical structure by the very definition we're using as than just the standalone term woman, right? Because I think that a child would be able to understand if a child was, say, someone who like barely knew the language. Well, what's a woman? Well, anybody who says they're a woman. I think they would understand all of that. That would make sense to them in the sense that it is the act of identifying, that is the only way that with identifiers, the only way that we learn the truth of an identifier is by, claiming that identifier for ourselves. And therefore, though it is literally like, woman, a 5-letter word, and woman, a 5-letter word appear here, there is, by its nature, because of the way that English works, because of the way our language is structured, there isn't that at least I don't believe there's really any other way for it to be seen except for like syntactically being a slightly separate structure. So I do understand what you're getting at, that like if you directly substitute words for definitions, and if you were to take the word woman and erase it out of that sentence and then reinsert the definition, that you would end up with a mess.
Exactly.
But that's not how language works. That's not how English works. That's not how any like that's not how these languages work, and that's very well recognized. That's a commonly understood. There is consensus on that among linguists, as I understand, that that because English is a language that has because first of all, because languages are inherently contextual, that is like almost impossible to avoid. There is a syntactic difference in the definition that is relevant here and that creates meaning. So unlike saying like a bird is a bird, bird equals a bird, which would be, I agree, would be useless. People could not figure out what that meant.
In a different way, though, it's got to be said that that's a tautology, and that's slightly different than a regress. But please continue.
Yeah. But and I realized in the original conversation I had a bit of a mix up in my philosophical terms, but I hope that we can move past that. But in this particular case, being that we are talking we are trying to define something that is a matter of identity, there is a difference between the standalone woman word and identifying as a woman. And that can be understood, and that is understood and recognized linguistically as perhaps you could say this is a flaw of English, that we have to sometimes do things like this. I would say often in edge cases, like for example, with something highly nuanced like gender. But I don't necessarily agree that I still don't really see that there is that like woman and identify as a woman. Those are grammatically, linguistically different structures. And therefore I don't see how there could be I understand where it could be interpreted in some ways as a sort of a regress, but I don't believe that's the case. I don't believe that that's the case with the structure of it. I think it's possible for it to be interpreted that way, but I don't think that's the only interpretation. And I think that with the understanding of syntax and the structure of language in English, that it is clear that that is not the case. Right?
Okay. So no, I don't think so. I think that someone can press you by saying, well, what's the definition? You say one who identifies as a woman, and then they respond by saying, I don't understand what you mean because the term I'm unclear about showed up in the definition. What does it mean in the definition?
Oh, well,
right?
I mean,
how can I just say something?
Sure.
How do you, without adding more information, reply in a way that clarifies the meaning to them, right? If you reply by saying, well, when the term shows up in the definitions, it just means the same thing, right? Because then they're just going to ask a further time. Okay, well, then when it shows up in the definitions of the term woman that showed up in the definitions of the term woman, what does it mean there, right? And you could clarify the same thing again. Well, it means the same thing that it always means, right? And then that can repeat out. So if someone kind of presses you to actually provide the meaning of the term without adding information or just spiraling down the regress, how would you do that?
Well, I mean, there's different ways of restating it that it could perhaps provide clarity to somebody who didn't understand that. But again, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I've never encountered this type of problem. Like that's the strange thing until now. I mean, I will say that I think that perhaps some people who, and I don't know, I've never encountered this functionally, so I don't know. I think that there are plenty of examples of contextual information that's used in language, but you could also say woman is a gender, and then people will go, well, what's a gender? And then you go, well, a gender is something that you declare about yourself that has these other things. But I also
that has right, but just sorry to cut in, but just please cut in on me also if I'm ever saying anything that you speed the conversation up by cutting in. The second you add those things, we're adding information, right? So we're talking about something slightly different.
Well, right, but but I mean, again, limitation of language, right? A woman being somebody who identifies as a woman, there is the assumption that people understand that identifying as a woman is an action, right? But I agree that if you take this and you remove all context, all assumptions of understanding of the words, that you could have this situation of an infinite regress. But in the just basic function of language, we assume that the person that we're talking to understands what identifying as means and goes, I see.
Yeah, but Demon Mom, I think we do. I think the identifies as part, it's clear enough to us what identifying as something means, but it's the fact that they're identifying as the very term that we don't understand the meaning of.
Well,
right. So this is like the issue of circular definitions. So
right, but how else do you define a? I mean, I guess that's the thing. Then
maybe we should. Do you want? Will it? Because okay, maybe a bit of what's happening here, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm just realizing maybe there's like a human element going on here. If there's not some clear definition provided to you that's still going to do all the work that the definition or that your current term is like doing for you, you're going to be more inclined to stick to your current definition. So why don't we clarify roughly? You suggested this a few minutes ago, actually. Why don't we clarify roughly what we're talking about, and then maybe we'll come back.
I mean, that could be great. I would love to see the like other examples. The only reason why, like, I first of all, like, again, I've made my opinion sort of clear as to why I don't believe it's a good example of an infinite regress. But also on a functional level, like, I've had no issues until now with using this definition, and I hear it used frequently.
Yeah.
Can I just say?
Yeah.
Wait, no, I don't, because I don't grant that functionally. It hasn't. Well, I mean, I grant that functionally you haven't seen it. I just want to mention that functionally I have seen this objection.
Okay.
And we also need to point out it's a liability, right? It's like, just because people haven't latched onto it doesn't mean they won't, right? It's sitting there waiting to be like that. But sorry, continue, Avi.
Yeah. So I just want to step up and say I actually have seen this very objection be brought by a transphobe who is going to debate a trans person.
Okay.
Now,
do you think
that was all?
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, please go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So now, fortunately, I knew of this objection ahead of time, and that was prevented because I reached out to the trans person and made them aware of it, and they were able to shut it down in the debate really quickly, and they just completely destroyed the transphobe in the debate.
Damn.
But
did everybody clap? I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So no, it was a really good debate, actually. Well, it was a terrible debate, but for the transphobe. But anyway, the point is, like, yes, I have seen it in practice, and it's good that I think we're at the cutting edge of realizing it before they do. In other words, like, that's the good thing about this, is that I don't want this to be an issue where people who are trans and part of the trans community and allies feel the need to dig the heels to maintain this view in the face of others if they actually have a legitimate criticism, especially if those others are transphobes. So
sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, and like rhetorical efficacy, there's no reason to think that's static, right? Like, there might be certain static elements to like what makes for good rhetoric, right? That maybe those elements have to do with what like tends to affect human psychology well, but there's also all the contextual factors of like what's happening in the world, what, you know, there's a range of things that are going to play into what is effective rhetorically, right? So we don't want to make the assumption. Yeah, people's subjectivity absolutely has to do with it. Yeah. So we don't want to make the assumption that because right now at this particular point in time, the rhetoric we're using is effective, that that will continue into the future, given that there's an unexposed problem with the rhetoric that the other side can latch onto. So I just want to draw a bit of attention to, like, let's not be too quick to infer from not having many problems so far that we won't have many going forward. With respect to the actual point, though, yeah. So like this is the thing, Demon Mama.
Sure.
If I mean, I know I've said it a few times, but it's just like, if we ask you for the definition and then you say one who identifies as woman, and then I respond by saying, well, I'm still just not clear what you're saying because the definition contains the word I don't understand the meaning of, right? You can then reply by saying, well, we all understand what identifying means. And I can say, yeah, and I understand that part of the sentence, but not the other part where it uses the word that I'm still trying to understand the definition of.
Right, because the key problem with the circular definition is that it assumes prior understanding of the word that's trying to be defined in the first place. The problem is not that it's assuming the other parts of the sentence. The problem is circular definitions assume prior understanding of the very term that the definition seeks to define. That's what makes the circular definition regressive.
I don't know about that. See, that's where I disagree, because I mean, I don't know, like, again, and perhaps this is, I don't know, maybe this is a political difference and I'm not understanding where that comes in. I'm not 100% sure, but in my in a functional and working definition of woman, I don't believe that there should be any intrinsic or essential value to the term woman outside of it being an identifier. I think it should be an identifier. I don't think it's sensical to define it as anything else.
I thought of a good way to convey this. Okay,
Sure.
because I think you asked about analogies a little bit, so maybe we can give like an analogy. So if I say something like Flarbolgark means one who identifies as Flarbolgark.
Yeah.
Right. Now, do you actually have any idea what I mean when I say Flarbolgark?
Yeah. I would follow up if I was a child learning that language, or even just a person learning that language. I would say, "Are you a Flarbolgark?" And they would go, "No." And I would go, "Okay." And then I would ask somebody else, "Are you a Flarbolgark?" And they would go, "Yes." And I would go, "Okay, I get this now."
But that's you seeking further but if I just tell you Flarbolgark is defined as one who identifies as Flarbolgark.
Yeah.
Can you actually tell the meaning of the term Flarbolgark there?
Well, but there isn't a meaning outside of it being an identifier. That's the point. That's the entire point of the word. The point, the idea that we don't need labels.
It has a meaning. The meaning is one who identifies as Flarbolgark.
Well, yes, of course, but that identifier, that is all that term does. What it sounds like, I don't know, and I'm not 100% sure about this, but what it feels like is like there is a desire to have more to the meaning than it being a label or an identifier that's functionally arbitrary, which I believe gender to be. I believe
Isaac, I think one thing clearing things up, I think what's happening here is I think Demon Mama is taking your Flarbolgark example and doing the use mention equivocation. So what might be helpful clearing up is when you say Flarbolgark is one who identifies as a Flarbolgark, we're clarifying that in both uses of that term Flarbolgark, they are both either the use term or they are both either the mention term. We're not doing a use in one sense and a mention in another instance of the word. So we don't want to go back into the type of definition where the equivocation is taking place.
Well, then wouldn't that be a matter of the question being asked then, as to which one of those you would conclude? Like, because in the case of identifiers, I don't see how you would resolve. Like, I struggle to see how you would resolve it any other way.
Well, all we're saying here is that if it is the case, if the type of definition we're referring to is where both the term being defined and both uses of the same word that appear both in the definiendum and the definiens are in the same sense, like if they're both identifier or if they're both the individual, then that would result in an infinite regress. Now, if you're going to say they mean two different things, then that doesn't result in infinite regress.
Well, again, I don't think it's the word necessarily that means two different things. I don't know that that's like, I don't know that maps to language in the way that it's being worded. Like what I'm saying is that like identifying as a woman is in and of itself a concept that can be understood, or identifying as X, you can insert whatever there as an identifier, any identifier. You could say this for man as well, or non-binary. All of those words could be subbed into an equivalent definition of this, because the identify as is the key part of that definition.
Well, let's just before we get into let's just clarify just that there's a common understanding of the two different definitions that we're talking about. So, like if I say an X is anyone who identifies as an X. Now, there could be one of several types of definitions we're talking about. We can say an X use is anyone who identifies as an X use. That's the use sense of the term.
Okay.
An X mention is anyone who identifies as an X mention. So so now we're using the mention case in both. There's an X use is anyone who identifies as an X mention, and there's an X mention is anyone who identifies as an X use. Right? So there's four possible things with the use mention distinction. There's four possible definitions we're talking about. Now, our critique applies only to the first two, because in the first two definitions, it's both use and use, and mention in the same sense. The infinite regress critique would not apply to X use is anyone who identifies as an X mention. And it would not apply to X mention as anyone who identifies as an X use. It would only apply to X use is anyone who identifies as X use, and X mention is anyone who identifies as X mention. Does that make sense?
I find it a little bit difficult to follow exactly what you mean, because I'm trying to understand, like, in this case, how you would structure the use version of this, or the mention. Like, I don't know the distinction. I mean, I can understand with other terms, like, for example, like
Demon, you actually had, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you had actually done it perfectly before.
Okay.
When you were you structured the use, I don't know about the use language there, but you had structured a definition or an instance that had the kind of problem we were talking about when you said, I understand, you said something roughly like, I understand if it means the same thing in both contexts, then you can sub one in for the other and it's going to expand out, right? We're talking about where the meaning is identical each time the word is used. So I wonder if it's even worth getting into use and mention. All we need to talk about is the meaning identical? You know what I mean? Then we don't have to bring in that extra terminology and quibble over it. Because what we're talking about applies in the case where the definition or the term is being used in an identical sense in both cases. Like, this is, I don't know how to get down any deeper than this, but it's
definitely
just
difficult.
Well, this is the thing. That's a lot of syllables too. Do you care if I just abbreviate to DM?
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Okay.
Most people do.
This is coming from people who are saying definiendum and definiendum. Everybody,
yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah, you can just you can say DM, DMM, mama, whatever. I don't care.
Perfect. Okay, so yeah, DM, this is the problem though. Like, the problem is really, you have to picture a person who doesn't have an understanding of what the term means. And then when you tell them what the term means, the very term they don't understand the meaning of shows up in the definition, right? And if they try to understand that definition by asking about the word that's stopping them from ascertaining the meaning of the definition, then they're given another definition that contains the word that they don't understand the meaning of.
Right, but that only applies if they don't understand that in English, identifying as X indicates that this word is being used in not as a direct substitution for the literal spelling.
But remember, that's not the case we're talking about. And if you want to try to defend that kind of definition, where it's just one who takes on a given label or something like this, like where the second use of woman refers to a labeling, we can talk about that, because there's kind of like quibbles we have with that too, but that's not what our critique is pointing towards. So when you respond to the critique by pointing to that situation, now, I'm not saying they're doing this maliciously, but it's like moving away from the topic, because we're not applying our critique in that situation. We don't think it applies in that situation. We're talking about the instance where the term is used in the same sense in the definiens and the definiendum, right? Because if you say, because this is your response, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying when the word woman is preceded by the words identifies as, we know that sense of the woman is different than the prior sense. We're now referring to just the label, right? Like, that's the idea.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, I think that's a pretty accurate way of understanding, why I would say that. And to be fair, like, again, it is possible that, like, well, I don't know. I guess I can see the case, but I'm struggling to find, like, other examples where this would be a meaningful stumbling block. I mean, I do recognize that language is really imperfect. But
well, you've mentioned that once or twice, so let's just give you some.
Sure. Like, I would love that.
You can just do it with any term. Like, a black person is someone who identifies as a black person, where black person means the same thing in both contexts. It's not like in the definiens it refers to like someone who has like this kind of like genetic makeup and skin color and culture and blah blah blah, right? If it just means someone who identifies as black, nothing more, you'll get the exact same problem there. It'll happen anywhere. Who identifies as gay, who identifies as straight.
Well,
right?
I would agree with that for gay and straight. By the way, I think those are perfectly valid. I think that those are also identifiers that know that there is no meaningful way determine like who is gay or straight outside of who says they are. Now with race, I think there is some nuance there that makes it not a direct parallel, because for a number of reasons, but we don't really necessarily have to get into that if you don't want to. But with something like gay or straight, I would agree that that's true. It is the same definition would work for gay or straight as well, because it is also an identifier that only can be determined by the agent declaring the identifier.
Well, see, we don't think it would apply in any of those, right? Like in the case of someone who's gay, like we take gay to mean something like attracted to the same sex, roughly. So if someone says, if someone's using that kind of definition of gay, like I don't think there's any regress at all. It's perfectly clear what the term means. But if, on the other hand, gay were just defined as someone who identifies as gay, there's no mention of same-sex attraction, there's nothing like that. Gay just means someone who identifies as gay, then you're going to get the same problem. If gay is someone who identifies as gay, then the very term we don't understand the meaning of is showing up in the definitions.
I would agree, depending on the context, right? Because like I do think that like there is with something like gay, it has a much more limited use case than what woman would be, which is something that's like very, very, very close to one's, like very core to one's identity. But I don't know. Like, I do think that like functionally saying that anybody who says they are gay can be reasonably understood to be gay is perfectly fine.
No, we're not. Wait, we're not questioning that.
But again, but that's where my definition, like that's
okay.
Where
there might be a misunderstanding about what
we're talking past each other. Yeah, there seems to the confusion I think here is coming from. So there's a difference between how one goes about determining whether someone is X. That's not the kind of question we're talking about. That's what we would call an epistemic question. Like, what do we go out and about the world to see if someone is X or fits into the category of X?
Well, and Avi, additionally, we think self-identification is pretty reliable. Like, I'm pretty, generally speaking, if someone tells me they're gay, I'm going to believe them. You create some situation where I wouldn't, like if I had reason to like suspect they're lying. But as a general rule, yeah, like I'm going to take someone's identity, their self-identification at face value. But I don't think that when they identify as gay, they're identifying as someone who identifies as someone who identifies as someone who out to infinity, right? I think they're just identifying as someone who's attracted to the same sex.
Right, and the key point is how we would go about, like, if anyone had the goal of going about determining whether that individual was telling the truth or not. First of all, we would both take the view that that individual almost certainly is telling the truth, and we wouldn't question them, unless we were claiming to have access to their mind or something, which would be insane. Right. But the point, the more fundamental point is that how one can go about determining whether they fit into that category is a completely separate question to the question of whether that definition has meaning, right? So if one says, well, in this case, that's how we go about determining it. Well, that's a very separate question. How we go about determining it is an epistemic question. It's not, this is a more fundamental question about how we
surely,
define
though,
it.
you must recognize that in the framing of the conversation that we've set up, that there is sort of an, maybe this is the wrong way of wording it, but there's sort of an epistemic assumption, right? Because the entire reason why you challenge the definition is out of a concern for how it might be used, correct? But then,
twofold. I mean, it's twofold. So there's two motivating factors here. So the first motivating factor, first thing I mentioned is I'm interested in truth and I try to pursue the truth. And the truth is that I don't think that definition, as we've laid out, is a coherent definition. I don't think it has meaning. So that's one. And the second thing is, the second motivation is not I wouldn't classify that as an epistemic motivation. It would be more of a moral motivation, where I see a potential liability for the trans community to be under attack.
I don't really see that vulnerability, but I guess that is a different discussion than
It is.
Yeah. Which I'm okay to engage in that discussion as well. In fact, that's the sort of thing I usually would engage in. Is like whether I believe that to be the case. But
I do really want you to notice one thing about what we're saying.
Right.
What we're saying has no entailment about how reliable someone's self-identification is, right? That's just a
Right.
separate question. You could accept everything that we're saying and take it that self-identification as trans is reliable 99.9% of the time, right? Nothing we're saying here actually conflicts with that. There's no entailment from what we're saying here to some percentage accuracy of self-identification as trans, right? You could hold our view and say everyone who identifies as trans is wrong, right? Or you could say everyone who identifies as trans is right? That's like a separate question about who's self-identifying correctly.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't want you to think that if you grant what we're saying,
no,
then you're
I don't
committed
believe that.
to some weird.
For the record, I don't believe that. I do believe that there are many definitions that could lead into like troublesome territory, but I don't necessarily believe that like not accepting mine or whatever, or the way that I use it is like literally never claim that. I don't believe that. I think that's ridiculous.
I think we've made, sorry.
I did want to, there was one question that was actually intriguing to me that came from chat. Do you mind if I ask it to you before we move on to the next part of this conversation? Because I think it's relevant.
If it's from James, no, he's a notorious sophist. I have no interest in talking about it.
Who's James? I don't know who James is. I don't even think I've seen a James in chat.
Sure. No, that's fine then. Go ahead.
This question is, would you mind asking Avi and Isaac if they think that using the use and mention of a predicate?
that's James. We have no interest in that.
Oh, okay. I just thought that was interesting. I don't know who James is, so I have no idea your history.
That's the person spreading the sophistry, yeah. But what we're getting at is, we have some history there.
Okay.
But what we're getting at, I think we've actually made a good bit of progress, right? Like maybe a good bit is overstating it, but you seem to like, sometimes you mention the replacement case and you seem to actually be picturing the kind of thing we're talking about, where you have this like repeated kind of substitution instance on the term as it shows up in the definitions, like over and over. It sounds like you're picturing the kind of thing we're saying, right?
Of course, yeah. I don't disagree that these things exist. I just don't know if it applies in this case personally. I don't know that it does. Or I mean, I think that it could conceivably, but I don't think that it like generally would, or nor do I think that necessarily rules out the usefulness or the sensicality of the definition I used. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, so
I think there was a lot of things like this that are very hard to determine, and most of those are forms of identity. Someone in chat has brought up about Christians. The fans thing is another one, where these are admittedly very difficult things to define because they are, matters of personal declaration. Now, it is possible there is another working definition that could be more clear, like, for example, perhaps saying something like I don't know, like a woman is a gender identity, and a gender identity is something that you can declare for yourself, and that may be clearer and also avoid those things. But again, I'm not entirely.
We're going to give you our picture because you asked.
Please do. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Because that might help. So I should say at the outset that there's a lot of vagueness around a lot of these terms, like
of course,
woman, gender, etc. So
I think that gender as a general, like if we're talking about its use in the world, I think it is utterly incoherent. I don't think anybody knows what they mean when they say it. I think that most of the time people will have conversations about it, and they will unintentionally, like totally, not even, sometimes they won't even notice that they're using different meanings of the same word while they're discussing these concepts, because it is so messy.
The sex gender equivocation is like a really common instance of that. Obviously.
Yeah.
Right.
Constant.
But I think there's one thing I really think we should clear up, and that's like, I just want to clear up that vagueness and incoherence are very different things. So something can be, so like incoherence, we take that to just mean lacking any meaning.
Well, I don't think, I think even you've admitted though that it doesn't lack any meaning. It just means that in a certain circumstance, it could be interpreted as a nonsensical thing, but it doesn't necessarily. Because you've admitted that there are reasonable use cases, given that English functions the way that it does, that a woman is someone who identifies as a woman is not a completely meaningless term. It can absolutely have contextual.
If it's equivocating the terms, then,
right? But
then yes.
clearly,
but we're talking about when it's not equivocal.
Well,
when
but
it's not.
Who's to say that anybody even uses it like that? Like, again, I struggle to imagine a case in which that would be the case. But maybe if somebody didn't have like an understanding of English in general, that could be a problem. But I feel like rewording there would solve that.
The problem is that, and I don't say this like rudely or anything, is that people are liable to interpret you like that based on what you said. Like, I'm getting the picture when I talk to you that your definition isn't actually regressive. It's just pretty reasonably misinterpreted as regressive because of how you phrased it. It sounds like you're saying woman is someone who takes on a particular label, basically.
Yeah.
But
absolutely.
Yeah, but the phrasing very easily can be, and under that interpretation, which we understand that's not how you're meaning the term. But first I wanted to answer, you asked a while ago what we mean.
Yeah, so and I just want to say like the only thing I'm really contesting is the idea that that is meaningless or incoherent, because you've both acknowledged that is not the case. But there are certain specific use cases where it could be interpreted that way. But I believe that at the end of the day, that's going to be a matter of largely a matter of charitability. But I am open to the idea that there is a better way of wording it that isn't necessarily weak to that potential opening.
Yeah, we don't think that this applies to all definitions of women. That's another kind of common misunderstanding, that we think that there's some kind of trap that you're going to get into if your definition has any mention of self-identification, or even worse, like under any definition of woman, there's supposed to be some issue. We're not taking a view like that. We're talking about a very specific kind of move. Right. One that it looked like you may have been making, but it's I think again
that would be a lot of that would be a matter of charitability, right? Which I would argue, of course, now we're not going to get into it, but I would argue that there was a significant amount of uncharitability going around that conversation.
I don't think that we were uncharitable.
No, I don't think you were. No, but I just mean, I'm saying in general, and I do think that if there is potential vagueness in a definition, as you mentioned, is not necessarily the same thing as incoherence, but that vagueness is going to be a matter of it's going to be charitability, and that is a problem with language in general. There is a lot of things that can be said that aren't necessarily like don't make sense, but that could be interpreted one way or another. Anyway, that's kind of a side note. I just wanted to
the most common usage of the incoherent one would be the use
Right.
definition. So a woman use is anyone who identifies as a woman use in the use sense in both terms, in both cases.
Avi, let's also clear up for what we're talking. So again, I think a lot of these terms are very kind of wishy-washy, right?
Of course.
I think this is the kind of way we would try to sort of define woman or gender. I guess we'll go for woman, but this is going to kind of by parallel reasoning apply to other like genders or whatever.
Sure.
So yeah, we would broadly speaking agree that there are a lot of traits that we associate with masculinity or femininity, right? Like that seems kind of uncontroversial. Like when we talk about masculinity, if you ask people what they associate with that and you give them a list of things, and you have like like riding a Harley Davidson or like wearing a dress, like people are gonna make a categorization here pretty easily with like a huge range of traits, right?
Absolutely. Massive, totally like a massive different amount of traits that vary completely depending on time, your culture, everything. It's unbelievably massive. Yes, I agree.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So with gender, we're just gonna say that something roughly like being a woman is just having over 50% of the female gendered traits. So that's like the kind of way we would approach it.
This includes, by the way, this includes mental traits. And I don't know if I would say having over 50%. I think it may be a vague predicate where like I wouldn't take
it might be a Sorites case.
Yeah, Sorites. I view it as a Sorites case.
Okay, and just to be clear, let's just clear up what that is. So Demon Mama, if you don't know, you've probably actually heard of this, just maybe not by name. Sorites cases are things like when does a grain of sand become, a pile by adding more sand, or when does a puddle become a lake? The idea is like, how are we going to cash that out? There's different solutions in philosophy without, going way down that rabbit hole. There's people who want to take like an epistemicist position and say there is a drop that when you add it, that's when it becomes a lake, right? There's other people who want to try to use like fuzzy logic here.
Well, I mean, a lake, I think lakes have Well, I guess yes. If you're talking drop by drop, that would be rather complicated, or perhaps
it's
impossible.
it's a serious philosophical problem. Like the idea is no one thinks puddles and lakes don't exist, but
Right.
finding the exact flip over point is
Well, I mean,
difficult.
but wouldn't you argue that like in a case like that, it might be better to just come up with more accurate terms rather than using these like inherently contextual and flawed colloquialisms? Like it might be better to just come up with like literally just say like a I don't know, like a Z lake. A Z lake is could be like a scientific definition of, or even just say scientific lake. A scientific lake is exactly this or exactly that. Whereas that would be very, very much contained for use in scientific contexts, where it wouldn't be useful to try and to impose that definition on all uses of the word lake, but it could for very specific contexts, like where it's very important to determine the difference between a lake and a puddle. You could use an alternate term that refers to the same thing, but with like a clearer cut definition, right?
Yeah, so if there's possibility for more clarity, it's probably pretty much always a good thing, unless it comes at some other huge cost. But the only reason I mentioned it.
Well, yeah, I would argue that in most cases, in the vast, vast majority of cases where you're discussing a puddle versus a lake, there is no need for that level of granularity. That people being able to say that's a puddle because it's a small body of water and that's a lake because it's a really big one, will have no effect. Literally no noticeable effect on anybody's usage of those terms. But there might be specific cases where it is important to have that level of granularity.
I don't think we disagree really about this. It's just an analogy, because the reason that it got this big amount of gendered traits, we all agree with that. And then I said, we're just going to say someone's a woman if they have over 50% of the female ones.
Well, but then doesn't that have...
Well, wait a sec. Wait a sec.
Sure.
Sorry, but then Avi just replied to that by saying, well, it is kind of a Sortes case, so maybe maybe there's a bit of blurriness around the middle, and there's some philosophy work to be done there. So I was just granting that. But
because I wouldn't take the view. Yeah, I wouldn't take the 50-50. I'm not an epistemicist on the topic.
Yeah, right. See, like that's the type of definition I would oppose, like pretty strongly. And there's a number of reasons why I would oppose using a definition like that. And I think there's like a number of angles to come at it. But I realize I may have cut you off there. I couldn't tell if you're finished or not. Did you have another thing you wanted to say with that, or?
Well, I just wanted to clarify the kind of way we're coming at it. So I mean, the idea you have to have exactly, that's why I said it's something roughly like this. The idea you have to have exactly over 50% to qualify as woman. I mean, we don't have to have that there. But the idea is just that there's a spectrum of traits, and it's about having a certain amount that are on one side or the other. That's like the kind of way about it.
Can I just add to that? Like, I think this is a really, really important thing. You don't have to weight all the traits equally. There are some traits that can be weightier than others.
Sure.
And one of some of those traits I include, in fact, I absolutely include, are mental traits.
Mm-hmm.
And so just like when Isaac gave examples of like riding a Harley or wearing a dress, those are not mental traits.
Right.
But there are also mental traits which many people will associate with some sort of masculinity or femininity or neither. Right? So it's not a binary association either. And those are mental traits. And so our definition wouldn't actually lead people. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because just to drive home the point that our definition wouldn't lead people to say, oh, well, by the definition, you are not what you're saying you are. Because you would need access to to make that determination. It seems like you would need access to someone's mental traits.
Well, to me, now, to me, this seems like a significantly less useful or significantly more vague definition than the one that I gave that was opposed to. And maybe this is then we're going to get into the matter of like rhetoric, but with a definition like a woman has over 50% of female traits. So like there's a couple of
Well, wait! Don't commit us to over 50.
Okay. So like,
rough, but we're just talking about having some kind of amount of traits.
So would it be fair to say that like a woman is a person who has a majority of female traits? Is that like an accurate summation?
That's just another way of saying 51, right? So,
well, okay, but I mean, like, where do you want to draw it? The ball is in your court now to make a definition.
I think the point Avi just made is that it's not actually even necessarily about amount of traits, because there's also weighting, right? You could have majority female traits, but if the male traits were particularly highly weighted, that might tip you over onto the male side. But the idea is just that there's a series of traits, there's weightings, and it's kind of like you do some like aggregation there. Like if every trait has some weighting, you could represent it with like a positive or negative number. You just add up all the ones you have and you get some result. And then the idea is like if that's far enough, you are that gender.
So there's a
or on that side of the spectrum. There's also nothing about that that's incompatible with non-binary, right?
Well, I mean, it would basically mean that you would have to have a completely different definition for non-binary, right? Because
no, I think
hold on,
let
me just be clear real quick. I have a question. So I want to understand what your definition was, because we worked from my like very like solid definition, and I want to just make sure we have one for yours as well, which is, and again, feel free to correct me at all, but if it's not about 50%, whatever, a woman is someone who has female traits.
I think that there's been a confusion, because I think that you might take it that we're arguing somehow against non-binarity, right? Like
no, I'm not. All I'm trying to do here is understand what the working definition that you're suggesting here is, and how we can like sort of work from there. I want to be able to have a conversation about this. I promise you, like, I'm not engaging in this trying to like got you or anything. I just want to understand.
I didn't say that.
Right,
I didn't say that. I just thought that you were getting the impression that we're saying something that cuts against non-binary.
No, I do think there are some problems with this definition in how you would then apply it to non-binary people, but we can get there.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's very easy to make some like modification on that statement and just be like, create some range where it's like, oh, if you have like 30% this kind of trait and 70% that kind, then you're in the area that we refer to as non-binary, right? So it's like there's nothing about that that's going to stop us from creating some kind of like classes for non-binary people. But okay, this is also, I'm going to have to leave this with Avi. As much as I do want to complete this, I just have a bunch of homework. But I know, but I'm happy to do another. But Avi can defend my view, fine.
Okay.
But I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify that. So I thought it would be helpful for us to provide an understanding of how we use the term, a rough understanding. But I'm sensitive to that becoming the whole discussion, because
this is what I was afraid of, Isaac.
My instinct was it'll be helpful because you'll see that our definition is going to capture virtually all the same people you're talking about as trans, if not literally all of them. So sorry, just one sec. So sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but
no, it's fine. It's fine.
That was why I initially thought it would be worth mentioning how we think about the term, because I thought you'd go, okay, even though we're talking differently, the actual people who we classify as trans or non-binary or whatever, pretty much, if not literally, like the same. But it sounds like now we're cascading into problems with other definitions. So we can do maybe we'll have to do a conversation, frankly. We can do something about that, but just all I really want to hammer home is just the kind of the point about the regressive definition. I just want to be totally clear. The problem we're raising is if you say a woman is someone who identifies as a woman, and there's no equivocation, right? It's not that woman in one case is defined just as like a label, and in the other case it has this definitions, one who identifies as a woman. There's no equivocation. If you say a woman is someone who identifies as a woman, same meaning in both cases, then if someone's not sure what's meant by woman and they ask wait, I don't understand your definition because it uses the very term that I don't understand the meaning of. Can you clarify what the word woman means when it shows up in the definitions? Yeah, and they say, it means this. Well, just one second. I just want to complete the point. So they say, it means the exact same thing as it means in the definiendum. So then they go one layer into the regression, right? They go, okay, so a woman is someone who identifies as someone who identifies as a woman. But in the definitions of the term woman used in the definitions of the original term woman, right? What does that mean? Well, it means the same thing as originally, okay? And then you go 3 layers into the regression, right? A woman is someone who identifies as someone who identifies as a woman, right? So the person who doesn't understand is still sitting there going, okay, I see that it's someone who identifies as someone who identifies as this thing, but I still don't know what this thing is. what does that mean? And then you say, oh, it means the same thing as originally. They go, okay, so it's someone who identifies as something, someone who identifies as someone who identifies, someone who identifies as this thing I don't know the meaning of. And what is that? And it's just going to repeat out. So I want to be clear about just one or two things, because I'm going to have to go, and I don't mean to be rude, because I really appreciate you having me on. I just have all this fucking discrete structured stuff to do, and for some reason I always think these will be faster and easier than they are, and then it's like, okay, wait, we have to have a whole.
It's a ridiculously complex subject, so don't worry about it.
So
I understand if you got
that was
other
probably
stuff
naive on that was probably naive on my part, but either way, so that's the kind of problem I'm pointing to, and I just want to be perfectly clear. We're only raising that for the kind of definition that uses both terms in the same way, in the definiendum and the definiens. And additionally, if you, I know I've said this already, but I just want to say, the way you spoke in that debate, it gave us that impression. Now, we're not trying to be uncharitable, I don't think. And
no, I don't
now
think
that we know what you mean, now that we know what you mean, we get that you're not doing that. But it was able to be read like that by, fair-minded, reasonable people, right? And again, so I just want to clarify, we're not trying to hold you to a definition that you don't agree with, but we're pointing out the problem is with that interpretation, and that was an interpretation people were kind of like within reason to take there. If you want to kind of say your anything final to me before I go, I'll totally
I just think,
hear you out.
I think that if you were to, I do think that if there was. I mean, presuming, again, I'm not a linguist, so there may be some other thing that I'm not catching on to, but I acknowledge that there are cases where it could be interpreted that way. However, I personally believe that's sort of a limitation of English that's very, very hard to avoid, and most of this will boil down to charitability, and also could be dispelled very easily by simply restating or reframing the question pretty simply without any major, implications whatsoever to the rhetoric or otherwise. It's as simple as, oh, I don't understand exactly what you're saying. Okay, well, let me try wording it another way. However, I recognize that there are potential interpretations of that sentence that could be flawed, and perhaps there's a better way of ultimately wording the exact same sentiment. So yeah, as long as we can acknowledge that the sort of initial claim that my argument was incoherent is not entirely accurate, and then I think there's some synthesis here. But I do completely agree. I agree that there are contexts, or at least there are versions of that statement which could be incorrect. I just don't know if that is the. I would contest the idea that that's the only way it can be interpreted, and even the idea that it would be predominantly interpreted that way. I think that some people, again, we don't need to really hash out the original debate, but I think it would have been much better if that was a planned debate instead of something off the cuff. But yes, yeah.
Well, DM, thanks for having me on again. Sorry to dip off. If it's okay, I'm just going to mute, stay here for Avi. And sure. I don't know when your patience will burn out. I assume you guys will talk for at least a few minutes more, though. But, yeah.
I mean, I have a couple of other things I need to do tonight, but we can talk for a bit longer. I mean, again, this is a topic that's interesting to me, and this has been a very nice conversation, so.
Yeah, and I'll add, I'm of course happy to follow up. I think you sent me a friend request, accept that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, yeah, we can always follow up again. But yeah, thanks for the chat. I'll kind of defend our view from here. But yeah, have a good day, and just leave me in this chat muted so I can capture it for Avi, please.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll disconnect you once we're done.
Awesome. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. So. Okay, so this is good. We're making progress. So, sure. So what I take it that we agree on at this point is that definitions that don't equivocate, that is, that they are circular in the sense that they use the definiendum in the definiens without any equivocation. So they mean the same thing in the same sense. Those are regressive definitions.
Well, wouldn't those be a very specific case? I don't know that, I don't even know where you would who would use that. Where would anybody use that?
Well,
it's implied.
Ignoring who would. Yeah. Well, ignoring who would use it. Do we agree that those definitions would lead to a regress?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's what I said before. Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I'm not a linguist, but as far as I can tell, yes, that makes sense. In those specific cases, if you were trying to use the use case and the use case versus the mention case and the mention case, which I kind of get, but I understand the basic concept there, but I'm, again, not a linguist, so there may be something I'm not understanding exactly about this. Then yeah, I would agree there are some cases in which that's the case. I will note, however, as I have, that their original claim was that my definition was incoherent, and I think it's fair for you to say, no, it isn't actually incoherent, it's just vague.
Oh, sure. So, well, I don't have a problem with vagueness. If what you mean is a use mention or a mention use type definition, then I do not think your definition is incoherent. Yeah, and I have no problem saying that. Yeah. In fact, I want to say that. Now, there may be some. That doesn't mean there aren't issues with definitions. I mean, which is a whole different discussion. This is like. So I think this is very productive because. Mm-hmm. The first call that we're doing, and I do think we should have another call and another talk about the meat of the heart of the issue, which is, okay, well, now that we've gotten the incoherent definitions off the table, well, not to say that you've had one to begin with, because fair. Yeah. So so I am delighted to see that that the definition you're using is use mention or mention use. Although I do still take issue with it for other reasons, but that is the future discussion that I'd like to have. Sure. Which is can we explore the label, the use mention type definitions, and see if there are any critiques to that, versus if we would to have a characteristic mental or otherwise based definition, which may be more vague, but may come at less of a cost of reductios. So I want to be clear that I don't have any problem with vagueness. Vagueness happens all the time. There's a whole topic on vagueness if you want to look into it. Vague predicates.
I mean, we came up with a great example of that with the difference between a lake and a pond, or a lake and a puddle.
Yeah. And even if you want to and you'll notice that even if you want to make like more refined definitions for lake versus puddle, like if you want to index it to like how many molecules of water are in each one, like there'll always be, like, not always, but there'll be many examples between those two refined definitions or those four refined definitions, probably, et cetera, until you get down to like the very discrete molecular level, until there's only like X amount of water molecules between these two definitions that are becoming more and more refined. And it'll get to a point where there's more definitions that you'll be able to mentally handle in our own minds.
Well, yeah, just because I would say that's like perhaps a fuzzy limitation, but it is a limitation to human knowledge, right? Like, I mean, we are ultimately organic instruments. We have limitations. Right. Yeah. And I do think that's a real problem, but I don't know that there's actually, like, I don't think there's an answer to that necessarily, besides, doing our best. I think it's very difficult to try and like come up with universally like any sort of universally applicable definitions, but we can certainly, try to come to better ones and whatnot.
Sure. And the only reason I bring this, I make this point, is because there's always going to be the topic of vagueness that's going to come up because of these limitations. There's always going to be our knowledge, like even if we try to refine the definition of lake and try to refine the definition of puddle, there will be, unless our minds like become some sort of like crazy supercomputer or whatever, there's always going to be these issues of vagueness. And that's okay. It's okay for those issues to come up. There's different views on vagueness. So I'm okay with vagueness. So vagueness and incoherence are very different. You can have like a ridiculously vague definition and it can be coherent. And you can, but if you have an incoherent definition, I take that to mean that it just has no meaning. So there's an incoherence vagueness distinction. Okay. So I think this is actually a really good, because we made so much progress, I think this is a good like part one. Okay. If you'd be willing to have like a part two on like okay, now that we've gotten, now that we're clear on,
what we're meaning and whatnot.
Yeah. What we're meaning, what we're not meaning. Well, now that we're clear on like why we don't want to use, like, we're not going to use definitions in the same sense as in the definitions. We can say, okay, well, now let's take a look at how do we define gender, and what definitions can we come up with, and what may be certain issues with certain definitions for a future talk.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would be very interested in that, because I will say I have like a number of issues with the definition, even the like sort of offhand definition that was proposed, that I think would be perhaps perhaps we can learn from each other on that. In that I think there are a lot of problems with attempting to define woman or womanhood as an identity around sexed traits, either visible or invisible. There's like a lot of, in my opinion, there's a lot of issues with that. And I wouldn't agree with the idea that like that sort of definition would include the same number of people that would in mine. In fact, I think it would be drastically different. In addition to potentially introducing other issues down the line. But I don't believe that's like anything necessarily intentional or even like necessarily malicious, but they are nonetheless issues that I would take with those types of definitions. And also, something that I've thought about extensively in why I use the definition that I use versus others. Having, I've been out as a trans person for 10 years. So I've had a lot of these discussions.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'll just, like, one point I'll just make is that it doesn't have to strictly be sexed traits. They don't have to be, like, we can talk about like sex and gender, like we can talk about both of those things like on end, but like the traits can be atomized, and they can be discretely atomized in and of themselves. They don't have to, it may be easier in some senses to say like, okay, well, here are some traits that are correlated with certain sexes. Sure. But that's not actually necessarily something one needs to do to have a characteristic-based definition of gender. Having a characteristic-based definition of gender, or trait-based, it could just be based on traits or characteristics.
But you do realize that, like, and this is something that I have with that angle of one, is that in my opinion, that approach of having like a characteristic-based definition of gender, whereas gender is an identity, means that you inherently are declaring what someone else is or isn't based on traits. Even if they're like invisible traits, well, then at that point you've crossed into a line of something that's completely invisible, and you can't determine those invisible things, and therefore that definition stops being useful in a social sense. And therefore, and definitions exist for social use, so you run into that issue, in my opinion. The reason why
this is getting into this other talk, but I would disagree with that. I would also just really clear, like, it doesn't mean that I would be declaring what someone is or what someone isn't. In fact, the characteristic-based definition, if anything, I can't stress this more hardly enough, because it includes, which are extremely important, mental characteristics. Unless I have a mind reading machine,
right,
or something like that, there's no way on this definition that would lead me to conclude that anyone is something that they say they're not.
Well, I just wonder then why use that definition over mine if both have potential flaws and one is more accurate, if perhaps in certain edge cases slightly harder to explain. Why would you? How is that sort of a definition any less vulnerable to exploitation than the original definition that I brought up?
I think that's an excellent cliffhanger for our future talk, Demon Mama.
I see. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, that's fine. Yeah. I'm very interested in having that talk at some point. To be honest, I figured that would be where this conversation would go. But I guess, we spent a lot of time sort of sorting out what my definition was and sort of critiquing and digging into that, which I'm perfectly fine with. I think this was a very interesting conversation. And yeah, I would look forward to having another conversation with you at some point in the future about alternate definitions, which, just so you know, is, something that I am very invested in, both personally and politically. The definitions that win out in the public mind have a existential impact on myself and the communities that I care about. So that's something I'm very, very interested in discussing. And that sort of thing is much more what I usually talk about. I usually talk about the political and not so much the formal logic of a lot of these things.
Right.
Well, though I do admit there are many cases where those things are interconnected. So, yeah.
Sure. Okay. So I found this to be very productive. One thing that I'll ask, and I'll just ask this because I am Riley's friend. Like, do you, and I'm sure you've gotten this question like a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you see any path forward with you two?
Well, it literally isn't in my hands. I was blocked the moment that the conversation ended. Well, not literally the moment, but within minutes of the conversation ending. So I don't know how that would be possible. And if I'm completely honest, Riley's choices in the week after that debate were what I would characterize as nothing short of like disinformation and dishonesty, like to an incredible degree. And so while I recognize, and literally in my video, I only did one video on this because it was getting out of control, the amount of harassment and claims that were being projected about me all over the place. I made one video, which admittedly is imperfect. You know, I only had so much time to put together the video. But in this video, I stated that I do believe there was a lot that went wrong in that conversation. Of course, obviously. Yeah, it was a character assassination. Yeah, absolutely. I believe that is an accurate assessment of what followed. But yeah, in my one video, I stated, you know, I think there were things that were wrong with the conversation. It was a conversation I tried to end multiple times. I realized we both got heated at various moments. But it is in the follow-up, I have literally not even had the opportunity to respond to most of the things that have been said about me. Meanwhile, Riley has functionally gone on a tour of the internet saying and asserting things about me that ascended to the level of accusing me of being a transphobe, something I never did back to her. I also never asserted that her definition was wrong or irresponsible. Those things were never done on my part. Those were only from her camp. And so though I consider Riley a friend, and while I think that initial conversation was unfortunate, for sure, and there were flaws on both sides of our conversation, the behavior afterwards is nothing short of just like raw aggression.
Well, yeah. Let's. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of hurt on both sides, and there's a lot of like, but understanding that the other side is being unfair. Like, I mean, I understand. Like, no, don't get me. I'm not challenging anything you're saying right now. Sure. Like, I'm not, because I don't know. Here's the thing. Like, I'm not in the thick of it. And
the thing is that there has been at the best, when I am most treated charitably, there has been at best a both sidesing of an issue that is objectively not a both sides issue. On Monday, after the debate, I stepped back and said, listen, like, that was a fight with a friend. Like, that kind of sucks. I didn't really want that to happen. I didn't expect it to happen. Whatever happened in the conversation is bad. And I said, all right, we're unlisting the VOD. We're going to let this sit. We're going to cool down on it, and maybe we'll talk about it in the future. I then found out that I was blocked, had been blocked on every platform. And what followed was a one-way campaign, like 7-8 videos long campaign that it started with saying things, making claims about me that I don't believe were accurate, and progressed into making claims about me that I know that are verifiably completely false. And
so here's so here's the thing, like, because this is the thing, like, if I were to, I can only imagine if I were to talk to Riley, I'm sure Riley would tell me like the same thing, and like you would dispute that and she would dispute that. So what I propose, and maybe I'm just like going being over maybe I'm being too hopeful here, but would you be willing, and I can ask the same question of Riley, I haven't asked her yet, if there could be some type of attempt to resolve this drama between you two, maybe even like in a private mediated type of setting where maybe like we could put all of this to an end?
I mean, for me, I've been waiting for an end since Monday. So yeah, of course. But what I won't accept is I won't accept a sort of like status quo, like settlement of just like, oh yeah, we're okay now, because what was, and I don't like, I recognize you're not in the thick of it, but it is a matter of fact that our behavior in the follow-up of the talk, regardless of how intense the talk got, was unlike anything I've ever received from any other person in my life, publicly, like ever. And it was a absolutely ridiculous level of aggression, a ridiculous level of irresponsible rhetoric, and completely outright false claims about me. And sure, people can claim whatever. You can you can always say like it's a he said, she said, she said, she said, whatever situation. But this is not a matter of just that. There is verifiable like record that is public of how differently we handled this, and how the way that she handled it was like going so far as to agree with people who believe that my platform should be destroyed. That is not someone who I'm willing to just like, that is not a level where I'm just willing to just say, let's let bygones be bygones.
The only reason I'm like interjecting when I say like I'm not in the thick of it is because like there's always two sides to, obviously there's always two sides to every story,
and one person's side has been told and the others has been predominantly neglected due to the context of the situation, and one person has look, I don't want to characterize it, but one person has objectively, regardless of how you characterize it, gone on multiple shows to tell their side of the story to large audiences, while the other side of the story has not been able to do that and did not seek that sort of, like, did not actively seek that out. I was offered one opportunity to try and speak my mind on it after days of being accused of being a transphobe and a bunch of other things. And I feel personally like a lot of lies have been said about me. So I realize what's trying to be said, but it is a situation where I think that the literal public record, it would be easy for me to verify in just a couple of seconds. In fact, I can tell you right now, simply go and look at what videos were done about the actual drama on each of our channels.
So
one.
Yeah. Sure. So the thing, again, like I just would. This is so when I'm asking if like you'd be willing to have like a mediated conversation, like I'm sure like if Riley were here, like she would have things to say about that. You'd have things to say back to her.
I would be shocked.
I don't have anything to say.
I would be shocked to hear what she would have to say about me. Because
well, here's the thing. Like, regardless of any of that, like I don't have anything to say because I can't speak for her.
I recognize.
I wouldn't have anything to say to her because. Yeah. Wait, what?
No, I said I understand, and I by the way, just in case there's any lack of clarity, I wouldn't expect you to.
Right.
Yeah.
So all I'm trying to do here, the only thing I'm trying to do here is try to pave a way for some sort of resolution. Like that's all I'm trying to do, and I appreciate that. That would be my. I'm sorry, what? I didn't hear.
Oh no, sorry. I apologize. I'm not trying to do like crosstalk or anything. I appreciate that. I was just saying a side statement.
Okay. That's my goal. My goal isn't like to hear your side and then to bring it back to her and hear her side and bring it back to you. And like my goal is like what I'm thinking of is like, okay, this is a very unfortunate situation. The events that happen are not what I would like them to be, not what a lot of people would like them to be. And it's torn a good part of the community. And so I'm just, since I am friends with Riley and since I'm developing a rapport with you, I'm just thinking what I can do to try to facilitate some sort of resolution. And I think a lot of that probably would not be good to have on stream. Probably it'll be some sort of private setting. but maybe I could be wrong. But I don't know.
I agree with you, by the way. And, but I agree with you that like, I would much prefer to would have preferred to have had a private one. And I would have to think about how I would approach a private conversation at this point, because, if I'm completely honest, I don't trust that if we had a private conversation that the next day I wouldn't have a video out on me about that is just lying about what I did in private. Do you see where like I'm opening myself up now to further attacks from someone who has shown that not just once, but like 7, 8 times, hours upon hours upon hours of content, has been willing to be verifiably dishonest about me. And like, I don't just mean in a little way. I mean, I have all of the receipts on this issue. And when I say that, like, I wish it was something as simple, I wish that she could have reached out to me Monday night and said, hey, let's talk tomorrow and let's fucking work this out, because I think we would have paved everything over. But what's happened is that, while I agree a private conversation would be the way to sort this sort of thing, she's gone on a lot of other people's platforms, including some people who are very hostile to me, but that's just a piece of context, but to many different people's platforms in order to tell her side of the story, while I was blocked, while I literally could not be open to any sort of potential workout. Like, so, okay, well, but I am open. I'm open to it, but I would need to consider that very carefully.
There's ways. There can be stipulations such that we can provide certain protections or insurance for that kind of feared situation.
Yeah, I mean, if that's possible, like if we want to have like a mod from your community, a mod from my community, sure. Like if we want to have mods.
Well, I think all the mod. I think all the mod. I don't even know if like I would be the mod, because I would want all the mods to be very neutral. Like I don't want like this one thing where like someone from like one side comes and the other person from another side comes. Like I'd really like neutral platform.
Maybe we could,
like a neutral. Like,
maybe we could have a private recorded conversation where we both agree to not release the video, and that way there's a mutually assured destruction situation. So maybe.
Yeah, and and again, I haven't asked this to Riley, so Riley could just I don't know. Like, and so like this is me just thinking out loud. Because I would really much like to see resolution. That's all. If that's not a possibility, then I would just we can just go on and talk about, and we could do this either way, to have the conversation about, well, what are the problems with different formulations of gender and why one definition would be better than the other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, I am open to the possibility. Again, pardon me, and this is just, I'll be completely upfront. There is some trust issues there at this point, but that doesn't mean I'm close to it. So you can take that as my message or whatever you want to do. I'm struggling with the words right now, but you understand what I mean. And also I am very open to further discussion on this. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
Yep.
All right. Well, listen, it was great talking with you, Demon Mama.
Likewise. It was really interesting.
And I hope that we can have a future conversation about gender in the future. And I'll just say it again. I really do hope there is a path to genuine resolution.
I hope so too. That would be great. Thank you for coming on, Avi, and looking forward to talking with you again in the future.
All right. Thanks so much, Demon Mama. Take care.
Bye for now. All right. Give me a minute here, real quick. 1 minute. Thank you, oh my Gotti. Never let it be said that I do not engage in good faith, even in difficult and complicated and potentially frustrating. I mean, I didn't find that particularly frustrating. I mean, I do listen. I do think that there was, but hey, listen. To be fair, they're open to have a further discussion on that definition. That definition. Oh, I understand. But remember, actually, let me go to the bathroom, and I will come back and I will tell you all of my thoughts. So have fun with each other in chat for like 5 seconds while I go to the bathroom and grab a Pop-Tart from the kitchen, and then we'll talk, because I have a lot of thoughts that I want to share with you, and then we have other things. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll be back in like 30 seconds or something. Give me a minute. Hello. I'm back. I have a Pop-Tart. Pop-Tarts are terrible for you, but I want one. So I think this is the cherry one. I can't actually tell. The cherry and strawberry taste pretty similar. I like the wild berry ones, personally. I like the wild berry, and I also like the cinnamon ones, depending. It's not toasted, of course not. Oh. I don't know. I don't even know that question, Aztec. No, I don't. Fuck you. Do I agree with Vosh's stance on Fuda? What's Vosh's stance on Fuda? What? Pop-Tarts are better as a snack, but toaster strudels are better as a breakfast. Did I get a lot out of the conversation? I mean, I feel like all I did was clarify, but it was still fun anyway. And hey, look, it looks like it might lead to a bigger conversation, which sounds great. Wait, what? Wait, what did people say about the Fuda stuff? Nobody answered. Yeah, I learned I better defined what I was talking about. So that's valuable to me. Listen, these types of conversations can sometimes be slow. Sure, go for it, Dango Bangle. I notice I have some, I have a lot of fucking, notifications. Yeah, I'm increasing my power level. I'm becoming stronger by means of discussing philosophy. Listen, I've learned a lot about philosophy throughout my life. Like a lot. So, yeah, learning is good. And I definitely learned some things, so, yeah. Power. Yes, that's true, they would be. Well, we've had a little bit of a dip in viewers, but but it's still quite good. We're doing quite good. Listen, if I can keep viewers for a jargon-filled philosophy conversation, that makes me happy. That makes me happy. I hope you all were entertained, even if it was not great. Even if it was, like, not great for all of you, but... What did I think about the general topic of definitions? I think they're very problematic definitions personally. Hey, thank you, Arson. I appreciate that. Also, thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate that. Oh. Wait, Vosh said hi. I'm doing well. If you want to tell Vosh, I'm doing well. Had an interesting conversation, and I hope he is doing well. I hope he is doing well as well, is what I will say. Or perhaps I should say, how is he doing? Is perhaps a better way. Instead of just hoping, I should ask. No more Hegel. Listen, I'm here for Momamism. There we go. It's a new type of philosophy. Is it Hegel? Anarcho-demonism. It's Hegel. It's Hegel. Sorry, I'm just trying to collect my thoughts. That was a very high-minded discussion that was very, very specialized, and it like takes a minute to like pack the brain back into the normal space, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? I have to return to 3-head from 6-head, if that makes sense. It's like a half. Yeah, it's like, yeah. It's in recovery mode from trying to complicate and break into the granularity of small definitions. I don't know that it matters in this case, George Popsy, but yeah, coming back to Earth. This feels like coming down from like a really crazy high. Do I have a Discord server? Yes, I do. There you go. High level ideas. Yep. Jesus, I have 1 million DMs. A lot of people DM me during that. A lot of people DM me during that. Thinky time. True, Elak. You know, we will do the diss track momentarily. I just want to take a few minutes to just kind of chill together, you know? Just kind of like vibe. The anime discussion was nice. I liked that one. That was great. You missed a big conversation, a big brain conversation. Am I excited for the Chud Logic panel tomorrow? Yes, it is like there's almost no chance that it won't turn into a bloodbath. I will guarantee you tomorrow is going to be an absolute bloodbath. So I hope you're ready for it. There is no possible way that tomorrow's debate is going to go smoothly. I don't even have to do anything. I'm not even bringing spice. I know the spice is going to already be there. Tomorrow tomorrow at 4 p.m. I am taking Sunday off this week. Yes. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. PST, I will be going live. Actually, I'm going to be going live earlier. I'm going to be going live at 3. Yeah, content on a Saturday, right? It is at 4 p.m. PST is when the panel will begin. It's going to be Mel, Vivian Wolf, Mouthy Infidel, myself, and a yet unknown guest, all arguing about Waco. Waco, extremism, and federal responses to extremism. It is going to be hog wild, okay? I don't even listen. I'm telling you right now, I don't even need to bring spice. I'm not even bringing spice unless I gotta. But it's going to be hog wild. Yeah, the Waco. Yeah, Waco. Yeah. That's not very nice to say, ZZ Tails. I don't appreciate that. That's not very nice. All humans deserve some support. And that seems pretty cruel, honestly. That's all right. Everyone needs time. Art takes time. You're getting weird, Champ, because that was pretty weird, Champ. It's pretty weird, Champ, to go into another streamer's chat and just, like, randomly make a massive statement about somebody like that. Isn't it, ZZ Tails? What's Waco? Waco is the colloquial name for an event that happened in the United States in the town of Waco, Texas. Okay? Here, I'll give you the rundown. In 1993, in Waco, Texas, a group of a cult known as the Branch Davidians, led by a guy named David Koresh, were discovered to have been stockpiling arms in a facility outside of Waco. When this was discovered, it led to the ATF serving a warrant for the arrest of the cult leader. And this led the cult to panic, basically, and arm up. So they locked themselves in their facility. Yes, but hold on. I recognize, but I'm trying not to editorialize this at the moment. I'm trying to tell why the warrant was served, what happened, okay? Hold on a second, people. Give me a second, okay? This cult was an already existing problematic cult. There were allegations of and evidence of child abuse. It was a far right-wing cult. Really fucked shit, okay? But the ATF discovered they were stockpiling arms, and it led to a siege. So basically, the police well, not the police, the ATF and the FBI surrounded the facility outside of Waco for 53 days. That's a very long time to have federal agents surrounding a facility in the middle of nowhere. And in the facility, there was somewhere in the ballpark of like 100 to 150 individuals in the facility, and there were shots fired back and forth. There were all kinds of shit that happened. At one point, tear gas was deployed into the facility to try and end the siege. And the FBI and ATF moved in, and a couple of agents were shot and killed, while somehow, and this is where the controversy comes in, somehow the facility caught on fire. Now, there is some evidence that it could have been the shells that were used by the FBI, and there is other evidence that claims that the Davidians may have lit the fire on purpose. It is very hard to tell which one is actually true. The Justice Department concluded that there was evidence that it was the FBI's fault. The fires were their fault, that they shot incendiary devices in, and it set the building on fire. And what resulted was the death of 75 or 76 individuals, 25 of which were kids. So 25 children died in the resulting fire because they couldn't escape the building. And 76 people died total. It was considered a sort of universally recognized horrible situation, and people are still arguing about it to this day. freecreditreport.com. Bomb. Anyway, yeah. So that's Waco. It was a rather terrifying event. It kind of has stuck in the American psyche for a very long time, understandably so. But again, it was in 1993, so there's been some time since then. Also, what occurred at Waco was directly referenced as a primary motivation for Timothy McVeigh. Some of you may know who Timothy McVeigh is. Timothy McVeigh being the stream starts at 3 p.m. and the panel's at 4 p.m. Yeah. Timothy McVeigh cited, yes, it was. So Timothy McVeigh, as in the Oklahoma City bomber, the far-right Nazi bomber who blew up a federal building and killed like 150 people, somewhere in the ballpark of that. That guy cited in his manifesto the Waco siege as motivation for why he did what he did, why he targeted the federal buildings. Yeah. Yeah, I believe he cited the Turner Diaries as well, yeah. But what there is to discuss about it is, well, as it turns out, a number of the people who are going to be on that panel have been involved in discourse on the internet over it. So there's a lot of opinions. Mouthy Infidel, for example, is under the belief that the FBI was 100% in the right. And Mel, of course, is not clear with her opinions. Vivian Wolf has very complicated and nuanced opinions, as Vivian Wolf spends a lot of time researching extremists, and I have pretty reasonable and nuanced opinions on the entire event. But I'm very interested to hear what people will talk about. And I can guarantee you, with Mel and Mouthy Infidel being on the same panel, it is going to be a bloodbath. That's just the truth. I just know. I know, okay? So if you want a show, you're going to want to be here tomorrow. Yeah, that's one of the big points. You know, one of the reasons Chud Logic is hosting the panel. Yeah, that's right. Chud Logic's getting back into the game. Yeah. But yeah, 33% child casualties that apparently couldn't be avoided by adults with crisis training. Mel and Mouthy Infidel hate each other. That statement, the 33 child casualties statement that was stated in chat, yes, that is one of the primary criticisms of the FBI and the ATF in that situation. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to be a voice of listen, I like to believe I'll be a voice of reason on that panel, but I can't guarantee. Yeah, but yes, that is one of the main controversies, was like, wow, how did so many children die? What the fuck? Isn't that pretty fucked? Isn't that pretty fucked? And I mean, that was, by the way, a lot of people came away with that conclusion at the time as well. That, oh my God, like, well, okay, at the time, at the immediacy afterwards, polling has changed over time, by the way. At the time, people were largely in support of the FBI, but over time, that has changed pretty extensively. Unfortunately, there have been a number of right-wing documentaries that glorified the side of the Branch Davidians, which I don't believe should be glorified. However, I also am not a literal child, so I don't believe that you can easily come to a black and white understanding of something as complex as a showdown between a government agency and a right-wing cult. I just think it's a little bit more complicated. Yeah, so, yeah. It's a very fucked situation, but it's going to be a fascinating conversation. How can you glorify that? Well, because they will say that the Branch Davidians were just innocent militia Christians practicing their First and Second Amendment rights, which I do not agree with, by the way. But yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of Mel dislike in chat tonight. What's going on? What's going on? Listen. Mel will speak for herself, okay? Tomorrow. Well, yeah, I would say so. I mean, I made a joke about... I made, like, jokes about the situation because it's 30 years ago. It was a disaster that was very, very, very murky, and I think it's okay to occasionally make dark humor jokes about horrible situations. Sorry, I don't think that, yeah. Yeah, of course, Ruby Ridge is another one that's important to learn. By the way, I'm going to be brushing up on all of this. Hey, Marinara, good to see you. I just think Mel is full of cringe takes. Well, fair. Why don't we just not be right-winged? That would be awesome. I prefer the left side. They're awesomer. Okay, well, I mean, I agree by and large. Yep. Mel cannot acknowledge the Uyghur genocide on a stream with Dylan celebrating the suicide of a cop. Look. Listen. All I'm going to say is Mel is primarily a shit poster, okay? A shit poster, okay? Just understand that. And I don't really appreciate raw shit posters. It's meatball. It's fucking meatball. I don't really think that, like, there's much value in people who just shit post all the time. After all, that's basically what 4chan is, right? Mel is like a reactionary who tries to piss everyone off, similar to Leaf. That's really uncharitable. Look, say what you want, but I don't think that's accurate. Well, Windleby Mel gets a lot of hate that I feel could be mostly averted by having, I don't know, better rhetoric, answering some questions straightforwardly. Yes, that would be an easy way to deal with things. I will say, and again, I have a lot of disagreements with Mel. I have had a lot of personal disagreements with Mel and a lot of public disagreements with Mel, but there is a little bit of an obsession with people who go up against her to try and put her in a box. Now, at the same time, Mel also calls herself a tanky, even though she says that ironically. So I can understand why there's some confusion, but I also find it kind of weird when people are that obsessed with putting someone in a box. You'll find out tomorrow, I'm sure. Yes. Yes, Danny Fallen. Danny Fallen says, I think Mel had some interesting takes and seems intelligent, but I feel like she gets super high, making it so she gets defensive too quickly, and it seems like people try to gotcha Mel a lot because she shitposts so much. Yep. Mel is at Chaos is Mel on Twitter. At Chaos is Mel on Twitter. There you go. Listen, drugs are fine, but there's a time and a place. Yeah, I'm very excited too. I listened, by the way, Dan the Step, I listened to the entirety of that Atlantic article you sent me about the Mormons. It was super interesting. Super, super interesting. Thank you for sending that my way. Yeah. Appreciate that a lot. Who's this person? The fuck? Listen, shitposting sometimes is okay. Yeah, Mel has me blocked. Well, Mel hasn't blocked me, but Mel fucking screamed at me because I told her to stop harassing Merrick and stop directing people to harass Merrick. Yeah, okay, good faith actor. How long does the panel go? Well, as long as it goes. I think it's going to be about 3 hours, and then I'll probably be ending shortly after that, or doing maybe a little bit of gaming. Oh yeah, Mel got really fucking mad at me. Mel and I don't really talk anymore. Because there was a lot of bullshit that happened, and Mel was really fucking bad about Merrick. Like, pathetically bad. To the point where I literally, I tried to talk to her in private multiple times, and then I realized it wasn't doing anything, so I just did it in public. The entire genocide bad smile face response every time after being asked about the Uyghur genocide is what sparked the current hate. When asked directly to acknowledge if it's happening with a yes or no, she refused to answer. Okay, yes, but also no. Yes, she's made a meme about that, but also, like, people have been harassing her with that, and nobody owes you an answer. Oh, the place. Catch the VOD. Go on the date, for God's sake. I did listen to some of it, Adam Flores, but I wouldn't be able to tell you my thoughts quite yet. Thanks for sending it, but I listen to music very slowly. I'll put it that way. But I did listen to some of it, yeah. What are we doing? What are we fucking doing? Why was Mel mad at Merrick from YouTube chat? Mel, I don't know why. Mel has no reason to be mad at Merrick. Mel just likes to virtue signal to her tanky friends. Sorry. That's true. That's true. That is very true. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with Discord DMs. Yeah, just Discord DM me. I just don't always get to them quickly because I get a lot of them these days, believe it or not. People have a lot of thoughts to share with me, so share me your thoughts, but it might take me a little while to get back. I know I have a couple that I need to respond to. Yeah, even I even got to respond to Jeena after this. Was it all about the sex work take? That's the veneer, but the real justification is petty interpersonal bullshit. It's actually stupid. It's actually stupid. And I called Mel on that multiple times, but she doesn't care. So whatever, it's her problem. But I don't abide like regularly inflaming horrific harassment against a person that I care about or another person in my space who I respect. I think that Mel's behavior towards Merrick has been nothing short of reprehensible, to be completely honest. I mean that. I think that Mel's behavior towards Merrick is fucking shit. And I told her that myself multiple times, both in private and then in public when she just refused to engage. When I told her that I thought that was shit, she said that she accused me of just liking Merrick more. Do you believe that determinism is an explanation why different classes have preset decisions before they're born? I've played around the idea. What? No. What? I don't know anything. I don't know what that means. Classes? What classes? What are you talking about? Yes, I would. No, I would very much like that, Dan the Step. Let's talk about it. Let's just come on at the beginning and we'll have a chit chat first. That'd be super, super interesting. Oh yeah, she said that about me too. Yeah, Gayfest, she said that about me too. She said it was white. She said that me defending Merrick from her being completely randomly aggressive was like white girls circling the wagons. And I'm like, you're being parasocial as fuck, like trawling people's mentions to reignite like literal harassment against Merrick. Fuck that. I don't think it matters. I think determinism is mostly useless. Yeah, I think determinism is mostly useless. We have to behave as though we are not determined, even if we are. It's the only way that you can really function. Determinism is mostly just, in my opinion, determinism, like spending lots of time thinking about determinism can be useful when you're trying to figure shit out, but it's kind of just mental masturbation. Like, at the end of the day, you're an agent. You have to behave as though, well, Calvinist, yes, yes. Noted, easy to get along with people, the Calvinists. The most, like, seems kind of doomerish to me. Wait, like determinism is doomerish? I mean, I just think it doesn't make sense. It's not useful as a model. I mean, it might be useful to think about in certain concepts. I know lots of people found inspiration, but yeah, the Calvinists, the noted, very reasonable people to communicate with, and definitely not one of the most extreme sects of Christianity. Calvinist determinism is, I think it's a harmful philosophy, yes, but it's very complicated to get into that. Yeah, you're sensing some sarcasm, just a little bit, just a tiny, tiny bit, just a little bit of sarcasm. Yeah, that's stupid. That's stupid, Mixed Dizzy. What I'm thinking is that it is freeing and dooming the individual and collectives. I've played with it because of my situation and the situations of others from... Well, listen, if it works for you, that's great. I don't find it useful. I don't find it useful for making decisions or living life, because if it's determined, well, who cares? Like, if it's determined, well, it's determined then. But regardless, I still have to think about things and make decisions. Is there somebody who wants to debate me? Is there somebody who wants to fucking debate me? Okay. Okay. I'll debate you on Evangelion, and I don't know why you would want to do that, because you will lose that fight. It is a doomed venture. Like, good faith actor, you are strolling into your own death. But if you so desire it, if you wish to have a glorious end, then come, and I will wait with you. I will wait for you. It will be like strolling into the fucking... It's like strolling into the fight against the Nameless King. There's no chance you're going to beat the Nameless King on your first time. You're just going to get owned. Maybe if you have some way to keep coming back to life, you could eventually wear me down, but... Excuse me? Nameless King is cool. If he's so cool, how come there isn't the second one? Well, he does have a second phase. He has a first phase and a second phase. That's kind of cool. I think he has a third phase, actually. That's pretty cool. Quantum anything? Listen. The moment that the word quantum comes in, unless you are literally talking to like a PhD physicist, if the term quantum appears, you can basically just disregard everything that is said in that sentence. And you may as well replace it with this. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Saying quantum is like the biggest, like, it is the most instantaneous bullshit alarm that I've ever heard. Yeah, like, it just, anytime somebody brings up quantum stuff, it's like, oh, you watched What the Bleep Do We Know? And that's it. If you are talking to a literal quantum physicist, if you're talking to a literal physicist, then maybe. Other than that, it's just, I saw, dude, oh my God. I watched this documentary called What the Bleep Do We Know in high school, and they said that if you write the word... if you write the word love on a water bottle and then you freeze it, the molecules will look different than if you write hate on a water bottle and then freeze it. Isn't that cool? It's because of like quantum reduplication, and it's fucking incredible. Wow, this shit's good, man. That's what it is. That's what happens. That's basically anytime the word quantum gets dropped. You hate me because I speak the truth. Well, okay, ya boy tapoy, there you go. Ya boy tapoy, you get the pass. You get the pass because you have, like, super brain on this, and you probably know that it's not like, whoa, did you know that, like, if you look at a particle, it changes because it's been noticed by humans, and the human soul, I mean, the human quantum particle makes particles change? Senpai noticed you? Me? When the fuck does it become the women particles? I don't know. We need to take the femichlorian levels. So, oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying, gay fish. Femichlorian levels. NBs are like, totally, listen. First, here's how you do it. Dude, okay, I got this. Okay, I got this. The way that you create a non-binary individual is you get 50% dude particles, 50% chick particles, you put them in together, you heat them up to a certain level, and then you use quantum gender transition, and it will convert instantaneously. The 50%, the particles, once heated to a certain level, will instantaneously bond with one another to create 100% non-binary particles. Were I this person at any point? No. I guess I am that person anytime I get blazed out of my mind and just lay in bed listening to music thinking about shit. But in truth, no, I've just met a lot of people in my life. Like, I've met a lot of people in my life. Yeah. Let me tell you a quick story. Look, I always doing the fucking story. Once I was at a party, where I got in a philosophical argument with an objectivist, which was really funny. But at one point, I went out on the porch to get some fresh air. And while I was out there, I met a guy who was clearly stoned out of his mind. And he was talking about, I didn't know him. He just randomly started talking to us. He was like, I've really been thinking about stuff lately ever since I did these shrooms. And he's like, and he just started talking about it was a literal moment where I was like, Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about? It was one of those moments. It was very nice. He just was not making any sense at all. So, yeah, it was a Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about? It was fried, just completely fried, but seemingly pleasantly fried, which I can appreciate. Okay, which I can completely. Was I in love with this girl? No. No, my audio shouldn't be lower. It might have been, I don't know. There's been some issues with audio lately. So I don't know what would happen. Maybe the audio got boosted in that particular video. Hannah thing, I've noticed you many times, you goofball. It may have been that we needed to boost the audio in that particular video. It's hard. Jessica from Breaking Bad. Jesse's girl. Oh yeah, there's diss tracks. Listen, well, where's the Glooby? Where's Glooby? I haven't seen Glooby. Glooby hasn't even come around. Somebody locate me the Glooby and we'll do the diss tracks. But it is technically Glooby's turn to do it. I know Gayfesh finished the diss track, but I don't know if Glooby did. We need Glooby before we can do it. They're watching WandaVision? Then we'll wait. Once WandaVision is over, then we'll do it. Fucking WandaVision. Oh, yeah. Oh, so this is just yours then? What about Cyborg and Pan? Wasn't there supposed to be a 4-way rap battle? Well, whatever. Oh, okay. Well, we'll listen to it in a minute then. I'm like really enjoying this, just sort of like vibing and talking with chat. Isn't that great? Yeah, I'm enjoying this vibing. Is everyone enjoying this? How is everyone enjoying this? Let's see. Have I tanked the numbers yet? No. Our numbers are holding well. Apparently you all enjoy vibing moments. Oh yeah, of course, Nathan Drake. Destiny had a stupid take about the drama. Of course he did. I have passed. How far did I get in Ancestors? I don't know. I don't remember. I played it until I didn't want to play it anymore. Some games I don't really like playing the entire game. Yes, voice meter potato is something that I'm going to be setting up in the future to further improve my audio. Yeah. I've been really tired lately. I apologize if I've seemed a little bit tired lately. But I'm not gonna lie. I've been working a lot, like a fucking lot. Like a lot. So, you know. I've been trying not to burn out or anything like that, you know? There won't be a video game. By the way, there won't be a video game stream this week because we're doing the one tomorrow. Yeah. I think you're the only one, Gayfesh. Gayfesh, would you want to wait? Would you want to wait until everyone else's is done so we can have a whole thing? Yeah, more mama is better, but don't worry, you're going to get more. Don't worry. Okay, so we'll wait. Oh, you want to release it for Bandcamp Friday. By the way, everyone, it is Bandcamp Friday, which means if you go to gayfesh.bandcamp.com, you can get Gayfesh's music, and Gayfesh gets 100% of the proceeds. You can get all of the music from the channel, and it's fucking awesome. Also, if you have other musicians that you like, this is a good time to do it because they get 100% of it. Really fucking good shit. So please support Gayfesh, and yeah, Gayfesh. Then we'll listen to it in a little bit. I don't want to fuck up your plans for I almost said Gayfesh Fridays, but for Bandcamp Fridays. All right. Listen. Fesh Friday. Yeah, Gayfesh Fridays. I like that one. It's not every Friday. It's once a month, I think, or once every 2 months or something. The Lullaby remix is up on SoundCloud, but it's not on Bandcamp. Oh, you're gonna call me out? Yeah, I know. A lot of high school teachers loved What the Bleep Do We Know? Yo, that's awesome, Cyborg, though. This is cool as fuck. Listen, this is cool as fuck. I'm excited for it, okay? Hey, wait, I've called out Vosh before. Don't you fucking lie about me, you bastards. Good night, Adam Flores. Thanks for coming by. What do we want to talk about next? Do we really want to do conservative stuff? God, I hate conservatives, but I want to debate a conservative. Are there any conservatives who want to debate? Come on, I want to do a debate. Why the fuck aren't there any conservatives who want to debate me? I don't want to do... I hate reacting. I want to debate somebody live. I haven't watched Philosophy Soup's newest yet, but I will. No, I hate Ben Shapiro. I know what we're going to do. Yo, that's awesome, Hannah. That's really awesome. Well, we've done a lot of Cooking Mama lately. The hillbilly guy? Hillbilly guy? Wait, you're talking about the young Nazi? You're a conservative in a different universe? Well, get in contact with that universe. Yeah, we got to do the Malding Boomer Gamer. Listen, let's do the Malding Boomer Gamer. And if we find some conservatives to argue with in that time, then we'll stop and do an argument. Here's the thing. So actually, you know what? Before we do this section, let's listen to the diss track. All right, Gayfesh, we're doing the diss track. All right, we're doing the diss track so that we can go into the last segment without driving people away. Okay? All right, let's do the track. Let's listen to the track. Are you ready? Yes, I've seen that guy, by the way. I am so fucking ready. Let's do the diss track. Everyone listen up. It's diss track time. We got a Gayfesh diss track coming in hot and spicy. Let's do it.
Glooby, cross the fucking line. You know I gotta respond to this shit. Kid gloves are coming off. Let's do this. Bitch, fuck you. You fuck, you suck. I'll run you over with my truck. Talk about my cat, see, I gotta admonish, you fucking love that orange kitty, so your lyrics dishonest, and honestly, it's kinda astonishing how in this contest you'd sacrifice your polish over a lie that demolishes all of your Deuteronomous chances for a proper response to this content farm we planted phonics and for the streaming product. And Demon Mama, don't think you're getting off this time, because I brought fresh rhymes and they commit war crimes. I know the secret of how you stream for hours and hours, well you can call me UPS, cause I deliver your power. You say you're 3.0, I say you're 0.4. Abandon GitHub for with no support no more. Everybody jams the fuck out on your pre-roll tracks. The stacks of black market Anglo-Saxon white boy raps can't stand up to my hand up. Bandcamp beats, the audio treats, fan favorites moving your feet. Hit the fucking street, Glooby, and get ready to clash. I'm on a fucking list of vocal kick your motherfucking ass. Hell is freezing over in case you haven't been told. I braved minus 40 temps when I was 10 years old. Dobry utro, tovarishya, это русский медведь. Put that shit in Google Translate before you wind up dead. And bread too, get your head screwed. Coming for you with this blood feud. Get some fortitude, check your attitude. Sorry, that was rude. Don't wanna drag you in drama. Let's keep the shit inside and I'll watch some Demon Mama.
Yo! Gayfesh! What the fuck? That was fucking awesome! Holy shit! Yo! That was so fucking good! Go! Look, I'm gonna open this up on my screen. Go right now, you fucking people. You can buy the diss track here. Wait. You could buy the diss track. God damn it. Here, I gotta repost the fucking link so people see it with my red name. Look, bam, go. You can get all of Gayfesh's music, and guess what? Gayfesh gets all of it right now. All. Every last bit of it. None of it goes to the corporate overlords. None of it. Look, I'm buying one right now. Look at this. I'm buying it right now. I'm buying it right now. Here we go. Look at me. I'm buying it right now. Oh, fuck. I can't do it through this stupid link. Shit. Hold on a second. Give me a minute. I can't do it through that damn link. Hold on. I got to do it on my actual computer. Hold on. Fuck. I'm buying it right now. Now I'm buying it. Now I'm doing it. Here we go. Check it out. We got 4 more hours, so we'll do this again. There we go. And done. Okay. And done. And it's loading. And done. There we go. I did it. Now you can do it too. You can support Gayfesh in his goal to ascend to the stars of rap godhood. That was awesome. Listen, that was fucking awesome. Thank you. Thank you for roasting me. I appreciate a good roast. All right? All right, are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready to do some fun? Are you ready for some fun shit? Are you ready for some motherfucking fun shit? Because, listen, I have to tell you about somebody who you may have forgotten about. And some of you may have never known them at all. Like, at all. It's Astronaut Day? So, how many of you know of a game called God of War? How many of you know about of God of War? Anybody? Anybody know God of War? Okay. So no, probably not as bad, K-Prime. So there is a guy who made a video game known as God of War. And that person also was heavily involved in the creation of Twisted Metal. This person is a man named David Scott Jaffe. Okay? Here we go. And I'm going to give you, this is the fellow. This is what he used to look like, but it's a funny picture, so we're going to use this one. Okay? Because I think it's important for you to, he's not young anymore, but this is what he used to look at. Now I'm going to show you what this guy has become. Okay? Because I think it's going to make sense to you why we're going to be talking about him. Okay? I think it's going to make sense why we're talking about him. Okay? This is what he's become. Here you go. Look familiar? Look familiar? Does this look familiar? You seen this type of channel before? Yeah. So David Scott Jaffe has always had a problem with games media, has always had a bit of a grudge against gamers in general. But over the last few years, he has begun a turn towards, let's just say, the quartering style content. You know, lots of culture war shit, lots of like long spoiled opinions that nobody cares about. Yes, Fawn, you're sleepy, but I'm gonna say in advance, Cruelty Squad is amazing, and this dude didn't even play the fucking game. 11 minutes, and then he refunded it, but decided to make a bitchy tweet about it. Yeah, he did. He is like a dickhead. And he is also the guy who believes, he basically believes, like, he's said on multiple occasions that, like, he thinks like crunch is like gamers' fault and not managers. Basically, he capes for managers, which is what he was, all the time. And he also still, years and years and years later, has a grudge against games journalist Jason Schreier. Jason Schreier is someone who, I believe, you know, in the past was perhaps not the greatest ever, but is now one of the most skilled and principled games journalists. But David Scott Jaffe still hates his fucking guts. So here's what I was thinking. I was reminded after David Scott Jaffe. Here, let me get you the actual tweet real quick. He tweeted it recently. Here, I want to find the actual tweet here because I want to share. Because it was pretty shitty in my opinion. Let me see if I can find the fucking original tweet. Does anybody have it? I didn't actually intend to originally show it. God, he tweets a lot. Anyway, he tweeted out like a really shitty review of a game that he didn't even play that's made by an indie studio. And he more or less he more or less just shat on them. And it's pretty shitty. Also refunded the game and specifically wrote like a complaint to Steam to get the refund. It was pretty shitty. It's shit behavior. And a lot of games developers who are in smaller companies don't really think highly of him because, well, he's basically used his platform as the creator of God of War, which is tenuous to begin with because, you know, there's many people involved in these. he's used that to kind of bully a lot of people and be pretty rude. And as you can tell, you know, his content is kind of questionable. So what I wanted to do was it's been a long time since I've checked in on his content, and I wanted to just hop in and see how it's going. You know, let's hop in and let's see what he's got to say about stuff. Because I don't know, I think it would be super interesting, right? It would be super interesting to find out what this guy's got to say about stuff, and we'll see if he's got anything good to say. We're gonna do a little chud inspection. Now, here's the thing: I've seen some of his old stuff, and was not impressed. In fact, I thought he was kind of an asshole. But let's give him a chance, right? So let's watch this video. This is called An Old Gamer's Observations and Advice to Young Gamers. Do you want to find out if he has good advice for young gamers? I think we should, chat. I think we should. So, without any further ado, let us dive into the world of David Scott Jaffe, and let's find out what he's got to say to young gamers. And I haven't seen this, so I don't know what to expect. Maybe he's gonna surprise us and be based as fuck. But I have some concerns, so let's watch.
50 years old in just a couple of months. Insane. I don't feel any older than I was when I was 18, walking
Boomer
across
audio.
the stage.
Boomer fucking audio. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to boost the audio again. Boop. Boomer audio. Jesus, what is it?
Diploma at high school. But I figure at this point now I have enough road in the rear view to speak to the younger generation, especially the younger generation of gamers, about things I've observed, especially the things I've observed while having this channel for the last couple of years and dealing with a lot of an audience that is definitely younger, more often than not, you know, younger than 30 in a lot of cases. So these are my observations, and these are my messages to the younger generation in general and the younger generation of video game players specifically. Okay, so here's the first thing you need to know about your generation. Your generation is...
Okay. This... I'm already prepping for cringe, because telling people what you need to know about your generation is basically like... It's basically a guarantee that you're about to say some false ass shit. Okay? What should we know about our... Let's find out.
Kinder than my generation was. I noticed this back in 2006. I noticed it when I was at Panda Express with my wife at the time, and there were some high school kids, and they were clearly... Two of the guys were like the big jocks type, stereotype, built and wearing the Letterman jackets, the whole deal. And they were hanging out with two dudes who were very clearly, they were definitely alt, whether they were androgynous, like overtly androgynous, or very proudly, you know, displaying their LGBT affiliations. Not only were they out and open about it, but they were together. In the 80s, when I was a kid, this would not have happened. These guys would have been in each other's throats. The androgynous guy and the LGBT guy, they would have counted themselves lucky if they had had a culture that at least allowed them to express themselves enough that the jocks would have picked on them in the first place. Most of those guys were totally closeted back then. So the kindness and the progressiveness of the younger generation is an absolutely wonderful thing to see. I love that about you guys. You guys are obsessed with fame, and you guys are obsessed with relevancy. Now, that's not anything new. People know that about your generation, but when you experience it firsthand, I can't tell you, probably 5-10 times a week,
This is the guy who plasters on all of his videos that he is the developer of God of War. Literally. What do you... I don't know. Okay.
Get a nasty comment on my YouTube comments from clearly younger people that kind of are trying to poke at me because I'm no longer a big shot in the video game world. Or because...
Oh no, personal grudge time.
A game, let's say Corey's 2018 God of War came along and did substantially better in terms of reviews and probably money as well than mine did. And there's this sense like that's a real insult to me. But it really isn't. But your generation seems so...
Do you buy that, chat?
Obsessed with the world looking at you in a way
so
that...
wait, hold on. Is he talking about... He's talking about Zoomers, right? Is what he's talking about Zoomers, right? Because if they're in high school now, that would be Zoomers. Is who he's talking to, I think. I wonder if it's Zoomers who are commenting this on his videos.
You can feel... It's almost like you can't self-soothe. Like you need some outside validation to feel better about yourself. And obviously there's a lot of theories about why that is. You know, your parents told you were great at everything you did. Who the fuck knows? But it is really weird that...
So, here's what I'm getting so far. We're 2.5 minutes in, or 3 minutes in. We're 3 minutes in. And it really feels like there is nothing insightful that has been said at all yet. Basically, you're more progressive. That's a punt. That's saying I don't actually know. Like, every generation is more progressive than the last. And then he says that you care about being famous, which I really don't believe that any generation is more obsessed with fame than any other one. And now he's saying that it's because of trophies, which was the participation trophies thing was about millennials. That was made up about millennials, not Zoomers. That was made up about millennials.
When someone insults you and it hurts, it's because they're getting at the quick of something. And hey, I'm sensitive like anybody else. I mean, you can say certain things about me that will affect me, but it's not, haha, Jaffe, your game wasn't as successful as Corey's, or haha, your last game didn't do well.
It does kind of sound like it,
and or growth, including growth out of an area of employment into a new career, is not only healthy, it's a great sense of growth and progress and wonder, and just it keeps life fresh. But the idea that you guys don't seem willing to trade fame or relevancy or notoriety, like those things are so important that it's really restricting, I think, choices you guys make, because you're terrified to lose, it seems like. And the worst thing to you guys in the world is to lose publicly. And then it's like your whole life is over. It's absolutely crazy. You should work on that. Your entire generation should go to therapy. Unrelated note.
What?
You guys...
Dude, what an acceleration. Your entire generation should go to therapy. Okay.
Seem to be super sensitive to criticism. And here's how I know.
When I criticize you children... Wait, he literally whined about getting criticized in this video. Oh my God.
On my channel, I did a couple of Jaffe responds, there's God of War creator responds, which is totally marketing. I don't walk around thinking I'm the God of War creator.
Now he's making excuses for what I just called him out on 2 seconds ago.
Creator, it gets clicks. That's the reason I do it. But anyway, I did a couple of one on Mortal Kombat, one on Godzilla, Kong versus Godzilla. And both of those were clearly crazy positive. I'm super excited for both of those movies. But what a lot of you guys singled out were the criticisms. Nothing's perfect. And certainly it's a react video. It's like you only want to go to react videos where the people who are reacting validate what you already feel. But that's just a lie. It's like you guys don't even get it. It's like these are people, like if I wanted to make a lot of money at YouTube, I could give you exactly what you wanted. Everything that I know is...
How much do you bet if I made a video like calling this guy a dumb shit, he would freak out? In fact, I know he does. He freaked the fuck out when he got criticized by Jason Schreier. He's still nursing a grudge against Jason Schreier years later after Jason Schreier insulted his game.
Popular.
Like still
amongst
to
the
this day.
zeitgeist, I could just go, oh my God, it is the greatest fucking thing. And you'd give me a like and you'd subscribe and you'd come back to my channel because I'm telling you exactly what you want to hear. Your generation is not the only generation that likes hearing what they want to hear, but your generation definitely seems to be one that even when someone is heaping praise on these things, like I was, the minute a pinprick of criticism or just like, I'm not sure about that comes in, you're suddenly an asshole, you're suddenly a hater. You guys, I think that's dangerous, you know, because it prevents you from seeing reality. You can't be critical thinkers that way. It's like you're these kind of sheep type people. It's like we can totally control these.
Okay, so remember what I said at the beginning of this video, like 5 or 3 minutes ago, when I said it sounds like he just punted on the positivity and now he spent the rest of the video shitting on young people. So, okay, so the good things about the generation is they're more progressive. Everything else is they need to go to therapy. They're obsessed with fame. They're vain. And they're sheep. Dude.
If we just tell them, dangle exactly the praise they need in front of their face all the time, they'll go wherever we tell them. You guys are like, you know, you're waiting for a cult. Cult member's going to come along and exploit the fuck out of you guys. The last negative thing, I promise, you got to sandwich this. They say, give them an Oreo, right? The chocolate and the chocolate on the out. It doesn't matter. The point is, one more thing that's kind of negative, frankly, about your generation. You guys are willing to give up your freedom. I don't even know if it's negative. I don't know if that, because that means it's positive that I was raised and I was taught that freedom is more important than security. And I think it is, okay? But I wasn't raised like you guys, and maybe if I was, I would feel the same thing. There may be no right or wrong on this, but you guys were raised in the shadow of the worst terrorist attack in our history. They got played on TV and the internet ad nauseum. School shootings consistently not only happening, but amplified by the media. Racial upheaving that's been happening since, I mean, forever, but certainly...
No, wait. Okay, he's being very broad here. This mean if he says you're growing up, usually growing up means like you're like between the ages of like 9 and 13, like I guess 8 and 13 during the time of the of that event. But like if he's talking to Zoomers, they were like babies when 9/11 happened. Like it's 2021. Someone born in 2001 is fucking 20. So, who's he talking to here? 7, yeah, exactly. That's not growing up, like, I don't know, maybe? It feels very broad. That kind of says that, like, that kind of seems like saying, like, people who were born in the 80s grew up in the shadow of the Vietnam War or something.
It's been exacerbated recently. A crazy president, whether you like or hate Trump, the division that guy created for his own political and financial gain in this country cannot have been an easy thing to deal with when you're a young kid, an impressionable kid or a teenager. And a fucking pandemic on top of it all. Never had that in any, but my parents lived, you know, they didn't have it in their lifetimes. So, you know, I get it. I mean, anybody brought up under those conditions would probably say, look, man, who wouldn't value their security over everything? Because as a kid of the 80s, we, you know, oh, maybe the nukes will drop.
Like, I think he's talking about the wrong thing here. Like, I do think that there's some value in security, but that's because, like, Zoomers who are, like, coming of age now and, like, entering adulthood now, they've never had anything stable. It's not just 9/11. Like, they don't have, their parents probably like might not even own a home. Like a lot of their parents don't own homes. Like a lot, like they've lived through just complete societal upheaval. They've had no regularity whatsoever. They've had no security. That's totally, yeah. They've lived in a forever war. It's absurd. Like our society is like not even the same. Like. Yeah, well, like, I'm a millennial. Like, I'm 30, so I'm a millennial, right? Yeah, I'm a millennial. And I was 11 during 9/11. So, for me, I remember 9/11, obviously. I remember the fucking Patriot Act and all that shit. In fact, at the time, I was very against, well, I went all over the place with it because I grew up in a conservative environment, but there wasn't even consensus among conservatives as to whether the Patriot Act was good or bad. Like, there was a lot of critique. Like, millennials did not, like, take that easily.
Nobody, at least kids, didn't really, for the most part, think that was going to happen. So you came up in the 80s and you could easily say, freedom, it's important. You know, you should risk everything for your freedom. But you guys have risked a lot. You guys have been on the front lines, sometimes literally, and you actually know.
80s people knew about freedom? Do you think Gen X is like a generation that, like, is notable for their adherence to freedom? Like, Gen X is like, isn't Gen X like sort of stereotyped as like the most depressed and like defeated generation? Like, Gen X is like, yeah, Gen X is like they gave up. Like, they were defeated. Like, their whole thing is like jadedness. Is like Gen X is like the jaded thing. That's like their entire thing. Gen X got super fucked by the boomers. And millennials have also been fucked by both boomers and Gen X. Because Gen X, like, the stereotype of Gen X, where they were jaded burnouts, that by the time they had kids, they were fucking, like, Ambien zombies. You know what I mean? They were like Xanax zombies. So nobody has fucking parents. Like, millennials had no fucking parents because their parents grew up as latchkey kids, and now you're like sub-latchkey kids. That's like the stereotype, right? I don't know. It just seems like he doesn't actually know which generations he's trying to talk about, and therefore, like, there's like these weird stereotypes that make no sense.
To that, and my generation doesn't. So
millennials' parents are generally boomers. Well, so hold on a second. Let me be sure. So boomers. Wait, okay, hold on. Let me refresh my memory here real quick. Let's see. Boomers. Baby boomers were born between 1946 and 1964. So my dad is a boomer, but my mom is firmly Gen X. So my dad is a boomer, but my mom is firmly Gen X. Millennials are between 1981 and 1994. He said that he was talking about people born in the 80s being obsessed with freedom. Are millennials obsessed with freedom? Like, what? What? Millennials are 1981 to 1994, which would be me. Yeah, it could be. Some say 1996, it looks like. 1994 to 1996. You're a Zoomer? Wow, damn, you're doing good for yourself, lawboy named Troy. Good job on the Zoomer behavior. Why isn't there a millennial? Do you notice that there's no millennial and there's no Gen X emotes? There's just boomer and Zoomer. Millennials listen, I'm going to tell you something right now. Do you want to know the fucking expression that, like, the way to understand millennials? I'm telling you right now. Ready? I'm about to give you insight. Okay? I'm about to give you insight. Millennials are the, like, monsters in the floor. You hear? Millennials are like brimming with anger and frustration and disappointment. They've been stepped on and choked and lied to and saddled with debt, completely fleeced by the boomers. And the millennials are just now hitting their, like, 30s, and they're like, I'm about to fuck your shit up. The millennials are just sitting here like, and here's the other thing. Now, not all millennials are like this, but millennials, we fucking love the Zoomers. We see the Zoomers. The Zoomers are what we want to protect them, because we're like, yo, we know how bad it is, and we're going to beat the shit out of this thing. And if it kills all of us, It doesn't matter. If the Zoomers have to walk forward on our dead bodies, the Zoomers will march into a better future. There are little siblings. There are little siblings. That's why there's a massive millennial big sibling complex, and we're like, it's time. Our time is coming, and we're about to break through the floorboards and take over the house, and the Zoomers are going to inherit the house. There you go. Now you understand the generations. That is the way to understand the generations. A Gen X, you want to know why there's no Gen X emote? Because the Gen X emote, and I'm sorry, wait, no, this is going to be way too dark. Gen X is invisible. They're invisible. There are Gen Xers who have embraced the boomer and have become the boomer 100%, and people will just call them boomers. And then there are the silent Gen Xers, because the Gen Xers were totally downtrodden, totally burnt out. Culture was just fucked. There was just like hyper consumerism. Gen X just got like fucking like suffocated for air. And as a result, many of them weren't there for the millennials. So millennials were promised, oh, you go to college and you'll get a good job and you'll get a house like us, you know, like we got money. We don't worry, it sucks. You'll be addicted to Xanax for the rest of your life, and you'll chug wine constantly in order to cope with your life. But you're going to get a good money and a good job. And what happened was we put all this fucking work in. A lot of us fucking fought for all kinds of shit. And we were told all this stuff was going to happen. And never fucking happened, did it? Instead, we've been tricked into a whole bunch of fucking contracts that we can never escape. Millennials in chat. Millennials who are in chat. And nobody cheat on this. Just be honest. Millennials in chat. Sound off if you've got a fuckload of student debt. Come on, give me a hypers if you have a fuckload of student debt. Come on, millennials. Hypers in chat. Impo hypers in chat if we got or normal hypers. Yep, here it comes. Any $7,000 in debt? Yes, that counts. Well, yeah, okay. Americans, I should have specified. We have a lot of Europeans in the audience. Yeah, see? As you can see, quite a lot of people. Now, a lot of people didn't put the hypers, but instead told me their amount. Yeah, I've got a lot. You know how much I've got? Yes, 40K is a lot, lawboy named Troy. 80,000 is a lot. I have about 30,000, 36,000 in student debt that I have not been able to pay for 10 years. I haven't. I never even finished college. I couldn't even finish college. I couldn't even afford to finish college because you needed to have cash up front. Yeah, I have negative. Listen, it's so bad. Hey, listen, stop it. Stop that shit with the toaster bath. You motherfuckers, hold on a second. I'm going to have to interrupt this segment to do a fucking anti-doomer moment. Excuse me, debt is bullshit. Do you understand? No, it's okay. I'm not scolding you. I'm just correcting you, Mystic Miltank. You stick around and listen, okay? Listen to me. Debt is fucking bullshit. Every single member of the millennial generation was told you need to do everything. They were tortured throughout high school. Improve your grades, improve your grades, improve your grades so you can go to college. And you go to college and literally your high school counselors tell you, they take your hand and they help you fill out all of the forms that get you into debt that you will never be able to repay, and they don't care because they're going to go home and they're going to conk out on the couch to Xanax and wine. And you're going to be the one stuck with the fucking bill because they don't have any fucking bills. So I will not tolerate anybody in my audience fucking thinking about harming themselves over school debt. Fuck that shit. Default on it. If it's between dying and over debt and not paying debt, punt it. Punt the fucking debt. You know God knows Donald Trump does. Do you know how much debt that fucker has fucking punted? Fuck that shit. Don't you dare. Don't you motherfuckers dare give up over school debt. Even though I agree, it's depressing. It's horrible. And they design it to make moral attacks. But you do not fucking give up. You get ruthless if you have to. I don't care. Listen, this is the Roy Mustang moment, okay? I'm talking to all of you. Imps, pay motherfucking attention right now. Imps, fucking sound off in chat. I want K-Comrade Mamas right now if you're listening. K-Comrade Mamas in chat if you're fucking listening to me. I don't care about the combo. Just spam them. Yeah, I know, Windleby. You shut the fuck up. It's for a reason. That's what I'm talking about. All right, you're fucking listening. I can tell you're listening, okay? Don't fucking die. You got it? Don't you fucking die. I don't want to hear about any of you fucking dying. I don't care what you have to do to stay alive. You stay the fuck alive. You got it? Don't fucking die. That's all. Everything else, in this case, comes second, okay? Because you can't build a better world. You don't even get to see a better world if you die. And you definitely shouldn't fucking die over debt that you were bullshitted into by a bunch of fucking checked out Gen Xers and burnout boomers. Student debt is a motherfucking scam, okay? It's a motherfucking scam. And I know that you can say whatever you want about it. Student debt was foisted upon almost everyone who has it. And those who don't have it are probably in a position where you are too poor to even get it. Life is not a scam. No, life is wonderful. Life is beautiful. Life is the only way that we taste delicious sodies and meet amazing people and hear incredible music. Life is the only way that you get to see colors. It is the only fucking way that you even can process anything that you're doing here. Life is Pog. And unfortunately, there are a lot of unpog things. Did I say eat colors? I don't think I said anything about eating. I said see colors. I assure you, you're alive. Sure, eat the colors too if you want to. There's unpog shit that happens, okay? There's unpog shit that happens. But you have to push through the unpog shit to get to the other side, okay? And that means fucking pushing through the shitty, manipulative guilt tactics that fucking boomers pushed on all of us in order to make us feel morally bad about debt that we were told we had to take. Can you listen? I want to just get into this, that like the primary mechanism in our society, just think about how sinister this is. The primary mechanism by which they get you to pay back debt is with guilt. They know that you are good people. They know that you are honest people who want to do things that are just. So they told you it is just to pay back the debt we told you you had to get if you wanted to have a life. That is sinister. Yes, guilt and then harassment. And they'd put you in prison too if they could. By the way, 100 years ago, you could have gone to prison for debt. Debtors' prisons were still a fucking thing. You were unironically under the impression the world has always been this tumultuous. It was just less obvious. Was it really less of a hell world before? Listen, the world has always been tumultuous, but that doesn't mean that it's always been tumultuous in the same ways. That doesn't mean it's tumultuous in the same ways. And yes, there were better times. There were much better times. This is, right now, we are living in a local low time. In fact, I would say we haven't had a low time quite this low in America for quite a while. Well, Kyle Marshiku, I don't advise you just simply not paying debt, but I advise you to look in to what your options are, okay? Do the research. Live. If you think, like, for example, some things, for example, student loans, there are consequences, but maybe the consequences aren't as bad as you thought they were. And it's important to be informed. Because what they want you to think, because remember, it is ideal for debt collectors to tell you that you will die if you don't pay back your debt. Because guess what? Then they'll pay your fucking debt. So you got to find out what actually would happen. I will not give you any advice because everybody's fucking situation is different. For some people, you don't really got much of a choice because of the circumstances that got you by the balls, whatever. But look into your options. Never just lay down and accept obvious bullshit. If you feel like you're getting ripped off, look into it a little deeper and see if you are. And if you are, figure out how to not be getting ripped off. Seriously, you have to take that effort. Seize the world and say, fuck no. I am not going to just take it. I'm going to look into this and see if there's solutions. Is there a crack that I can squiggle through? Credit score is bullshit. Like 6 years ago, we learned that everybody's fucking, the mass data breach, that mass data breach that happened a few years ago, literally, it has ruined the reliability of credit. Whatever reliability credit had before, the fact that there was a mass data breach and basically no one is 100% sure if their credit score is even their own or if they've been, unbeknownst to them, having their credit score fucking managed or tampered with. The credit score is so ridiculous. And I've been mad about this because I used to have to do a lot of shit with credit scores in my previous job, the one that I ranted about the other night. They really haven't. They've really never had to think about that. And guess what? Boomers and Xers get a default benefit because they tend to have higher incomes. So their credit score starts higher. Just like, it's so ridiculous. Credit scores are stupid as fuck. Anyway, that was quite a rant. But I hope my message was made clear, which is that until, if it comes down to giving up versus making those motherfuckers have the worst time ever trying to get you down, choose option 2 for the love of God. Please. Please, for the love of God, please. Fucking, if nothing else, exist to spite the motherfuckers. I recommend having other reasons to live, but if you've got nothing else, at least live for spite. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. It's very empowering to know that there are cracks that you can find your way through. And do not take for granted, don't take for granted what the world tells you is true. Because especially fucking bosses and bankers and parents in America especially. Those people have a vested interest in you doing what they tell you to. Don't just take their words for granted. Make them explain. Yes, question authority. And when I say question authority, don't just question it. Test it. Remember that let me just, oh, don't worry, we'll have this as a segment, okay? Just so you know, the cheapest way to secure a debt is to convince people to pay that debt without fighting it, no matter how unjust the debt is. Think about that. Imagine this. Imagine you could walk up to somebody and say, give me your wallet. And they just said, okay. And they gave you your wallet. Wouldn't that be a really easy way to get money if you just got no pushback whatsoever, ever? That you could just walk up to people and say, give me your wallet. And they would give you your wallet without question. Wouldn't that not be the easiest way to get money? That is what banks and all of these organizations functionally are doing to you when you accept everything they tell you because you feel like you have to. You don't. You can say, no, I won't give you that. And maybe they'll hit you with a stick. But maybe you still won't give them your wallet. And maybe they'll get tired. The easiest and cheapest way, companies make their business models on you being compliant. I'm not kidding you. They literally calculate their investments. They go into debt. Those people go into debt based off of calculations they make, assuming that you are going to be compliant. I'm not kidding you. You don't think it's true? Please, I assure you, go investigate the companies that have issued you loans. Go investigate the people that are giving you credit cards. Those people make their decisions. They make financial decisions on the assumption, because all of history has told them that this is the case. They will assume that you'll be compliant. And when you're not, that can really fuck them. That can really fuck them. Not when you do it alone, but when you do it together. Gears turning now. Remember a couple of months ago, some of you might remember this. Some of you might remember this, some of you might not. But a couple of months ago, I talked about how the machine of fascism is horrific and monstrous, but it's disgustingly inefficient. The same goes for capitalism. And every person who decides to work together to gum up the works to make that machine chug shortens the time with which that machine can continue crushing up people into its belly. And the best way to slow down a beast like that is to do so together, with solidarity, taking care of one another, refusing to comply with unjust commands, refusing to just say yes to whatever contract these people roll out for you, even if they did so at gunpoint. Because guess what? Who the fuck are they? Who the fuck are they to trick you into a bunch of shit? Who the fuck are they to promote to top down promote a society of debt that is pushed onto you by your parents, that is pushed onto you by your teachers, pushed onto you by your guidance counselors, that every person that you trusted tells you you have to do this or you will never make a living. And they'll frown upon you, they'll call you a delinquent, they'll call you a degenerate if you don't do it. And then you get stuck with something you can't pay for their benefit. Who makes the money off of all of this bullshit? Those same fucking boomers who told you you had to do this. It is literally squeezing and eating their own children to self-enrich. We have more power than we think we do. But only when we stand together. Only when we watch out for one another's backs. When, if you have a friend who needs a fucking place to stay, and they're able to do so, and not get evicted, or not get scared into paying fucking excruciating rent hikes or whatever, you might change that system. And you know what's even better? If you organize, if you take the steps to bring people together in your community, you can do even more. It is unbelievable what can be accomplished when people work together. You know that rent strikes have been ridiculously successful? If you've got the skill to communicate, do it. You could be the one that's necessary. You could be the person who gets your tuition strikes. Students. Alone we beg, together we bargain. Yes, Martini Peterson. And now we're getting a little bit broad. It started with just me telling you not to fucking give up. But I hope that I made my point. Okay? Did I see this Jordan Peterson TikTok? No, but I'll check it out. I'll check it out after this. We got to finish this shit. That was a hell of a rant. We're going to go finish this stupid video. Let's finish this stupid fucking video.
I'm not criticizing so much as I'm observing that. It's fascinating. The last thing I'll say, and this is absolutely true, it's not terrifying, it's just interesting. You guys, and this will change as you get older too, you guys are so much better at multiplayer gaming. I play a lot of you guys online. I play a lot of you guys in like Mortal Kombat.
What's that about multiplayer gaming? What is multiplayer gaming but the baby's form of organizing and working together? Oh shit, he said one true thing in this entire video.
In Call of Duty, and I can see my reflexes getting worse and worse and worse, and you guys amplify that observation because my brain knows what I want to do. It's not like I'm an idiot. I know I want to get the cursor onto your head before you get the cursor onto my head and headshot me in Call of Duty. I know I want to pump the brakes and Wreckfest at just the right time so I can start the drift before the least optimal part of the curve in the track. But I just can't go from here to here as fast as you guys can. And it is absolutely fascinating to actually watch that. And sometimes just go, what?
It's really funny that he's basically like the two good things that he said about Zoomers is just like generic things that is like, oh, you're younger, so you have faster reflexes and you're nicer like every previous generation.
That's the point, but it's still fun. Those are my observations. My AARP card must be getting ready to be shipped out to me. I don't mind being 50. I've enjoyed the ride so far. I'm looking forward to however long I get on the other side of 50, but it's been a lot of fun. I don't mind getting older. It's good stuff.
American Association of Retired People.
Be afraid of getting old, kids. And seriously, I love that you guys are kind. That's the best. That is the best. You guys are just a nice generation. I love that. Not online. You guys are pricks online, but in the real world, you guys seem to be pretty good people. Good on you.
That was a totally useless video. Oh boy. Let's see what he's got to say
about this. Think about this for a moment. Think about this for a quick...
This is titled, I'm a proud progressive SJW and even I can't stand these guys. Do we believe this guy is a proud SJW? Everyone, what do you think?
Moment. We didn't get one person These people had no problem tearing into me on the Twitter.
Wait, he's complaining about being insulted now. He just said that's what Zoomers do.
About Cruelty Squad. Yeah?
Oh, he's whining about people. He's whining. Holy shit. He's whining about people calling him an asshole after he was objectively an asshole. He's literally whining about people calling him out for being a stupid fucking grouchy dickbag. What? I knew it.
Well, I'm here. Let's talk live. Let's debate. Let's discuss.
Oh
Maybe
my God. I would gladly debate with you. Oh my God.
Around to your point of view. Not one of those fucking motherfuckers decided to call in or chat. Think about that.
Maybe it's because your show's boring.
Think about the lack of courage of their convictions.
Yeah, next time this guy streams, I should call in and debate him about something.
They wanted to sit in the cheap seats of the goddamn peanut gallery and throw rocks at the people who had the goddamn
You're crying. You're literally crying. Just like you said the Zoomers did this, and you're literally crying about Twitter comments.
These cowards that hide behind anime avatars and names.
There it comes. Oh my God. Loser. Oh, come on, dude.
Like to go on the Twitter and the TikTok and the whatever, the social media, and that they like to basically tell people how the world should be and what's right and what's wrong.
That's what you do. That's what you do on your channel. You complain about what people say about you on the internet, and you tell people how to think about the world in literally the least insightful ways imaginable. What? Oh my God.
Life. Think about that. Think about that. Seriously. I'm here, bitches. I'm here ready to discuss, debate, learn, have a meeting of the minds, and yet, where are you guys? Who the fuck knows? You sure as fuck ain't here, you fucking cowards. I'll see you later. Good night.
That is the most boomer response you can possibly have. Holy shit. Nobody will fight me IRL. Nobody watches my stream, so why is nobody here to debate me? How is this have, wait a second, question. What does this title have anything to do with what he's talking about? Dude, what the fuck? What the fuck is he even whining about? Holy shit. Yeah, isn't this horrible? That's what I was, yeah, this is so bad. It's so bad. Thank you, Mystic Miltank. Miltank is a great Pokemon, by the way. Miltank is such a great Pokemon. Oh yeah, I gotta move my camera down to the old location so that we can see the notifications again. Okay. What's the vase? Oh, he's mad about Jeena Carano. He's mad about Jeena Carano. Oh my God. He's mad about Jeena Carano. Yes. Oh my God. Oh yes. Oh, the heavens have delivered us manna and we have content. Yes. Let us see what he has to say about the left is so intolerant. The left is so intolerant to the literal JQ posting loser idiot who immediately ran into the arms of Ben Shapiro.
Talk about this as calmly as possible because it really frustrates me. So, as some of you know, Jeena Carano, who played, I forget, Cara Dune or whatever her name is on The Mandalorian, cool character, what have you, she got fired by Disney, and there was the tweet she put out.
What's JQ posting? It's when you make jokes about the Jewish question. Yeah, Jeena Carano, listen. Jeena Carano, if you want to see the total expose, please watch Chud Logic's video about Jeena Carano. Jeena Carano is a fucking liar. Everything she says is a lie. If you actually look at the tweets, she fucking lies about the tweets. It's so, oh my God, it's so bad. Like, Chud Logic does this video where at every point in the video where she mentions a tweet and she talks about what she said, he just moved the tweet up on the screen and you see what was actually said. She's a fucking liar. Jeena Ragnos, it is the most justified, like, firing you could possibly imagine. Like, she was fucking, it was so bad. There's no way that Disney could be associated with somebody like that. So fucking funny. Yeah, also, it's really funny. I would love to see, you know that like a lot of people like this, like the Quartering and Tim Pool and all those people had meltdowns when Jeena Ragnos was first brought onto The Mandalorian. They were like, oh, it's getting woke. They made a huge stink about it. Oh my God, it's so fucking wild. Yeah, I think Chud actually shows the video of people of, I think it was the Quartering, shitting on Jeena Ragnos when she was added to the show and then crying when she's removed from the show for anti-Semitism. Let's hear what he has to say, though.
She's been kind of on people's list for a while. You can look it up. There were some things that she said that were supposedly transphobic, which I didn't think they were transphobic. There were things that she said that were anti-masking, and there were things she said that were about elections and needing voter ID. And then she had this other tweet, which was, I'll show it to you in a second, dealt with the Holocaust and things like that. So let me just be clear.
Wow, that's a way to put it. They dealt with the Holocaust.
I think the vast majority of her ideas are dumb. They're unfounded. They're ignorant. I don't agree with her. Okay. I'm not defending her argument. This goes to the heart of it. I post this as my Twitter. I post this Twitter that says, I really don't like Ben Shapiro at all.
It's like blown up to like 700, like 700%. He's like, you know what this is? This like hyper magnifies oh my God, I'm stumbling on my own words. This hyper magnified Twitter, it looks like the toy repair guy. This guy. Yeah, Jerry. This guy. This is what it is right here. Eh? This fucking dude, this picture right here. It's like, okay, time to go on Twitter. Oh, how interesting. Enhance. Holy shit. I love it. Oh my God.
I don't. But this was a good interview. My mind is where it was when the whole thing started. Disney has a right to fire whoever they want, but this was just wrong.
Bunghole on Fleek gang. Bunghole gang. Cornhub gang. What? Why would he put this on the screen? This is so much better than I could have asked for. The Bunghole on Fleek gang. Cornhub.
Fuck Twitter mobs, so tired of their self-righteous hate. Very clearly in there, because I even put it in all caps. Disney has a right to...
Oh, by the way, he put, I really don't like Shapiro at all, but this was a good interview. It was a trash interview. Just so you know, this interview was pathetic. It was the most softball, ass-kissy interview you can possibly imagine. And he's like, all right, it's a great interview. It's like by every interview standard, it's a boring, cringy interview. Oh yeah, Ben Shapiro like hits on her multiple times during the interview. Oh my God, it's so bad.
Fire her for whatever reason. Even if she said, I like Walt Disney movies, like, fuck you. They can fire her for whatever they want.
Yeah, it's like, if I don't say so myself, you are a very attractive woman. It's so fucking awkward.
They have to pay her in some certain parts.
Yeah, but he wasn't like hard macking on her. He was just being like, oh, you're a very attractive woman, you know.
For contract if they fire her without a reason, but
and it's like she's like, oh, I work out regular, and he's like, I can tell.
Relevant. But I make it clear, yeah, fire her. It's your right to do that. And then, of course, people come right in, and they just don't get what I'm saying. When someone who violated her contract and ignored explicit warnings getting fired wrong, since when are employees of major corporations can be publicly disparage their employee and expect to continue to be employed? Nobody said that they didn't have a right to fire her. I don't think they should have fired her, but nobody's arguing. This is the worst take. She's been openly transphobic for months. She's a disgrace. Disney's problem is they took so long to boot her. Well, everybody who watches this channel and this tweet and whatnot knows that I am a very big advocate, ally, supporter of everybody, but certainly LGBT folks. For a variety of reasons.
I'm an ally of everyone. I love everybody.
The most important one is they're human like everyone else, and everybody deserves equality and fair treatment. And then I also have a lot of understandably personal connections to that community, and there are people who I love very much who are in that community. And of course, if somebody is transphobic, again, they have a right to be transphobic. You know, it's not illegal to have a shitty opinion. It's illegal to have a shitty opinion.
It's not illegal to be fired? Nah, I don't think so, Benjamin. Maybe another time.
And then do something against the law, but that's got nothing to do with the opinion. That has to do with you breaking the law. But regardless, though, her being transphobic, I mean, all I can tell you is if that's what you saw, then we just have to disagree. She is repeatedly, she's not J.K. Rowling. She doesn't deny trans people the fact that they are women or men based on how they feel and how they know themselves to be, regardless of the gender they were born as. I've never seen her deny that. All she was doing is saying, don't fucking tell me I have to do this or that with my fucking Twitter bio. That's all she said. And look,
that's not all she said.
I have he, him in my Twitter bio. I have it because I know for me personally, it is the kind and right and normalizing thing to do for folks who are all up and down the spectrum of not just the trans community, but, you know, non-binary and all. It's just, let's just normalize the fact that
all right. Fair, Scott. Fair, David Scott Jaffe. Fair. That's fair. I'll give you credit for this one, buddy.
Probably better manners and polite to ask or to not assume. I'm down with that. She's not. That doesn't make her a transphobe. She's basically saying, I don't want to do that. Okay. So what's the problem? She has to do that? She has to basically follow.
We all know that's not what actually happened.
Follow your little fucking rules that, what, they're not a law. If you really feel strongly about it, go fucking hire a lawyer, write some legislation, get it passed, and then it'll be a law. It will never pass. But it shouldn't pass. People have a right to feel the way they do. People have a right to express themselves the way they do. I don't like it. And don't come at me with this bullshit about, yes, but there are consequences, and these are those consequences. No, look, there are consequences, of course. Especially ones like if you incite violence, right? If you're a fucking moron like Donald Trump, and you incite violence, there should be consequences. Who knows if there will be.
By the way, one of the things she said was that being a conservative is just like being a Jew during the Holocaust.
But in this case, not only is she allowed to be whatever she is. In this case, I think she's just simply ignorant. I don't think she's transphobic. She's certainly not anti-Semitic. She is. None of that's reflective of these tweets. She's ignorant, right? She admits herself she's only just voted for the first time. She's figuring it out. She's got some bad takes. Big fucking deal. Join the club. But this rush to, and it's really about your own personal.
She's like almost. I think she's in her like mid-30s. Jeena Carano. Yeah, she tells the story in the interview that like she voted for the first time for Donald Trump.
Securities, this rush to try to make people fall in line with your view, it's just you really basically going, you have no power in your life. You have no sense of agency in your own life. I don't know what your background is. I don't know if you just feel like you're beaten down by the man or whatever. And this on Twitter is the one place that you feel you can plant a flag and say, you know, this is how I feel. I don't know what it is, but it's like, I'm about as progressive as you can get when it comes to letting people, not even letting, like they don't even need to be let, just leaving people alone. And everybody deserves, they don't just deserve a
This is the your dad thing. This is the your dad thing that Philosophy Tube talked about. It's like I just want to leave people alone, you know? Just let them be.
They deserve respect as human beings on the planet. But
it's like, I don't respect you as a trans person. I respect you as a human being, though. But, you know, those rights, you know, yeah, your dad opinions.
Includes respecting the fact that, like, there are going to be people who don't agree with you, who think you're a moron. There are going to be people who are transphobic. There are going to be people who are anti-Semitic. I got no problem with anti-Semitic people. I have a problem with those anti-Semitic people actually do something to reflect their stupid, ignorant views. That's what America's supposed to be. But a lot of these people, man, got to be better than this take, Dave, says Matthew Burke. Lieutenant, I get it. That's good. As opposed to, he says, comparing your political opponent to being a Jew during the Holocaust. That's not really kind of what happened. All you have to do is parse the goddamn thing. Here's what she said. She was talking about, I'm not going to read you the thing. You can read it, but people are saying that
wait, why are you not going to read it? Why are you not going to read it, dude? Is it because it doesn't look so good for you now? Wow.
She's minimizing the Holocaust. She's comparing Republicans to the Jews who were killed in the Holocaust and concentration camps. No, she's not.
Yeah, it's literally on the screen. How is that any different from hating someone for their political views? Yes. What?
It's a
He's
dumb
got it
take.
partially on the screen. You can see that that's what she's doing. It's literally what... She's literally saying that calling conservatives dumb on Twitter is the same thing as rounding up Jews for the Holocaust. It's like, dude, there's no doubt about this. Why wouldn't you just read it if... Oh my God, this is so dishonest.
She ignorantly... And she even apologized for this. She ignorantly and disrespectfully is taking something like genocide and making a comparison to the way. I mean, she's not even really comparing the genocide.
Yes, she literally is. How is that any different from hating someone for their political views? That she's literally drawing a direct comparison, dude. You're coping so hard right now. What the fuck?
You read it, she's saying the tactics that were used to dehumanize the Jews in order to allow the public of Germany to be okay with Jews being round up and murdered, those same propaganda tactics she's comparing to the sort of othering and dehumanizing tactics that are being used on Republicans. Is that true? I don't think so. I certainly don't think so, but God forbid she have the opinion. She didn't sit there and say, I don't like trans people. She didn't say, I don't like Jews. She didn't say that if you wear a mask, you're a fucking moron. Even if she said all those things. The fact that you're not okay with somebody in a supposedly free country like America having an opinion that you don't like or that you...
Dude, all people did was complain, which is, what? Who cares? She said her opinion, they said their opinion, and you're getting mad that they said their opinion because you think that she should say hers and not be challenged on it?
You think, like I think, a lot of this is flat out wrong. A lot of this is just dumb. She doesn't know anything. She's not smart enough to opine this without anything, but she's allowed. There's no test that says once you pass this test, you get to express yourself. That's one of the beautiful things about America. But from some of y'all, it seems like y'all just want to tell people what they can say, what they can't say. I don't know how you can really defend that position and still call yourself a lover of freedom. You can hate the Nazis, I hate them. You can hate transphobes, I fucking hate them. You can hate the KKK. You can hate all these piece of shit organizations.
Okay, but that's when people hate Jeena Ragnos for being anti-Semitic, like
them all.
Okay.
The KKK and the transphobes and the anti-LGBT people and the anti-Semitic people and the anti-Muslim people, the anti-women people, they should all just jump in the sea and drown. I don't like any of them.
Dude, holy shit, man.
But they have a right to be here, and they have a right to their fucking opinion, and they have a right to express it. And I don't know what the fuck has happened to a lot of these people who used to call themselves progressives and liberals, but y'all lost the narrative. Y'all just lost it good and goddamn well, because this is not progressive. This is not liberal. This is you shutting down people that you don't like, and y'all should be goddamn ashamed of yourselves. That's all I got to say.
Do better. This is the conservative equivalent of when liberals go, bad look, do better. It's the same exact thing. Same exact fucking shit. I wonder if he's ever disagreed with somebody online. Cruelty Squad Defender call-in. Wow. Nice. What impactful... Xbox, please let me save you. What the fuck? Oh yeah, he got really mad about the cyberpunk stuff. Perfect dark assholes angry at me? Oh god, he did a video about... Do giant women turn you on? This is absurd. What? Old man screams at Game Awards. I wonder what he's mad about the Game Awards. Should we watch that one? Good night, Jules Kersler. We got to do at least one more. I want to do one more. I insult the Demon Souls PS5 creator to his face. Yeah, this is like an aged quartering. I want to find out. I want to hear what he has to say about this.
Okay, so let me start out by saying God of War is in Cory Barlog's hands and Santa Monica's hands. I have nothing to do with it. I trust those guys. I love the last God of War. It'll be what it is. But I wanted to chime in on this.
Let's give him a chance. Let's give him a chance, okay? Let's give him a chance, okay? We've watched 2 videos that we thought were cringe. Let's give him a chance, okay? Oh, fuck. Let's find out. This has been a controversial one. Let's find out.
I'm a little bit involved, but more importantly, just because it's fascinating and bizarre to me. There's two things. The first one is, but it's all related. So this guy writes to Cory and says, please don't.
Maybe he has a good take, okay? Let's find out. Let's find out.
Make Kratos gay. And I guess he's talking about in the future games, and he's all sad, and there's a broken heart. And Cory, being Cory, is fucking with him. And it's like, well, what about making him bi? You know, Cory's he's a little trickster character. Just, you know, he likes to stir shit up, right? Who the fuck knows? I don't think there's any plans to make Kratos gay.
He's just a trickster. The silly boy. Oh, God. Right? He's just joking, right? It's weird.
There's no need to make him gay. He's never been gay.
What do you mean there's no need? What do you mean there's no need? Is there ever a need? What? Do you have to have a need in order to have a gay character in your game?
Is he bisexual? I mean, I don't fucking know. It's nothing I've ever thought about. I don't really
He's Kratos.
care. I can't fathom it would come up. Maybe it would. Who knows? So
Wait
anyway,
a minute. Isn't like God of War's main character about how much he fucking he loves his wife and had to sacrifice his wife? Wife. Isn't like Kratos like the fucking wife guy? Isn't he like the quintessential video game wife guy? Like he's like, I got power, but I had to kill my wife, and now it haunts me. Isn't that like the main thing? It's like that game is. This is the thing. Like het people literally can't. Like they can't see their own hetness in front of them. Listen to me. I promise you. Go play God of War again. It is painfully het. There's literally a scene where Kratos fucks 2 women. In the game. Yes.
People get into a debate, discussion, whatever.
It was like infamous for that. For the fuck scene.
Finally, this is how it came to my attention. This guy, DK Laura, says, let's ask the two parents. Yeah, my two dads. Well, yeah, let's ask the two parents of the big guy and let's stop fighting. And so I write back, I say, look, Corey can do whatever he wants, obviously. But I did say it would be cool if Atreus, if he ended up being a gay dude as he got older, right? And it's just really interesting that there are people.
Okay. Hey, look. All right. Fairness. To David Scott Jaffe here. He is saying, hey, maybe Atreus. There's a little drop of bass in that statement. Listen, don't you ever say mama isn't fair. Don't you ever say mama isn't fair. That's a little bass, my dude. You stumbled at the beginning, but maybe you'll get us in the second half.
People who really seem to have a problem if Atreus is gay. And I said, this one guy I'm arguing with online, I'm just like, I get that you wouldn't want Kratos to be gay because that feels weird. It's like, when did that happen? That's never been, why would, it doesn't make sense. Maybe he's bi, but Atreus is a kid. So if the new game takes place and Atreus is, 20 or whatever, there's nothing in the lore or canon that would say he can't be gay, right? So I figured a lot of times what you end up with a lot of these folks that are saying, oh, we don't have a problem with the gay folk. We just have a problem with if you retcon a character. It's like that feels forced and wrong. And it's like, okay, I can sort of see that point of view. But in this case, what's the problem? And there's people saying, oh, it would absolutely ruin the franchise. And
it will still ruin the... Making Atreus gay is no different to making Kratos gay. It will still ruin the franchise. I'm not against homosexuals, but I don't want to see Kratos and Atreus gay. It will destroy the franchise. I hope it won't happen again.
If Atreus is gay, why? The goddamn truth under the surface is they're homophobic. They're homophobic.
True! I agree with you, my dude! Good call! First base take of the night.
Man. And it's
second base take of the night. Because to be fair, he did call transphobes trash, that's a good take. Now...
I wonder
Let's wait.
If these
we still got a lot of video to go.
People know that about themselves and explore that about themselves and go, why is it I'm so bothered by gay people? This one guy writes and says, dude, I like how he speaks for the whole world. He says, nobody wants to see Atreus in another dude in a sex scene in a new God of War. Well, first off,
I think my chat would like to probably have a chat with that person.
I'm not sure if that's true. I like to see...
Okay. Listen, I'm liking this video, okay? I'm liking this one.
The ladies in the sex scenes. I have a gay brother. I'm sure he'd be happy when Atreus is a grown-up and he's a good-looking dude and all that, to see Atreus in the sex scene with some dudes, right?
Damn. He knew it. Oh, no, he's
So first off, no, people would. Second off, why would it ruin the game? If you don't want to look, don't look. If you don't want to actually do the minigame, don't do the minigame. Or if you have to do the minigame. I mean, it's Sony. It's not going to be an X-rated game, okay? If you have a minigame and you see two dudes, going off behind a woodshed, I don't fucking know. Or more in the case, there's a dead troll and they go behind the body of the dead troll and Kratos is like, would you hurry up? Boy. It doesn't matter. The point is, okay. So Atreus is getting back there doing his thing and they're done and we're back on the adventure just like Kratos does. My question to you is, if Atreus ended up being a gay fella when he grows up, would it ruin the franchise? That becomes the question that I would like you to answer if you want to, because I don't really understand what would create a destructive force in a franchise because one character who's a dude happens to like other dudes. It don't make no sense to me. Really quick, semi-related. Somebody in there says, it's like...
To be fair, Gynotype, he's already pro-trans. He's just like, he's kind of a crotchety asshole about it. He's like, I'm pro-trans, but you don't have to be so annoying about it.
I'm just more worried that they're going to kill off Kratos. And then Atreus takes over the franchise. I don't understand the naivete. Is that how you say it? I've always struggled with that word. Of certain fans, whether it's talking about Nathan Drake in Uncharted or Kratos, these guys are superstars in the Sony stable of characters. Why in the world would anyone say, let's make a new Uncharted, but it's not going to start Nathan Drake? Why in the world would Kratos ever be sidelined until people just get bored of him? He was just in a game that made Sony over $500 million. Why would, no, the story dictates. I mean, we're living in a world where Harrison Ford, who's fucking 80 almost, being Indiana Jones, they don't want anybody else to be Indiana Jones. And he's still hanging in there. Kratos isn't real, fellas. Nathan Drake's not real. So why in the world do you think Sony would ever go, yes, let's spend $220 million on a new God of War and have it star some kid that, is Kratos' son and doesn't have the pow of Kratos? I mean, maybe if he does, they'll do a spinoff, but sometimes I don't understand video game fans that they just buy the horse shit that people spew in the press like it's fucking gospel. You guys need to be a bit more critical when you're watching this shit and reading these interviews. There's no goddamn way in the world.
Okay.
Kratos is not.
Also, that is another true statement. That's a true statement. Yes. You can't just, anything the game companies tell you, you shouldn't just gobble it up. But unfortunately, this is one of his older videos. His videos have lowered in quality.
Going to be the star of God of War, and Nathan Drake is not going to be the star of Uncharted for a very long time. Will they do spin-offs? Maybe, but the mainline titles will be those characters. Come on now, you guys know better than that. Take it easy, everybody.
Damn. All right. You know what? I'm gonna give him some love on this one. Watch this, everybody. Dude, I'm gonna be real with you. I think you are a huge dick about Cruelty Squad, and I think a lot of your takes are boomer tier cringe. However, after having watched a buttload of your videos with my chat, I gotta say, this video is pretty based. This video is pretty based. I have a predominantly LGBT plus chat, and you were getting a lot of love from them for your takes in this vid. Just gotta say. And as a LGBTQ plus person myself, dude, I'm gonna be real with you. Hold on, I gotta make sure. I think you're a huge dick about Cruelty Squad, and I think a lot of your takes are boomer tier cringe. However, after having watched a buttload of your videos in my chat, I gotta say this video is pretty based. Yeah, it's pretty damn based. I have a predominantly LGBT plus chat, and you were getting a lot of love from them for your take in this vid, and as LGBTQ plus person myself, I gotta say, I appreciate your willingness to actually push back on this shit, and it's clear that you got a lot of hate on this video. Let's see. For all our differences in opinion and approach, good on you for not towing the anti-LGBT line that has been running through gaming in recent years. DM. Oof. I think Atreus will go straight to bestiality. Dude. There we go. There we go. Oh, I can't edit. There we go. All right. I'm sure he'll get mad at me, but whatever. All right, listen, that was fun. Okay? Listen, that was a fun segment, wasn't it? That was a fun segment. I'm going to name this video David Scott Jaffe. I thought you had us in the first half or whatever. I'll make that meme. We'll make that meme. Jeena, are you listening right now? Jeena, if you're listening, make that meme the thumbnail, part of the thumbnail. You had us all in the first half, and not gonna lie. Oh, totally. Yeah, I would love to talk to this guy on stream. We'll see if he replies. If he replies, maybe we'll schedule something with him. That would be a hella fun conversation. That would be like a debate too. That would be cool as fuck. We could totally talk to this guy, and I would just be like, dude, like, first of all, let me tell you what takes I have a problem with. One, like, dude, that interview with Jeena Ragnos was trash, man. That was such a low tier interview. Come on. That was such trash. I get it. I know you like hate cancel culture or whatever, but like, come on. Anyway, I'd have to think about that. That would be a fun conversation. Yeah, that'd be fucking cool as shit. I think we could have a conversation. I think we could have a good one too. I think we could have a good one. Yeah. Damn. I think we could have a good conversation. We'll give it a try. Who knows? Maybe it'd be really contentious, but he seems like the type of guy. Look, cooking. Nah, I don't want to do cooking stuff. We've done cooking stuff lately. Oh, I'm going on a panel next week. I've been invited to a panel next week. Hold on. Hold on a second. No, I didn't, Elak Kaval. Do you have a link to it? I'm doing a panel tomorrow. Yeah, and I've been invited to a newer panel next week. I'm going to be on with Lucid, Lance, Mike from PA. That's next week. Tomorrow's panel is the Chud Logic panel about Waco. It's going to be bloody as fuck. It's going to be bloody as fuck. I'm just saying. Good night, K-Dash. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be blood. I can just tell you right now. I can tell you right now it's going to be bloody. It's going to be fun. It'll be fun. There was something else I was going to check. I needed to check my Twitter because somebody told me they messaged me on Twitter or something. Hey, here it is. Look at this. Here's the one. Here's the announce. Here you go. This is going to be interesting. Take a look. Take a look. Take a look. Here we go. Look at this. Here's the announcement. Yo, wait, for real? Also, wasn't there a tweet I was supposed to check in on? Oh, this is the one.
Is completely different.
Uh-oh.
And now for something completely different. Immanuel Kant was a real pissant who was very rarely stable. Heidegger was a boozy beggar who could think you under the table. David Hume could outconsume Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. And Wittgenstein was a beery swine who was just as schlossed as Schlegel. There's nothing Nietzsche couldn't teach you about the raisin of the wrist. Socrates himself was permanently pissed. John Stuart Mill, of his own free will, on half a pint of shandy was particularly ill. Plato, they say, could stick it away, half a crate of whiskey every day. Aristotle was a bugger for the bottle, and Hobbes was fond of his dram. And Rene Descartes was a drunken fart. I drink, therefore I am. Yes, Socrates himself is particularly missed. A lovely little thinker, but a bugger when he's pissed. And now for something completely...
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, sick. Thank you, Eli Kaval. I'll put this in I'll take a look at this later. That's so fucking awesome. want to check this out later. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, it's the meme. It's the, here, I'll send you it right now. Hold on, let's take a look. So I'm not lying about this. Tim Pool kidnapped a cat, and after months, she's back with her rightful owners. What? I've known about this cat kidnapping by Tim Pool for a few weeks now. I don't know how much I can divulge, but if you look at the DM in the vid, you can see a ref to Mr. Pool. Without giving details, I will say I believe he was holding on to it out of spite. Okay, let's take a look. Betsy was being held against her mom's will because her return was being used as leverage in a business dispute. Yes, I do know that. F for the rat. Poor baby.
She was the greatest girl. CIA, cat interception agency.
Got a very important pussy here.
Whoa!
Why don't you reveal your face, cat?
I would be very surprised. The people who posted this work for an offshoot of Tim's channel, or a channel that he is currently having a dispute with. There's a text message referring to Mr. Pool. There's a rat with a beanie as the logo. Do you think that all these things are coincidences? Oh, shit. I've known about it for a couple of weeks ago. Tim Pool is misspelled in the video. And the channel is the channel of the brother? Oh my fucking god. Dude, what? I've known about this for weeks. I don't know how much of the details I can divulge. Without giving detail, I believe he was holding on to it out of spite. Yeah, we have to wait, but look, I don't think fucking Vadim is gonna lie about that. That would be pretty bad, but holy shit. Holy shit. Tim Poolcalypse. You know what? How would you all feel? How would you all feel about watching the Tim Poolcalypse? Did you all see that? I wanted to watch that. I wanted to watch that on stream, and Vadim gave me permission to. We're gonna have Vadim on soon. How long is it? How long is it? Oh, it's 51 minutes. It's really long. You want to watch it? You want to watch it together, chat? Yeah, I agree. I agree, Jeena. You want to watch this? Let's watch it together. Let's watch it together. And we'll wrap up stream by watching this together. It means we have a lot of time together. Let's do it. What was Occupy like? Well, I wasn't at Occupy. I lived like very far away at the time, but I watched it on the news. It was wild as fuck. Nobody could believe it was even happening. It was fucking wild. Trumpy Bear. See ya, Martini Peterson. Yay!
I like talking about ideas.
They put my face on the Today Show and claimed I was pushing conspiracy theories, which was just total BS.
Sure, I don't know specifically which conspiracy theories that they claimed.
They claimed that because I reported on the Fox Business article about Seth Rich, I was pushing a conspiracy theory that Seth Rich leaked documents to WikiLeaks.
I'm personally inclined to believe that there is at least a greater than probability chance, again, my opinion, that Seth Rich was in fact...
Greater than probability chance? What?
Leaker, now with Kim.com statement, I'm sitting around a 57 to 65% chance that that Seth Rich was the leaker.
Dude. I've heard this is a bomb-ass video, a good-ass video.
Friends, enemies, and those who'd rather stay neutral for fear of developing an unhealthy online parasocial relationship with me. Things are going simply fantastic here at Hey It's Vadim. Our branding is going just... oh, crap. Well, guess I'm married to that now. Thanks, Thoughts Like that really makes me feel a whole lot better.
Oh,
anyhow, Tim Pool, for those who don't know, he's literally, I believe, the most successful independent YouTube journalist, as our friend Jeremy the Angry Gaming Yeti would say, and he's known for insightful takes such as this.
When Taylor Swift gets involved in the culture war, there's no escape. She's gonna start radicalizing people.
You're watching this channel, you probably know who he is, but this is not just any Tim Pool video. No, 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 no. Because we have, dare I say, scandalous, never before seen footage that Tim Pool does not want you to see. Seriously though, it does make him look really bad. He deleted it for a reason. And so, yes, we're going to just yank off that beanie to expose the bald naked truth, and it all stems from this clip right here, which I guess out of fairness, we should probably show in its entirety.
When they put my face on the Today Show and claimed I was pushing conspiracy theories, which was just total BS. I can't do anything about it.
Sure, I don't know specifically which conspiracy theories that they claimed.
They claimed that because I reported on the Fox Business article about Seth Rich, I was pushing a conspiracy theory that Seth Rich leaked documents to WikiLeaks, which then got picked up by other outlets who claimed I was claiming that Seth Rich was murdered because he leaked.
So was Tim Pool lying straight to Destiny's face right there? I don't really want to give away any spoilers, but yeah! Yes, he was in fact being a huge lying liar who lies a lot right there. And so in this video, we're going to explain why that matters.
Mystic Miltank, we've had Vadim on here 3-4 times. I love Vadim. We're gonna have Vadim on again soon. It's Hey It's Vadim. Hey It's Vadim, one word on YouTube. Vadim is awesome. We've had, I think 3 or 4 times we've been, yeah, we've had Vadim on. Vadim is awesome. Yeah.
Why Tim deleted this nonstop cavalcade of pure, unadulterated stupid. Why it's all very,
Please go subscribe, seriously.
disgusting. Yeah, I think that's the appropriate word. Disgusting. Yet another huge, egregious lie that Poole told straight to Destiny's face that he very much knows is a lie, which he often repeats and just needs to stop. Why maybe Vaush or Vosh? Sorry, I'm just.
Hey, I know that guy.
Idiot.
I know that guy. That's the guy. That's Kay's cooking son. His brother.
Why maybe he should consider walking back a key statement he made about Tim Pool, and why this nonstop cavalcade of pure, unadulterated stupid hits on nearly everything that is just very, 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 very not so good about Tim Pool. But before we get into all that, I am a conflicted man. I really want to get into the Tim Pool footage, yet we have some explaining to do, and that's going to take a little bit of time. So I think I have the solution. Without commentary, I will give you a small taste of the least damning, yet thoroughly embarrassing Tim Pool clip we have. Fuck yeah!
People are telling me I'm conservative, and I'm like, dude, I'm like center left. I'm fairly moderate. The only reason I consider myself moderate is because I wouldn't vote on any of my opinions. Like, I am of the opinion that everyone thinks their opinion is right, therefore how can my opinion be right if everyone else's opinion is right? So it can't be, therefore my opinion's probably wrong and so is theirs. Who knows what's right? You know what, I'm done. I'm not voting for anybody. I don't know what's going on. I don't know who's right. You do you, I'll do me. I have no idea. That's why I consider myself moderate.
Well said, Tim. So, the first thing you need to know is what Tim was referring to here is when Poole was invited by President Trump for his social media summit in 2019.
It's from the White House email? Kind of in disbelief. I'm invited to the White House.
It was basically a clown car gathering of conspiracy theorists, batshit QAnoners, and right-wing
journalists
known for things like dressing up as pimps and producing cringy Michael Jackson tribute videos that double as fraudulent propaganda. And totally super duper dank meme wizards like this guy. Now, I don't know about you, but I am so ready for those memes. I mean, look at what we got here. The old Lindsey Graham adjusting his tie meme. Classic. Harambe to Jipai fidget spinner memes. Oh my god, sign me up. The No Girl? Oh god, really cutting edge stuff. No wonder the right is winning the meme war. Anyhow, back to Tim Pool. During this time, a number of lamestream media sites had the nerve to suggest that Tim Pool pushed Seth Rich related conspiracies, and Tim was just not having it. No, no, no. I mean, Tim was a journalist with integrity, and so naturally he threatened litigation over these spurious claims.
Watch your words, because I will sue you.
And for good reason. I mean, all he did was say that he didn't completely believe the Seth Rich conspiracies.
Media now falsely claiming that by saying I didn't completely believe Seth Rich leaked emails to WikiLeaks, I helped push the conspiracy theory.
He was getting retractions.
Oop, already got some retractions. Good work, editors. Appreciate it.
He was coming in for more.
Yahoo Lifestyle wanted to ask you to retract your false characterization in your story. Please correct soon. We'll be sending follow-up.
And he was loving it.
I'm loving it.
Oh, come on. Do you hear that smooth, heartfelt British voiceover? He was loving it. So this all couldn't be some kind of desperate attempt to use highly dubious legal threats to censor credible reporting from the pro-free speech beanie battle bro Tim Pool himself now, could it? Could it?
So, I'm personally inclined to believe that there is at least a greater than probability chance, again, my opinion, that Seth Rich was in fact the leaker. Now with Kim.com's statement, I'm sitting around a 57 to 65% chance that that Seth Rich was the leaker. 57 to 65%, right?
Now we're going to get into a lot more of what Tim Pool had to say soon, but with his highly scientific,
greater than probability chance,
random ass statistic that Tim used to assign validity to Kim.com's statement, I'm sitting at a 157 to 1,066% chance that all this was indeed an extremely desperate attempt to use highly dubious legal threats to censor credible reporting. Yeah. Now, I assume this name Kim.com may have stood out to some of you.
Though, listen, all silliness aside, that's fucked. When you use like bullshit legal threats to try and silence journalists who are critiquing you or who are reporting on you, that's like one of the dirtiest things you can do.
Stop! Stop this madness! Let's all be friends!
So we're going to explain who that guy is for the uninitiated, believe me. But before we do, I think it's pretty relevant to note that although Tim Pool threatened litigation against those who said he pushed the Seth Rich conspiracies, when a Gizmodo reporter asked Kim.com for even just a shred of evidence to back up his...
Thank you, Nuts. I really appreciate that. I don't know what the lyrics of that song are, but thank you. Thank you very much for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate it, Nuts.
Highly specious mountain of claims that Seth Rich was, in fact, the DNC, Clinton, and Podesta email leaker who, by the way, was tragically slain, and Kim baselessly swore he was murdered by assassins sent by Hillary Clinton. It started a huge and disgusting conspiracy. Kim gave the reporter 3 links to substantiate this, one of which was, in fact, hey, take it away, Ned. Are you ready for it?
Oh, fuck.
Oh my god! It's a Tim Pool video.
Kim.com used Tim Pool as the source? That's literally circular sourcing. That's the type of shit that that fucking PragerU does. That, you know, where they cite other articles by people involved in them, and and that article cites the video, and it creates a circular source so that you grant fake credence to your video to anybody who might dig into it, but not deep enough to know.
Wow, that's interesting. Why don't we take a look? Oh no, it's deleted. Gee, I couldn't possibly see that coming. Very odd. But you know, the one thing that I don't really get here is why didn't Tim threaten to sue Kim.com? I mean, he threatened litigation before, and here is Kim himself saying that the evidence for the Seth Rich conspiracies is in Tim's own video. But I thought that all Pool did was talk about a thing, right? But you know, I just wonder which Tim Pool video he's talking
Citation, trust me, bro. That's the Tim Pool method.
Talking about, because there are at least 4 now deleted videos that I know of where he discusses it, which, by the way, hey, I have them too. But first, who is Kim.com?
Let me introduce you to the good side.
I really apologize for that. I just couldn't help it. But I did forget to add... Okay, so Kim.com is a notorious hacker / billionaire who created Mega Upload. Tim interviewed him in 2013.
I have met Kim.com on more than one occasion. I have been to his house, and I actually have ridden on his Segway. Kim.com and I rode a golf cart down a hill by his giraffe, and then he pulled the handbrake and we went sliding.
Yeah, by the way, again.
Golf cart down a hill by his giraffe, and then...
Yes, Kim.com is so phenomenally rich that he has a literal giraffe. I think people really struggle to understand how much money Kim.com has.
And he pulled the handbrake and we went sliding.
He golf cart slid with the guy. You can't get much more intimate with a man than that. But anyhow, to me, in spite of all those other things, Kim.com is first and foremost the worst EDM artist of all time.
How is he that rich? Because he ran one of the most successful pirating media sites for like 10 years. He was the founder and owner of Mega Upload. A lot of people probably don't know what that is, but for a long time, it is a cloud storage app that was almost exclusively used. Like I shouldn't say almost exclusively. There was a lot of piracy on there, and people would pay for the premium program to facilitate their piracy. And he had deniability. It's really complicated. Now, as to whether he was involved in the piracy or personally involved, you can't say that because you'll get sued. But it ended up being shut down by the U.S. government. As in, the U.S. government literally broke into his house and stole all of the servers. So it just disappeared overnight. Yeah, the feds like literally raided his house and took everything and destroyed it.
Here we go now. Going crazy. Going faster. Motherfucker.
I just want to have fun on the beach, in the sun. I just want to feel good all the time.
Yeah, I think he lived in New Zealand.
If that doesn't convince you, nothing will. And I refuse to play anymore because I don't want my ears to bleed.
No, it wasn't just because, I mean, there was CP on there, of course, obviously. But it was because, like, listen, it gets really legally complicated. Let's just say it's another one of those situations where there was some questionable legality. Well, there was obvious questionable legality on all sides of it. It gets complicated because a lot of people would say that the feds did not have, well, and I don't even know. I haven't even updated myself on his case. It was super, super interesting at the time because there was so much random shit going on with it. But basically, they took his stuff and destroyed the website, destroyed that website on really questionable whether it was legal for him to do that. Well, that's the whole thing. I don't think they had extradition. I don't believe he was extradited ever. They just destroyed his shit. So,
but Tim actually played,
and that's if I remember correctly. It's been a long time since I've looked into it, but that's just the basic story. But remember, that said, Kim.com is a very, like, questionable individual. Again, he literally pushed, like, single-handedly a conspiracy that became a part of QAnon, which is that Hillary Clinton killed Seth Rich, and Seth Rich died in a fucking robbery. Anyway, let's continue.
On an unreleased track.
Freedom's what we are fighting for.
I'm a little choked up by that, mostly because I really want to vomit. But anyhow, Kim spent over $1 million of his own money on this album with perhaps the most unfortunate cover art of all time. One reviewer referred to it simply as Sonic Doom. One of the producers referred to it as that fucking atrocious album, while its guitarist describes it as
pure fucking torture.
I am genuinely feeling like a strong 0 on this record. It's like a strong 0 to a light 1. This was horrendous.
Personally, I think they're all being kind. He reportedly spent $24 million, again, all his own money on this micro-penis compensator of a music video gone horribly wrong. You know, I'm not always one to say eat the rich, but there's a decent amount to eat there. But yeah, there is actually a reason for mentioning his self-funded disaster of a music career, or what I regard to as the Chernobyl of vanity projects, because it speaks to the lengths that Kim.com will go to for self-promotion or to achieve his own ends, and that definitely includes, and I'm probably going to use this word at least 50 times before the end of this video, disgusting lies. And that pretty much brings us back to Tim Pool.
So here's the thing. I don't care if you're Fox News, the New York Times, or Wilford Brimley. If you tell me something, you've got to back it up. I have a pretty high degree I have a decent burden of proof. If you're going to convince me, you got to... I don't see that, I don't believe it, right? Pixar didn't happen.
Okay, so first of all, this is the internet. Tim did say Wilford Brimley, so I'm contractually obligated to throw in
diabetes.
Okay, so now I think it's a good time to give a quick nutshell summary of the countless claims Kim.com made that met Tim's strict picks or it didn't happen threshold. Numerous times he said things like,
I knew Seth Rich. I know he was the WikiLeaks source.
And of course, also,
Seth Rich was killed for that reason. Seth is one of many Clinton victims.
You see what I'm talking about? About Kim.com? About Tim Kim.com like pushing unevidenced conspiracy shit.
And as far as evidence goes, the most he ever gave was in response to Fox's Sean Hannity when he simply said,
I am the evidence.
Which is, of course,
literally, trust
how
me, bro.
most people who truly possess evidence convince others
Yeah,
that they
that's kinda
actually
accurate.
have it.
Yep.
Winky face, in case that didn't register as sarcasm. Now, look, I'm going to annihilate the Seth-Rich conspiracies in general soon and tear a galactic hole through the ass of Kim.com's 4-alarm dumpster fire chasm of bullshit claims as well. But first, let's just disintegrate some great horse crap that comes
Vadim right now is a man after my own heart with this demon imagery.
Straight from Poole himself. Now, Poole's claims that he didn't push the Seth-Rich conspiracies are again obviously false due to the whole
greater than probability chance
thing, because obviously he's assigning a positive likelihood to the notion that Seth-Rich was the leaker,
Nah,
a
he can
claim
have it,
which
Nick
should
Dizzy, I love it.
very much be dismissed on its face. But Tim also basically says he only spoke loosely about the case and never treated the claim that Rich was murdered by a Hillary Clinton DNC assassin
Hey, see ya,
seriously.
Nibiru. Thanks for coming by.
That is false.
And I want to be pragmatic here and say this. Although Seth was killed close to his home and it was not a high crime area, we have to weigh in the fact that sometimes people get murdered.
Okay, so far, so somewhat mediocre, because yes, there was a string of armed robberies in that area that year, but no big deal for the most part. Relatively pragmatic, fine, and that continues for a bit.
MP Asylum.
But wait for the pivot.
We have to weigh in the fact that sometimes people get murdered, right? And sometimes people win the lottery. There's an astronomical odds that there were some gangbangers and they were doing an initiation.
Okay, well, hey, let's be fair. At least he's giving astronomical odds that it could have been a gangbang initiation. He's not shutting out the actual explanation completely there. He's leaving the door open for an astonishingly low needle in a haystack chance that it wasn't a staged assassination. Perfectly reasonable.
I personally think that's a very, very slim chance, but I want to entertain the thought because I try to be pragmatic and I don't want to jump to conclusions.
So imagine, if you will, that I said this. It's important that we be pragmatic here. Sure, there is an astronomical chance that the Earth is in fact spherical and not indeed completely flat. I personally think that's a very slim chance, but we don't want to jump to any conclusions here. Well, in that case, I would be pushing the flat Earth conspiracies. So Tim has really stepped at it here. He jumped from just pushing Seth-Rich was the leaker conspiracies to Seth-Rich was murdered for being the leaker conspiracies. And you know what? It's okay. I just wish he'd admit it rather than threaten to sue people over it. I mean, I support the conspiracy theory that Tim Poole isn't bald. That thing everyone thinks is a beanie is his hair!
That's horrifying to think about.
Look, does Tim play both sides at times, doing the fence sitter thing like he usually does, and give reasons for why the claim should be doubted? Yes, but again, the level of trustability he assigns Kim.com is both extreme and unmistakable.
I do find him to be trustworthy, right? At least to a certain degree. I am more inclined to believe him than distrust him. So, I think he definitely gets the benefit of the doubt in this one. I kind of believe him. I really do. I am more inclined to believe him than distrust him.
Is it because of the giraffe?
I believe him. I really do. To what degree, I'm not sure.
Oh, come on, Tim. You must have worked out some sort of complex mathematical equation to determine how much you trust him.
From 0% to 100% trust, I would give Kim around a 65%.
Well, that's 65% more than I would personally give, and let's get into the myriad of reasons why. So, Tim says of Kim.com.
Pain Sama. Okay.
We know who Kim.com is. He does have a pretty straightforward track record, as it's been over the past few years. He's posted about it.
I'm sorry, just excuse me for a moment.
Introducing the original Trumpy Bear, the fearless, super plush American Grizzly. Show your patriotism and proudly display Trumpy on Flag Day and on any American holiday. Trumpy can even honor your own family heroes.
God bless America, and God bless Trumpy Bear.
Simply style his trademark hair and place him in his favorite chair. Even the toughest guys will love Trumpy Bear.
When America is great, business is great. When business is great, I'm great. I love you, Trumpy Bear.
I am an Army veteran. I am proud to own the Trumpy Bear, and I will always be proud to be an American.
Order the Super Plush Trumpy Bear and receive a special certificate of authenticity. Don't miss out on owning a piece of American history. Trumpy, the most fearless bear anywhere. Order now.
Vermin, you came back to us watching the Dems watching and reacting to the Tim Pool clips, which so far has been fucking awesome. I don't know if you saw this, Vermin, but it's really fucking good. As it turns out, Tim Pool is even more dishonest than any of us knew. By the way, I'm going to be having Vadim on soon to talk about this video. So that's pretty cool. Biggie Bear. Big Bear. I like Big Bear.
So here's the thing. I don't care if you're Fox News, the New York Times, or Wilford Brimley.
Diabetes.
If you tell me something, you've got to back it up. I have a pretty high degree I have a decent burden of proof. If you're going to convince me, you got to...
Kitties.
If I don't see it, I don't believe it, right? Pixar didn't happen.
So, back to Tim thinking that Kim.com had a pretty straightforward track record. Yeah, wow, that just kind of makes my mind go... Because, first of all, both in the days leading up to and while Tim was making this series of videos, Kim was tweeting incessantly about deep state conspiracies. This is maybe half of them. He did it a lot. Parroted Trump's totally baseless claims that Obama was tapping his phones numerous times. Kim was also posting Seth Rich articles from credible journalists like the Donald Zero Hedge, Gateway Pundit, you know, that site that took an obvious joke tweet seriously and reported that millions of Antifa super soldiers were plotting to behead all white parents. Yeah, that Gateway Pundit. This was not uncommon for him. I mean, here he is posting Pizzagate stuff. And he also stated that infamous liar, fellow Seth Rich conspiracist, and human wad of squirming vermin, Roger Stone, had told him that the deep state was against him. And that is particularly hilarious because the same exact day Stone himself wrote an article about how Kim's claims were a nothing burger and an obvious ploy. And again, yes, he may be a career horrible person and definitely looks like a Bond villain with a case of severe hemorrhoids, but that just speaks volumes to the fact that he thought Kim had nothing. And he was right.
Kim.com's actions seem to us an obvious ploy to try and get another chance at fighting his case here in the USA, while a free man living the good life and not from a federal prison cell.
Yes, Kim was fabricating all of this BS due to a pending case against him for a variety of charges, and one can debate whether they were truly justified, but he was willing to use blatant lies about Seth Rich, used his death as a political football, and helped toy with our elections to get himself off the hook. And that is nothing short of disgusting.
I just don't know who
It would be irresponsible of me as a journalist to ignore the statement from somebody, anybody, who is making the claim.
No, Tim. As a journalist, you can discuss the fact that Kim made these baseless claims. I mean, that's fine. But your responsibility was to do actual research and come to the very obvious conclusion that he was lying. That is your journalistic duty.
No, remember, Tim Pool is Tim Pool is basically representative of the system that has helped mislead literally millions of people. He's one of the most successful political I think he is literally the most successful political YouTuber. It's pretty sad. You're allowed to dislike him if you want to.
It was completely obvious. Okay, debunking time. Right off the bat, in order for the conspiracies to be true, you would have to accept the completely bonkers notion that Seth Rich's family, girlfriend, friends, co-workers, the Washington police, the FBI, CIA, multiple intelligence agencies, and several cybersecurity firms were all colluding together to suppress the truth because all of their information lined up perfectly a year before Kim ever even made these claims. And excuse excuse me for getting angry, but that is just some grade A deep state. They're extracting adrenochrome from Asian babies at Comet Ping Pong level crazy
You got it
shit.
gifted today, Neandroid.
It really is that simple. There's no actual evidence for the conspiracies at all, literally. And you know what? On top of all that, the leaks were said several days after his death. I mean, come on! But anyhow, folks, I promise you the absolute dumbest is yet to come. But first,
I
it's
think
time
it's cool.
for
Capitalism!
I support more demons.
And today's capitalism, once again, is a super fun, awesome-tastic little film I've told you guys about before. The Trapdoor at the Edge of the Universe. It's got wizards, it's definitely got cats, and guys getting viciously beaten with sandwiches. What more could you possibly want in a movie? Nothing! That ticks all the boxes. I did special effects for this sequence right here, so that's kinda neat, and you can see it for free on Amazon or Tubi. Links are down below, and that concludes today's
Capitalism!
Okay, so I just don't think that there are words to adequately describe just how much of a cataclysmically off-the-rails train wreck of a broadcast that was for Tim. It was just not a good showing for Mr. Poole. He had that whole "picks or it didn't happen" monologue at the top right. He's got a huge burden of proof. He's been pretty vocal that he believes Kim.com, and yet he says things like,
I will be shocked if there is hard evidence, like even an email between Kim and Seth, or Kim or Seth and WikiLeaks or anything like that.
What happened?
I really don't see that happening, but if it does,
I
wow.
don't know what that. No, I don't think anyone's inherently a bad person.
Okay,
I think Tim Poole is.
Yeah, he keeps doing this sort
really
of
dishonest
flipping
actor.
of expectations.
And so I think there really is a possibility that something happens on Tuesday.
Which is when Kim was supposedly going to provide evidence. He goes from that to...
I think it will just be a statement. I'm not convinced we're going to see any hard evidence that proves anything.
He makes those statements back to back, by the way. And when I say that, I mean that there's absolutely no air in between those two clips at all within the video. Guys, I really think something big is going to happen on Tuesday, but yeah, total lack of anything resembling actual evidence is what's going to happen. So that's going to be eventful. Again. Okay, Tim. There are several times where he stacks the validity of the Comey memo on Trump against the validity of the then recent Fox News article on Seth Rich, which, for context, was responsible for reigniting the Rich conspiracies, and he does so based on their sources.
Now, what some journalists have said to me is, look, Fox News cited one anonymous source with no proof. And I went, gee, just like the New York Times did with the Comey memo? Look, you can't have it both ways.
Okay, so this argument makes me feel like I have a flesh-eating virus in my brain. It operates on so many complex layers of stupid that it almost horseshoes into sounding sensible. We can't untangle it all, so I'll just mention the most basic thing, which is that Comey was still alive, you know?
Right.
Unlike Seth
Yes.
Rich, he wasn't dead, and you
He's
think
still not dead.
if the Comey sources weren't reliable, maybe, just maybe, Comey, through the benefit of not being deceased at all, would chime in and say something like, hey, I didn't write this thing, Tim is acting like that's something that it was not possible for him to do. Now, let's get into some of the more embarrassing moments in Tim's video.
Someone says, is Alex Jones 100% fake news? No, I don't think so. I think Alex Jones is no different from any other partisan news website.
Sandy Hook is a synthetic, completely fake, with actors, in my view, manufactured.
I don't think Alex Jones makes things up.
I mean, quite frankly, I've been to these events. A lot of the KKK guys with their hats off. Literally, they're just Jewish actors.
You know, I would put InfoWars and Huffington Post in a similar bracket. Huffington Post is left, InfoWars is right.
The United States is preparing to nuke China, so get ready, assholes.
They've gotten away from a lot of the crazier conspiracy stuff, but
they had in tanks people with gills, and they were little babies, and they were in there just gulping, clawing at the sides. They got humanoids crossed with fish and stuff. I mean, we are screwed, people.
So yeah, a lot of the stuff they put out now isn't fake news.
It's basically an intergalactic invasion into this space through people. I'm telling you, it's what all the ancients said. It's what they warned of. It's what we're dealing with. They're demons.
If you want to say that, I guess.
Demons.
There's this gem right here.
What I will say about Richard Spencer is that he's a nice person when you meet him and talk to him. Like many contentious figures. He's not gonna punch you in the face or silence you or anything like that. He's got opinions. He's allowed to have them. I disagree on a lot of his opinions, but that's really about it. I don't think he is a Nazi, but he certainly did say "Hail Victory" and raise a glass. And so there it is. Yeah, Richard Spencer.
Well, that aged like dog puke. So now we're really going to drill down into the essence of Tim Pool. What is Tim Pool? What is his major function in the universe, other than that of a hot dog receptacle? Well, within these videos, he frequently discusses mainstream media.
It literally blows my mind. The standard for journalism is trash in this country.
Like every day, there's some new fake news coming from large mainstream.
Coming from you?
The burden of proof for the average person who watches the mainstream media is literal garbage.
Okay, one, yeah, sure, he's not altogether incorrect, duh. And two, of course, anyone that knows Tim knows that there is no shortage of this stuff at his work. He's constantly in a state of panic over the death of media.
Journalism is dying. Journalism is dead. Journalism has been dead for at least 3 weeks now. Can someone please help me get this corpse out of my living room?
And there's definitely a reason for that, but hold that thought for later though, because he very soon pivots into discussing his videos where he visits the no-go zones of Sweden.
Oh boy.
Do you have any idea the insane shit I could have reported on Sweden if I used the same standards as the mainstream media?
Yes, Tim, let's talk about those standards. And thank you for giving me a reason to talk about this, because it's some really interesting stuff. Now, for context, this trip was partially funded by Paul Joseph Watson of InfoWars fame, seen here carrying on the conservative "it's funny because I'm wearing a wig" tradition. So let's just take a close look at the openings of Tim's first few videos on the topic.
Are you lost? What are you doing on this side of stuff? This is Harlem of Malmo.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is this a bad area?
Okay, so that is quite the power combo that we have here. A leading question that you can barely hear the answer to, that just leaves you hanging, expecting the worst, especially due to the spooky music that kicks in. And to top it all off, he's titling the video a pretty inaccurate and kind of racist trope. I mean, Harlem isn't without crime, but it's not like Death Wish 3 these days by any stretch. It doesn't even crack the top 20 New York areas in terms of the most violent crime per capita. So does that maybe seem just a little sensationalistic to you? Well, let's take a look at what the answer, in fact, was to Tim's question, which we later get several minutes into the video.
We were Harlem of Malmo.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is it a bad area? We were told that.
They write about it, but
right,
it's not
right.
so bad.
Everyone's saying that Rosengard was very dangerous.
The other side is not dangerous. I don't know.
They said that we'd get robbed if we came out here.
No.
And nothing happened.
No.
Wow, Tim just shut down with a symphony of no's there, and he's really trying too.
They said that we'd get robbed if we came out here.
No.
Yes, Tim does eventually play the exchange, but it's classic bait and switch and leading questions. The videos are full of this kind of thing.
Jeena
I would like to
Ragnos.
note, though, that after this evening, he had a totally not awkward at all conversation with Swedish media.
Yeah. I've certainly proved that there's no war zone in Rosengard, and that you can walk around with big cameras, and you can walk around with young white women without issues.
Nice.
Well, hey, I walked these streets with several white female women, and not a single one of them was brutally by a crazed horde of brown people, so I have single-handedly proved this city is safe. You're welcome, people. But yeah, now keep following me here, because I know this may all seem like a new rabbit hole and all, but it's not. It all ties together. So if you've watched Thoughts Limes Hats Off to Tim Pool, which, you may just have mistaken for my own video, happens all the time, then you may recall that Tim goes to great lengths to point out that this mayor that he interviews happens to be left-wing. By the way, I love this exchange.
We can go to
yeah, this is a good video. Dylan, good to see you, Dylan.
Yeah. We should go there.
How you doing? You want to come on and talk after this, Dylan?
Okay.
We haven't
That
talked
is
in a
just
while on
really
stream.
out in the open with the game plan there.
Let's get some
You
Dylan
know, the
pets in
people
chat.
who funded this really wanted to be a total bloodbath to confirm their horrible
Dylan
preconceptions
pets.
of
Dylan
immigrants
pets.
and Muslims being uncontrollably violent. So yeah, take me there. Anyhow, again, he goes out of his way to point this out, yet flat out just does
absolutely,
not
Dylan.
mention that this journalist, Ivar RP, is pretty freaking right-wing.
We
In
got a
fact, he
few more
doesn't
minutes
mention that
left.
he's
We
right-wing
got
at all.
about
He
20 minutes
complains
left
about
today. Can
how
you wait
there's
for
a
that?
left-wing bias that is chilling the right's free free speech, yet he writes for the biggest news site in Sweden and shockingly has no problem saying things like radical gender ideology is taking over our universities. Anti-racism is really just white guilt. Globalists and the power elites are forcing Eastern Europe to embrace immigration, and it's perverted, apparently. And finally, that social justice is manipulating Google image searches to benefit the blacks and gays at the expense of heterosexuals and white people. The man can clearly be wrong, awful, and delusional without much repercussion, so Tim's story really checks out there. So yeah, Tim regards this man, Chang Frick, as just right-wing, doesn't disclose that he's a journalist, and in fact a really right-wing journalist who runs one of the most popular far-right publications in Sweden, which incidentally, along with 2 other sources, accounts for 87% of the fake or junk news in Swedish media.
Holy shit, dude.
According to a recent Oxford study. He doesn't bother to tell you that this guy is also kind of right-wing, and side note, he later went on to publish this book with Chang in 2020. Coincidence? But these 3 guys, wow, let me tell you about them. They are all part of the Free People's Movement. Sounds kind of neat, huh? No, they are a super duper batshit political fringe group. They're anti-globalist, anti-banker, anti-Bilderberg mafia. Basically a fancy way of saying anti-Jews, anti-Jews, and anti-Jews. They think they're responsible for everything from immigration to 9/11 to the Holocaust. I'm not shitting you. Here's their leader, Karl Norberg, accusing the Jews of being behind the Holocaust. Here he is claiming that so-called survivors gave themselves concentration camp tattoos. I wonder if he thinks these kids tattooed themselves. Yes, I did verify the translations. There's tons of posts like this. He's straight up done Nazi podcasts, and I must emphasize, this is not an internet rumor. These guys are with De Fria. It was discussed in Swedish media. Here's their Facebook message announcing that they're in the video. You can clearly see that this guy just chilling with Tim here is Matthias Andersson. You can see him here and here interviewing Norberg. He has tons of articles on their website and is even depicted in their website art. This guy right here is Charbel Kawak, and his Twitter feed is just about all Karl Norberg retweets. Tim says he met them at a kebab stand in Rinkeby, but they don't live anywhere near Rinkeby at all. Guys, this is seriously...
I am offended that anyone dare criticize, especially in Sweden, dare criticize my reporting.
He is offended that anyone would dare criticize him for platforming a totally cray-cray group of fringe political anti-vax satanic Illuminati weirdos that think Jews are responsible for their own Holocaust and that immigration is just a money-making scheme to usher in a police state devised by, yeah, those deep state Jews. And yes, that is exactly what they believe. You could hear this man obliquely referring to it right here.
Yeah, and that's why the politician, because they've been abusing this situation for their own wealth.
But then this guy just really spells it out.
Didn't it say that they need more migrants to support the economy?
Yeah, to support the Ponzi scheme.
Immigration is a Ponzi scheme. Now look, that's not all just some stupid stuff that some stupid guys said. You could find these stupid ideas in plenty of their stupid group, stupid statements. Refugees are debt slaves, aka moneymakers. Here they are saying that Trump's Muslim ban wasn't Islamophobic, he just wanted to prevent deep state destabilizers from entering the country. Oh,
this
okay.
shit is insane.
And one final thing, you know, these guys, they try and seem nice. Of course they do.
What I will say about Richard Spencer is that he's a nice person.
They have to be, but they really give away the game if you listen closely right here.
Why should you destroy the countries and take them to another country to create another war?
He's saying refugees are creating a war in Sweden. Of course the data says the polar freaking opposite, but Tim presents these guys, who I should emphasize are named in this article, no doxing going on here, as just the salt of the earth, normal Swedish guys. He at the very least knows who they really are now, and he hasn't bothered to take down the video. And that is where we start to get at, what is Tim Pool?
You know, I'm not saying anyone's doing this deliberately, but there's kind of an opportunity for the right to highlight crime and say you were wrong the whole time, look at the problems it's caused.
No, Tim, people were doing that deliberately, and you were an accessory to that. You see, according to a study conducted by the Institute of Global Affairs, there was an international far-right smear campaign of Sweden in the lead-up to the 2018 elections, portraying it as a country in crisis and on the verge of civil war, basically to make it look like an immigration-induced hellhole, which, of course, benefited the Swedish right wing. Paul Joseph Watson got his very own write-up, as a matter of fact, and just about every single publication they mentioned discussed Tim's visit quite favorably, including all 3 sites.
Wow, Stormfront. Really? Wow, what a surprise.
I cited previously that make up 85% of the junk news media consumed in Sweden. One mentioned him practically more days than he was even there. Nordfront, basically Sweden's version of the Daily Stormer, was just
loving it.
I mean, they had a Tim Pool party, whatever that is. But most importantly, they note, along with others, including Chang Frick's Nieder Edog, Tim's strong plea for people not to trust the media. And so now, we are finally ready to answer that age-old question, Qu'est-ce que Tim Pool? Ce n'est pas un chapeau. Well, let me tell you. Basically, we interrupt this crap to bring you this crap right here with, hey, it's for Tim. What? Well, thank you, Cece, and don't worry, we will be seeing you, soonish. But, hey guys. Hold on to that previous thought for just a moment, because I promise you this is going to be worth it. So hey, recognize this picture? Eat your veggies. Well, this is from the poll board on 4chan, and I never noticed till today that it says Sup Poll. That's because he did an AMA on this day, submitting this semi-well-known pic and later this one in order to verify that it was him. He also posted this deleted but now archived tweet as well. Remember how I said I'd give you the bald, naked truth? Well, he literally named this AMA in response to that occurring. This was known as the I'm Bald AMA. This was just about the time he published his now deleted spate of Seth Rich videos, so of course he was asked about it, and well, would you look at this, his responses were...
I think Seth Rich's murder is politically motivated.
And?
Seth Rich? Political murder, in my opinion. But I'm not 100% sure.
Now, full disclosure, this was before he was later verified over the course of the AMA, so these responses do read anonymous, but look, just trust me, okay? It's him. There's like all these context clues, and he says things that are exactly like what he'd later say in videos, but damn it, it's not conclusive. I know. Gosh, if only there was something that they gave, like a completely unique ID number that remains consistent throughout a 4chan thread, so we know for sure that it's him.
Oh my god!
Yeah, they actually do that. That is something that they do. And yeah, it's the exact same number that we find on every single one of his responses.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
So yeah, that's definitely him. Do we got him? Well, on one hand, yes, we totally got him. I mean, that's definitely him pushing that Seth Rich's murder was politically motivated here. We did have him before, but he is just spelling it out now.
Slaps.
Although to a relatively small and incredibly racist audience, Jesus Christ, Tim, why do you care what these people think? So although it's incriminating for sure, I care more about the disseminating of bullshit on a more massive scale. And for that, let's talk about our final Seth Rich related example.
Dave Weigel of the Washington Post published a completely fictitious story about Kim.com hacking Seth Rich's Gmail account to plant evidence that he was the leaker. And then when he got, I'll just put it this way, to be very careful of the litigation, 6 months later, the entire story was changed to become hypothetical.
Okay, so that is just... And on numerous levels, this lie is far more devious than it sounds on the surface, but before we break that down, I want to note that you can also find this claim in a video that is still up on Tim's channel.
The same organizations that write fake news and then 6 months later change it and no one knows what the changes were.
I found him lying and whining about it in this conversation with Michael Tracy on Twitter. Who knows how many times he spread this lie? 1, the article is by no means, as Tim puts it, completely fictitious. The overwhelming majority of it is indisputably correct. He acts as though one small portion that could possibly be untrue is the entirety of the story, but it gets
Red Letter
worse
Media
from
uses
there.
this one a lot,
yes,
too.
the article was updated 6 months later, but it was also updated the very next morning. Archives show that all adequate changes were made at that time, but it gets worse from there. The changes that Tim is lying about in order to spook you, by the way, that occurred 6 months later. You'll want to know what those were? Take it away again, Ned. Okay, are you ready? They deleted the words
Hannity's interest is piqued.
And added,
which the studio decried as fake.
That's seriously it. That's all the changes that were made. The links are down below. The corporate media overlords are just stabbing your brain with vicious lies. Oh, how dare they? But you know what? It gets even worse from there, because this is demonstrably not Tim being an idiot here. This is Tim lying to you. Tim knew it was edited sufficiently the day after it was published, because here he is admitting exactly that in one of his deleted Seth Rich videos.
Now, to his credit, when I spoke with Dave Weigel about the story, he told me, very bluntly that they got the story, they waited on it a little bit, other people contributed. He included the qualifier may. Kim.com may have tried to do this, or a New Zealand hacker may have tried to do this. Now, in my personal opinion, it's not good enough, but
he did update the article.
That's all he says about it. But anything remotely misleading, and there really wasn't much, you can compare yourself. Links are down below. The updates that he lies and says occurred 6 months later, they happened the very next day. He knew that. Finally, I want you to remember that all of this was in defense of Kim.com.
Absolutely insane. This article was out of line.
He gets so offended on Kim's behalf when Kim was the one who was actually posting completely fictitious, batshit nonsense.
They never called us to check any facts. They took a rumor and ran with it. They took more from us with the lies.
It's years later, and Kim is still doing this. He's even used Seth to cross-promote Mega Upload. Disgusting. If Tim wanted to call out actual media malfeasance in regard to Rich, he could have chosen tons of far worse stories, like the Fox News article he foolishly took seriously that the Rich family successfully sued over. Instead, he chose to stand the guy who he went Segway riding with, and who he had super fun golf cart times with, who any idiot could tell was lying his goofy cornball EDM music ass off about. Why did he do that? Well, I'll tell ya. But real quick, I want to say Vosh, a controversial guy, whether you love him, hate him, you can't deny that he had a pretty exceptional showing in his Tim Pool debate.
You claim to have like this, a disaffected sort of like
It's Devosh. It's him. It's the guy. It's the dude. We know that guy.
All of this, but your channel is hyper partisan against.
Vermin, have you seen this guy before?
Left, and then when anyone criticizes Trump, you'll either defend him harshly or you'll back up and say, well, they're all bad.
But I would like to challenge Mr. Vosh to rethink this statement right here.
I do think I was wrong. I actually don't think Tim Pool is a grifter. And I can say that because before the podcast started and after the podcast ended, he spoke with the exact same conviction on the exact same subjects that he had during the podcast. You can take from that what you will.
My takeaway is that Vosh is doing the bad reasoning there, because, people know that they are going to be talked about afterwards. I don't think they're just going to turn it off and on like whatever this strange thing is that I found stock footage of. Now, that's not to say that he doesn't believe any of the dumb things that he's saying. I'm sure he does. But look, I've just heard many creators I respect echoing Vosh's statement since he made it, and after doing this video, I just think it ascribes a level of honesty and integrity the dude just does not deserve. What is one of Tim Pool's main things? It's the whole, I'm a centrist lefty guy.
What happens when moderate leftist Tim Pool calls out the insanity that is infecting the Democrats?
He voted for Obama.
I voted for Obama in 2008. Of course, I voted for Obama in 2008. I'll tell you what, I voted for Obama.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that, Vermin. By the way, just so you know.
2008, I didn't vote for Ron Paul.
I'll tell
I have my suspicions of Tim Pool, but I've never met the guy, so who knows?
you what, that's pretty weird because in this 2011 interview, Tim says that he didn't vote for Obama. He voted for Ron Paul.
Wow.
So yeah, just a little something for everyone to chew over. And now I swear on this little fluffy dude's fluffy face, it is time to answer the question.
What is Tim Pool?
Well, some say he's a hot take machine.
T'Challa, the main character, you know, the guy, he's literally Black Panther, was basically like a Trump supporter.
Undeniable. Some say he puts a friendly face on fascism.
Yeah,
Are the people coming here not?
I think regardless, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, it doesn't really matter if he's honest or dishonest. Like, personally, his work is deeply dishonest, even if whether he means it or not. That's the end. That's the takeaway. And again, I think Vadim is like being pretty relatively fair here. You know, he's not like saying that like Vosh is bad or anything. He's just saying, oh, I don't really agree with you. I think that's fine.
No.
Wait, right or wrong matters, yes, but like whether Tim Pool intends to be a liar or doesn't intend to be a liar is unfortunately irrelevant. At least
Proud to be white. Hail victory.
But more than anything, what's the #1 rule with cults? You have to cut people off as much as possible from the outside world because that's how they get their claws into you. When he does things like lie to this in his face about that Seth Rich article, there's a function to that. He's reinforcing to his audience how the mainstream media cannot be trusted, and this helps insulate people further into their highly dubious right-wing media.
Nuts. I don't think Tim Pool can replace Rush Limbaugh. They're not the same type of person. Tim Pool is dangerous, for sure, but he's not Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh... We'll talk after.
Bubbles. You see, they need you inside there. Therefore, InfoWars is not fake news.
Yeah, not
this
if I get
Seth
there
Rich
first.
article lied to you. Don't trust the Swedish media. I mean, there's all this self-censorship going on there. Mainstream media is dying. It's collapsing. They are panicking. They got woke, went broke, because it's all ending, probably because they are upping their dosage of insane rhetoric, and it's going to start the next civil war or something. Look, I'm not shilling for mainstream media here, but there is an ecosystem of right-wing media grifters, and they benefit greatly from folks like Tim, who project many.
By the way, for the mods who, on Mod Day, we watched the film Manufacturing Consent, which is based around Noam Chomsky's book of the same name, and Noam Chomsky was interviewed like 1 million times for the production of the movie. If you want to see like high-speed manufacturing consent, you look at right-wing media because they do the exact motherfucking thing, but like put the NOS on it. It's like cranked up to 11. It's like high-speed manufacturing of consent. They all refer to each other. That circular citations, it gets even worse when you look into it further. They all cite each other in a web of citations that you could never peel apart unless you did this for every single video that they came out about.
Why a false image of journalistic integrity and left-wing centrism
break the brakes on the
I
train.
voted for
Keep
Obama.
By playing the unbiased media critic while pumping left-wing media and political fear porn into his audience and simultaneously boosting, defending, collaborating with, and giving practically no criticism whatsoever to the circle of
journalists
he surrounds himself with, he vicariously makes them and other lying, liary liars look like truth tellers to his audience. That is Tim Pool's function in the universe.
That is Tim
He's a
Pool.
launderer.
So,
He's an idea launderer.
One last important thought, but before that, I want to say, hey, if you enjoyed this video and would like to help me earn a living wage, you, my friend, would be
amazing.
So consider becoming a patron on my Patreon. You'll get soundtracks to all my videos.
Go subscribe to Vadim's
and
channel.
more cool
Vadim
stuff
is
that I
awesome,
can't think of
friend
right
of the
now.
show.
You can also tip me on PayPal, and there will be a part 2 to this video. Don't worry, it's gonna be short. I've got more bombs to scatter into the Tim Pooliverse, so subscribe to make sure you don't miss that. It's coming soon. soon. Don't forget Trapdoor, and please, please, please subscribe to the truly mind-blowing Eamon Animations. He's just like next level stuff.
Eamon
Links to
Animations
him
are great.
and everyone else involved down below. You know, it's funny because about a year and a half ago, I made a video where this happened. And the idea behind that, I guess, was I thought Tim Pool was the poor man's Dave Rubin. Rubin, to a large extent, was the guy doing Tim Pool's thing. But a lot has changed since then. It's almost like they've swapped places. I don't know how to end this video.
Oh, God.
The left is fractured completely. I'm evidence of it, right? So is Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin said the left left him. He's not wrong.
Wonderful vid, HIV. Indeed. Fantastic. Oh, yeah, Vermin. I don't know if you caught this, but take a look. I'm not lying about this. Tim Pool kidnapped a cat, and after months, she's finally back with her rightful owners. Seriously, I've known about this cat kidnapping by Tim Pool for a few weeks now. I don't know how much I'm able to divulge right now, but if you look at the DM in the video, you can see a reference to Mr. Pool, misspelled. Without giving details, I will say I believe he was holding on to the cat out of spite. Well, we could check, right? We could go check this, right? Let's take a look. Well, we don't know if it was the if it was the studio cat, though. We don't know if it was the studio cat. Wait, hold on. Well, I'm already on YouTube. What am I doing? Hold on. Let's see. Tim Pool, Vosh. We could find out, right? Isn't the cat in the video at some point? Yeah, I don't think it was this. I don't think it's the studio cat. I just think it's another cat. I don't know. I don't know about that part. The cat is now safe, which is good. Damn, a lot of people have been... You know, I was gonna do a Drama Mama on fucking Borshenko, and I might still do it. I might do it next week. I ran out of time this week. I might do it next week. There's a bunch of drama around... Caitlin Borshenko is, like, causing a fuckload of drama on the right now, and it's fucking hilarious. Yeah, but it's not just her attention. It's like they're all fighting. It's actually hilarious. Oh, I thought Vosh did really good with Tim Pool. Oh yeah, by the way, it's true. Unholy shit. Yes, thank you. Caitlin. Okay, so Carlin Borshenko. Oh yeah, Dylan Burns. I gotta get Dylan Burns on here. Hold on a second. I got my brain. Carlin Borshenko is, I think I've come away with a conclusion about her. I think she's phenomenally stupid. Like actually stupid. In the drama, one of the things that appears is that she literally is like, No, Brandon Straka is not a grifter. I spent so much time with him. I literally traveled all across the country for his walk away campaign. I'm like, you're literally admitting to doing free labor for this guy. And you're like, he's not a grifter. I went all over the country doing free labor for him. Oh my God. I'm like, oh God, she's the mark. She's the mark. Oh God. Carlin Borshenko is the idiot. She's the, oh no, she's being used actively and she just doesn't even realize it. And she tells on herself. Oh, it's so bad. It made me cringe so hard, which is why I wanted to do it. I might still do it. I don't know. I don't want to bring up stale drama, but oh, that's so bad. That's so bad, Pain Sama. I'm sorry. All right, let's get Dylan on here real quick. Let's get Dylan on before it gets too late. Dylan. Where the fuck is Dylan? Dylan Burns. There we go. We'll get Dylan in here. Dylan. That was a fucking good video. Okay, oh yeah, I need to put it on my to-do list. Oof. I just saw a cringe, but I can't share it with you all. It's a private cringe only. Hold on a second. What was I gonna do? I forgot. Oh well. Dylan. How are you?
I'm doing okay, as good as it can be.
Yeah. How'd you like the show?
Well, I caught the end of it, but this video was great. I watched it on my channel. It's really good. It goes in deep to a lot of the I would say sneaky tactics of the pollster, right? You know, around Seth Rich and everything. But there's something it didn't cover, which I wish it would be covered more often.
Please fill us in.
Because it's from that same Destiny stream, and he pushed another conspiracy theory on that very same stream.
Did he?
Yeah. But nobody talks about it because nobody has the foreign policy knowledge to know he did it.
Please tell us. Inform us.
Okay. So, basically, are you familiar with the Syrian civil war?
Yes, but not like I'm like a dumb about stuff like that. So, you'll have to teach me, and probably my audience too. They might be dumb-dumbs too. I don't know.
Okay. So, basically, Tim Pool thinks that we got involved in the Syrian civil war because of a pipeline. And that there was a Qatari pipeline proposed by the Qatari government to Syria that Syria rejected, possibly in favor of an Iranian pipeline.
Okay.
And therefore, for the oil, we went in there, started and caused a civil war by sending terrorists guns and shit, and boom, Syrian civil war. That's his series of events, and it's just completely and utterly inaccurate, and it comes from a conspiracy theory that we usually refer to as Pipelinistan, because number one, there possibly wasn't even a meeting between Qatar and the Assad government about this pipeline. Number two, because there's only one source, and I think it's a Russian official of some sort, but there's Qatar and Syria.
Traditionally trustworthy sorts, Russian state officials, yes.
Syria and Qatar have not really come forward talking about this deal really at all. The structure of said pipeline would have a million problems with it. It wasn't even close to completion. Hell, it wasn't even started, so it couldn't even get close to completion. The Iranian pipeline, it's the same issue where we don't really see this as something that would have been something could have been successful. There's a million problems with the transporting of oil over this geography. There's a million, not to mention the stability issue. There's a million issues with the pipeline in and of itself. But the biggest defeater. One second. People say they can't hear me.
Sorry, I turned you up a little bit.
The biggest defeater for this conspiracy theory is the fact that Bashar al-Assad has never, in the entirety of his time in office, ever mentioned it.
Huh.
Why would we get involved in Syria? We get involved. We get in there. We do all this stuff. We send guns to terrorists, do all these things for a pipeline. And Tim Pool and other internet hooligans figure this stuff out. But the dictator of Syria, who would benefit the most for exposing a conspiracy like this on the international stage, hasn't figured it out.
It doesn't say it at all.
It doesn't make any sense. It makes zero sense whatsoever. It's almost like maybe it was Bashar al-Assad cracked down brutally on some protests. People reacted as you would expect them to, and a civil war started. Or was it a massive conspiracy between multiple states that has very little confirmation, would be dubious on its even a possibility of completion, and the Assad government has never even mentioned as a reason for the Syrian civil war?
Well, he's in on it too.
Oh, he's on. Yeah, Assad is probably one of the most anti-Assad people I know.
Yeah, exactly. Of course.
Yeah.
No one would figure that out. Nobody would guess that.
He wants to get some unemployment benefits. He wants to quit being dictator and just sit on the dollar.
Maybe it's a secret plan to self-cancel so that he can cash in on the cancel culture bucks. Have you ever
You
considered
know what?
that?
Maybe it is. Maybe it's a self-canceling. So his new book that's going to come out, like I don't know, Barrel Bombs or Us will just sweep off the shelves, just straight off.
Yeah.
By the way, did you see that Russia just released footage of them bombing a hospital?
No, I didn't see that.
They did it on accident. They accidentally. So they were
Did they butt tweet a war crime?
It was more like there was some debate around some missile, and I forget exactly why, but to prove their missile was good or something along those lines, they like put out a bunch of video of them using the missile, and some of the video they put out was footage of them striking a hospital with civilians in it, which 14 civilians died in Syria. And the Russian government has a long history of bombing hospitals in Syria, but you wouldn't expect even them to be posting footage of them bombing hospitals.
Damn, that's a real bruh moment.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not wonderful.
That's terrible.
Yeah, foreign policy's been wild lately.
Yeah, I can imagine. I've been involved in like I haven't even been doing much news coverage lately. I've been fucking doing other weird shit.
Yeah, I've been doing my my roundtables. I have been busy. I'm
busy as fuck.
Yeah. I mean, with everything going on right now, it's difficult. But I was able to like I was still able to do the show. I was still able to do everything else. So my show's getting big. I'm enjoying it.
How was your show tonight? Didn't you have a?
My show was good.
Sorry, I couldn't make it. I did get a message, but I didn't see the message until after. I was in the middle of another conversation, so I apologize. I couldn't fill in.
I think it went great. I think it was a really entertaining show about cancel culture, the Syrian Biden airstrike, a lot of topics. I even had a literal spit take at one point.
Damn.
Yeah,
that bad.
It was a good show.
Or that good, I guess, in this case.
It depends on your perspective.
Damn, what was the top? What made you spit? What was the topic, at least? You don't have to tell us what it was, because people got to see it, right?
Foreign policy.
Foreign policy take that made you just go, it made you so mad that you could spit?
Yeah, it was like somebody said something, and I didn't realize it, but then like 20 seconds later, I realized what was said.
Oh, shit. Wow, fuck. So it was like a fucking sinker. Damn, that sucks. But I'm sure it made for good TV, so that's good.
It made for great TV.
Yeah. Are you going to be weighing in on the return of the Chud Logic panel tomorrow?
Oh, is he bringing back Chud Logic panel?
I don't think it's Chud Night, but it is a panel. He hasn't done a panel in a long time, but he's doing one on Waco tomorrow. I'm going to be on it. It's gonna be the gang's all here. It's Vivian Wolf, myself, Mel. Haven't seen much of Mel since
I was pretty mean to Mel today.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
Well, do tell, please.
It was about the cop tweet.
What's that?
It was the cop tweet.
Did she have a cop tweet?
There was a news story about a cop who killed himself after a fight with depression, and she like retweeted it celebrating it.
Pretty icky look.
It's pretty icky, and that's after this whole Xinjiang thing, which really pissed me off.
I listened to your conversation with Mel. It was actually fucking infuriating. I'm not gonna lie.
And then like on Twitter, like it continued, and then like I saw her like posting information like it seemed like denial, and I was like, oh, thanks for just jerking me around. You could have just said you had questions or something instead of like if a genocide is going. And I just blocked her. I'm like done. I don't block a lot of people. I didn't even block Bad Empanada, and he literally calls me a Nazi, and I blocked her because it was just so much more frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been unimpressed with some of Mel's takes as of late. Though I will say it's much less her political takes that have been bothering me as her behavior towards other peers and colleagues. Toxic shit. But yeah, I'm interested to see how it goes tomorrow. Oh yeah, because Mouthy Infidel and Know Nothing are both going to be on there. So it's gonna be a bloodbath. I don't. And listen,
hey, this
Dylan,
is a problem.
You know, I usually bring the spice. I usually bring the spice. I don't gotta bring any spice tomorrow. I can go in. I could show up in my fucking PJs for a snooze fest, and it's still gonna be a bloodbath. See, you gotta. You know, it's gonna be hell. And the imps are gonna have their blood that they've asked for. They've been asking, lately I've been doing all these nice conversations. I've been having all this nice shit, these good, like, friendly conversations and like good faith conversations. And I'm like, and the imps are all like, where's the blood? What the fuck? You haven't called anyone a dumb fuck in a long time, besides Donald Trump, which that's not really, that's a gimme. You know what I mean? That's a gimme. And none. And now they're going to get their opportunity. And I won't even have to be the one who spells it. You know that fucking Mouthy Infidel and Know Nothing and Vivian and Mel are going to be at each other's throats the second that panel begins. I'm just going to be coming in like, whoa, what the fuck's going on in here, everybody? So it's going to be very interesting. I actually, the thing is, I don't even have any hot takes.
The thing is, here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. This is the dilemma that you have to put them under. If the idea is, well, they're part of a class of people that I don't like, right? Therefore, we can celebrate this happening. Then you would have to take this to the logical conclusion of, like, if a cop was raped, do you celebrate? You'd have to take this to, like, wild ass conclusions of just tragic thing happening to them. I'm sorry, that tweet just pissed me off so bad.
We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that tomorrow, thankfully.
Okay,
unfortunately, we're talking about something. Fortunately, we're talking about something that happened 30 years ago. So, you don't have to worry about offending people quite as much. But we will be talking about an equally grim situation, which was the Waco siege. You're familiar with the Waco siege, right?
Oh God, I'm familiar, and like Shoe on Head like posted. I think I Huey pilled Shoe on Head.
Yeah, you did for sure. Yeah, you
Do
definitely
you think
did.
because I was the only person who talked about Huey Long, and then I just saw her banner, and I was like, huh.
Yeah, I think it might have been like it
must have been.
I think it was like a pipeline kind of thing.
I've Huey pilled.
Listen though.
Bosch, I've Huey pilled Shoe. I'm gonna Huey pill them all.
Listen, be careful with the Huey pill, okay? Because I argued with a 15-year-old Nazi the other day who was Huey pilled as fuck, and apparently took that one a little too far. I'm like,
the problem is,
Nazis.
right? People. The problem is, Huey Long. Like a lot of people like try to place their ideology, like, oh, Huey Long was super based in this respect or something, but they don't realize like Huey Long was not like a huge fan of a lot of these people. Like there'll be some people who like hardcore like communists would be like, I mean, Huey was kind of cool. Like a few of them will say that. Like most, I think if they educated enough on Huey, well, not, but like Huey Long thought like his policies was the greatest defense against communism. So you can't be like a communist and say like
he was a
Huey
populist.
Was super based,
he was
right?
he was a populist with a anti-corporate bent, and I think that's kind of interesting. Makes him very interesting as an American politician for sure. Because there's not many.
Definitely at the time. I mean, he was literally like FDR is just like he basically today would have been on Twitter like saying FDR is just a dirty lib.
Yeah. Yeah, it was plus fuck, I love the fuck, I don't know. I think his life is very interesting, and he's a very interesting.
It's super interesting.
Person.
The thing is about taking the Huey pill is a lot of people like I want to pick this politician because he was perfect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of stupid because if you think of politicians who were perfect, they don't end up doing a lot usually, right? You know what I mean? It's usually the politicians who
I've never found a politician that's perfect. But then again, I've never found a person who's perfect. But
the politicians who like stand on like the closest you could get to it. They usually don't do a lot. There's a few like exceptions, but like for instance, Abraham Lincoln, one of the most respected politicians in history. Like most people can't think of a bad thing about him.
Yeah.
He like broke the Constitution multiple times to keep the nation united. Habeas corpus, a lot of different things. A lot of things people don't discuss anymore because history's forgiven him.
Yeah.
Right, and
listen,
Huey Long,
if I'm gonna think about a world leader who's perfect, I'm sorry, but gonna have to go with Darius II of Persia. Damn, pretty based. Are you Darius II pilled?
I don't think I'm Darius pilled. No.
Damn. Listen, Darius II was one of the most egalitarian emperors that ever lived. Now, did he wage a war of conquest across all of Asia? Yes. Did he?
Let me put this. Let me ask you this:
Yes.
Did he have an X in his name?
He didn't. I don't think.
Well, then I think.
I don't know what his last name was. To be fair.
Well,
Chinggis Khan was pretty woke. Yeah, maybe.
Chinggis, is that real?
Yeah, His name is Genghis Khan. Yeah, the way it's actually pronounced is Chinggis. Yeah.
Huh.
Yep. And
Chinggis
I know
Khan.
everybody does the re-emote in chat every single time I say this, but it's true. Listen, I've listened to so many Genghis Khan related material. I was at one point on like a learn about Genghis Khan kick, and so I just listened to literally probably 25 plus hours of Genghis Khan related like content. Like, it's actually ridiculous how much I've actually listened. But anyway,
Do you want to see something?
yeah.
This will be the parting gift, okay?
Yeah. Oh wait, but before you go, I don't know if you're. I know you're probably like Chungus Khan. Yeah. Here, let's see. What do you got for me? Hey, that's great. I love it. Here, I gotta share with the chat. Here we go. This is the very trans-friendly Lola Bunny, Bugs Bunny meme that we have attained. Enjoy. Feast your eyes, chat. Feast your eyes. Now I have to ask you your opinion before you go. What do you think about Waco?
Waco, the Waco siege.
Yeah, what do you think about it? What are your
I think
thoughts on it?
of course the people within Waco were like a disgusting, like the leadership were disgusting pieces of shit, right? Like they did horrible things. But like everybody after the time, like, and at the time even recognized that the federal government took large missteps with dealing with the problem, right?
Yeah.
It would be like, for example, like if the federal government screws up a hostage situation, that does, you saying they messed up does not mean you agree with the hostage takers.
Damn.
Right?
Damn, that's a
So,
hot take, Dylan. You mean that anything short of saying the FBI is 100% correct might be the actual position? What?
Yeah, but of course Waco is like, again, the siege, like the people within the
Branch
siege,
Davidians?
like the Branch Davidians, with disgusting ideology, disgusting cult. Like,
of course.
Like not like anything to like try to sugarcoat at all, but also dealing with the siege inappropriately. Like you take like background, for example, if a general goes into a battle against the Nazis and fucks up a battle, it isn't pro-Nazi to say maybe we should adjust our strategy.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree with you. I mean, 25 children were killed. That's pretty fucking bad. That's a pretty big mess up. And I mean, of course, well, the FBI didn't really agree, but the Justice Department did. After all, the Justice Department did find that there was careless, behavior on behalf of the FBI and the ATF. So anyway, it's going to be very interesting. I've been doing a lot of reading on it, but I have a feeling that it's going to be very intense, seeing as how a couple of the people involved in this debate have literally taken the position that anything short of 100% agreement with the FBI in that situation is apologia for, I mean, literally, they've gone very hardcore. I'm sure you've seen some of the discourse. Yeah, it's been pretty nasty. So I'm looking forward to.
It's a weird topic to like be a debate topic online. I would have never thought the next part would be the Waco siege.
Do you want me to explain how it happened? Because listen, I'm drama mama. I always know this shit. You know this. So here's how it happened. The ATF tweeted out on the anniversary, the 30th anniversary. Wait, 28th anniversary of Waco, a memorial to the heroes who died in the Waco siege. And as you can see, I mean, it's 30 years ago, but that could be taken a lot of ways. You know what I mean? And definitely ruffled some feathers. So a lot of people were like, hey, like, like this is kind of a weird, it's kind of weird, like, to it's kind of weird to like celebrate the heroes like as heroes, like especially like they died in the process, but like it's pretty well acknowledged it was a very messy situation. So
okay, well, you know what, I think I get what it's saying, but I feel like them, like, for example, if a commander sends people into a death trap and they die, that doesn't make them any less of a hero for putting their life on the line for a good cause, even if it was done poorly.
Sure.
Right?
Well,
For example,
I'm not agreeing with them, by the way,
yeah.
or disagreeing. I'm just stating that that's what people took issue with.
A great example would be like, let's say we did D-Day, but a general like miscalculated and we landed at the wrong beach and all those people died charging a beach. It doesn't make those people not heroes. It makes the general a dumb fuck.
Right. And I would agree with that. That's where I tend to fall on this. You know what I mean? But you can I'm sure you can understand where some people would be like, yo, maybe this is not the most sensitive or effective way of memorializing an event that was very traumatic for a lot of people. at the time. Now, of course, me being the sickening demon that I am, I took the opportunity to just make general jokes about everything involved, including advertising this stream as the hottest party since Waco 1993.
Damn.
But it made you laugh though. See, listen. I think we can make small, harmless jokes about terrible events once in a while. Okay.
You can. I can't because I would like to. You can't.
But that's what my job is. That's why I'm the you're a politician. I'm just a dumb fuck on the internet. I try to have good takes, but I laughed about Rush Limbaugh being dead. I laughed really hard about Rush Limbaugh being dead. I'm very open about that. I don't care. That's fine. But yeah. So, but honestly, my real take on the situation is that one, I think that there's people turning this into obviously click farming, which sure.
I will want to say this stuff is scary because Timothy McVeigh and a lot of people were super radicalized by Waco.
Yes, they were.
Right?
Yes.
And so I think when we have this discussion, we need to be super careful not to try to fan the same fans that caused some of the worst terror attacks in the United States history and was the launching point for the modern far-right movement, which is the biggest domestic terror threat to the United States.
Oh, I agree 100%. In fact, I think that's one of the things I'm going to talk about most is in the panel tomorrow is how the response to the situation at Waco and also Ruby Ridge, which was shortly before that, it was hugely inspirational to Timothy McVeigh, of course, who literally directly stated it. Also, apparently Alex Jones, I didn't know this, but Alex Jones got his start covering the Waco siege. He was literally photographed on the ground at the Waco siege, which is ridiculous to consider.
That is not something I knew.
Yeah. I've heard that around. I'm going to have to get, just for the record, Dan the Step is a chatter who has regularly helped me with research on historical issues in the past. So I take that claim to be rather very easy. I would trust that Dan would be able to verify that claim. But I've also seen that elsewhere, just for the record. I'm not just saying that off the cuff. But yeah, it served as a, and also the sort of response afterwards. I don't think it would be unfair to say that certain aspects of the federal authorities were let's just say a little stonewally when people tried to voice their concerns about what happened. And I think that a lot of people, now at the time, the approval for what happened, and I can't remember, I was looking through some of this earlier. I have all my sources on another document, but it was, the approval the approval for the ATF and FBI's behaviors over time has gone down significantly. At the time, it was, there was a lot of pressure to, there was a lot of pressure to basically say, no, the FBI didn't do anything wrong. It was all the cult and all this stuff. And the cult was a fucking terrible organization, but there was a unbelievable amount of conspiracy theory fodder created by the lack of transparency as to how the events unfolded. And I think that's something worth considering. You know what I mean? If there is radio silence, or if there is even a perceived lack of transparency on something that involves the death of 25 children, that can be a powder keg for right-wing radicalization, especially when it's a Christian, and I say that in quotes, a Christian, right-wing anti-government militia cult. It's very, very complicated. But anyway, I figured I'd like to hear your takes on it, just kind of for the spice and whatever.
Yeah, for me it is just simply the people who organized the Waco movement, or the I forget what it's called again.
The Branch Davidians.
The Branch Davidians, disgusting. The leader, disgusting cult leader.
David Koresh, yeah.
Yeah, David Koresh.
Probably a child rapist.
And yeah, and when you look at that's terrible, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we should view this when we talk about the federal government's response, like kind of like Gallipoli, right? Where we don't say that the people who died at Gallipoli weren't heroes, you know, the British like soldiers who like charged or whatever, but we say that the person who organized the Gallipoli disaster were dumbos who need to most certainly like never let that type of a thing happen again. So I think somebody calling those federal officers who were sent in to do a job in their mind saving those children, right?
Mm-hmm.
Calling them heroes is 100% accurate. Just don't whitewash the mistakes of the government in that instance, because we don't want something like that to happen again.
Yeah, I mean, I try to avoid language, like loaded language, like heroes, etc., in stuff like this, because I think that it needlessly muddies the water when it's very hard. Well, I mean, look, I just think that it's more complicated than that. But yes.
Can I send you this picture?
Sure.
Am I an evil person?
Let's find out if you're an evil person.
Somebody drew like me in an art compilation of like all their favorite creators, and I look like an arms smuggler. Like legit, I look like the most evil bastard on the planet.
This is awesome. I mean, you do look a little bit evil here, but I mean, not in a bad way, like in a good way. Yeah, that's awesome. What do you think, Chat? Yeah. Chat, you think this rendition of Dylan is awesome? I think this is based.
I look like I'm about to like be like, the drones will be used against who? Oh, the Kurds? Well, I mean, but you're paying double.
I mean, on one hand, you do look a bit sinister, but you do also look like the type of character who is secretly like a good character and has a redemption arc by the end of the series.
I look like a Vegeta?
Yeah, like I mean, Vegeta, okay, maybe that's a bad example, because, I mean, we were talking earlier about how DBZ is kind of, like, morally idiotic. It doesn't make any sense. It's incoherent.
Yeah, like Vegeta, like he literally genocided a planet of bug people. Yeah. And then later, like, killed civilians, but it was like, eh. But then again, I guess, like, if you view these people like great, like, giant beings of, like immense power, and you look at the entirety of Vegeta's arc, he's probably saved planets more times than he's killed amounts of people, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then if you definitely include
sure, if you do go into a Dragon Ball Super.
If you go into Dragon Ball Super, then he's like literally like Gandhi levels of like amazing, because even if he blew up one planet, he saved all the rest of them, right? It'd be like if a meteor was heading towards Earth and we diverted it towards one country, would that person who then killed those people in this one country but then save the rest of the world in the process, right? Would that be a hero? In my eyes, well, yeah. Of course, the people of that one country would say, nah, fuck them. But, you know, it's like, you know,
it's a big,
not all things
big decision. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You're just like giving a bad decision there.
Well, I will say, I actually, you know, someone in chat area says you look like a pirate king. That's kind of cool. I think pirate king is a cool character, like archetype. Lawboy named Troy says, yeah, I would trust this iteration of Dylan to arm my insurgent group. I'm going to guess that's in a video game, obviously. But
I need somebody to actually make an armed smuggler Dylan, because the meme has gone on for so long that there's been, once again, there's this old meme I'll send it over to you, that was produced a while ago. I found, one second.
I think this is great.
I think it's cool too. It's actually my Discord profile now.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, my immediate response was like, this has like Snape energy, but as we know, like Snape is, you know, like a redeemed character, like for sure. Like Snape was my favorite character. Hold on, let's see. Let me bring it up. Let me see what you got for me. Oh shit. Oh wait, I know this one. Oh wait a second. This is a different one. Whoa, the arms smuggler. The arms smuggler. The PKK goat herder? The KDP goat herder. Uh-oh. The oiler. Oh, shit. This is great. I don't understand all these memes, but this is funny. And I like that you're on here. The PKK boomer. Uh-oh. The Zoomer. What's this? The fucking Zoomer over here. The PKK cadre misses his iPhone. Oh my god.
YPG Normie preferred it when they were winning. Oh yeah.
I like this one. The turkey fan. No one. It just isn't one. Here we go. This is great. Here, I'm gonna share this. Here you go, everybody. There you go.
At least there's some unity on the Kurds on one issue.
Yeah. True. Well, Dylan, it's been wonderful. I am actually going to wrap stream now and go eat. So thank you for coming on. Thanks for talking with me. Always a wonderful, wonderful blessing to speak with you. Yeah, I'll hopefully talk to you soon. What you got coming down the pipe? You want to plug some of your stuff?
Next Friday, we're going to announce how we're going to decide Vosh's challenger for the Hippy Dippy Championship.
Oh, shit.
It's going to be a big announcement because Vosh actually sent a message to all possible challengers today that we read out. And it's going to be a hell of a thing. And D-Mama, let me just tell you, we've talked about this before, what it's going to be.
Ah, have you?
You know what I'm talking about?
Wait, no, I don't think so.
Remember the Discord group?
Oh, yes, that one. The one that I still have.
It's going to be the same thing. We're just going to be different people, but it's going to be the same thing. And if you want involvement, you can always message me. But of course, only join the tournament if there's something you want to debate Vosh on.
What am I going to debate Vosh on? God, I'd have to think about that.
Yeah, you have to, because if not, then if you win, then what are you going to, what's the point?
Just be like, hey, buddy. Yeah, I don't want to, there's probably something I could debate him on.
Yeah, figure it out.
I'll have to think. Huh. Do you have any? Can you tease anyone else who's involved right now? Do we have any challengers confirmed yet?
Look, all I know is that actually, no, I can't announce anybody because we're still organizing. It's going to be in April.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, I mean, April's not that far away. It'll get here sooner than you can imagine.
True.
Yeah. So, well, Dylan, again, thank you so much for coming on, and hopefully we'll talk real soon. Okay.
Okay. See you later.
Good night, Dylan.
All right.
Well, chat, wasn't that a wonderful conversation with Dylan? I love talking to Dylan. Dylan is so amazing. We always have fucking great conversations, don't we? Listen, Dylan, you want to know something that I appreciate about Dylan? Actually, I'm going to tell you a couple things I appreciate about Dylan. One, I think Dylan's a stand-up guy. Two, I think Dylan's the best arms dealer around. And number three, Dylan is like one of the most interesting people to have conversations with. He knows how to bant. He knows how to talk about interesting subjects. It's great. I love talking to Dylan. Seriously. Everyone, tonight has been nothing short of awesome. I had a lot of fun. Holy shit! Lawboy! Oh my god! Lawboy! Thank you! Don't worry, I'll hook you up with my fucking arms dealer guy. Thank you very much, Lawboy. Deeply appreciate that. And you're very welcome. Remember, tomorrow at 3 p.m., first I will be having a prep conversation with our resident history cat. And then I will be going on to Chud Logic's newest panel. And we're going to have a lot of fun because it is going to be a bloodbath. So I hope you will show up in full force to have the Imp Army. Yeah? So it's going to be fucking good. Okay? Now, there won't be a video game stream this Sunday, most likely, unless I'm really feeling up to it. No, I'm going to be on YouTube as usual, but it will be hosted on Twitch. So, yeah. There was one other thing I was going to say, but I can barely remember it. We need to figure out who to raid. I don't want to forget to raid. Who's on right now? Let's see. Let's pick out somebody to raid. Is there anybody cool streaming at the moment?
I mean, it's possible, right?
It's possible, right? Wow, Jeena. What the fuck? Damn. Holy shit, Jeena. Oh my fucking god. Damn. Coming in hot. All right, well, actually, nobody else is streaming right now, really. So, all right, we're just going to wrap it then. All right, everybody. Is Conyer? I don't think Conyer is streaming. I don't see Conyer online. I don't see Conyer online at all. Anyway, much love to all of you. Oh, wait, Satyr? Wait, give me Satyr's link. Give me Satyr's link. We'll raid into Satyr. Give me Satyr's link. Quick. Give me Satyr's link. Give me. Where's Satyr's link? I don't have Satyr's link. Gib. There we go, Twitch TV. All right, we'll raid into Satyr. Xander's not streaming. I don't see Xander online. All right, I will see you all very soon. I will see you tomorrow, in fact, in just a few hours. I will do that, Elac. Much communal love to all of my imps. And remember, we have a bright future in front of us. Even if the path has to be lit with the fires of hell. And I will see you all very soon. Mwah!